Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 126 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. It's a special one, no doubt, but as always, I am joined by my lovely co-host, Lord Cognito. Cog, how are you today, sir?
Improving. Good to be here. It's been a crazy time. We'll get into it, but I'm just happy to be podcasting and doing shows again. I got my bros with me. I got the duo, the Xbox 2. I got Maddie in the building. Man, this is tradition almost at this point. So Big showcase, lots to talk about. Man, I'm excited. We're getting close to the time. It's surreal that it really not hit me like, yo, we are close.
I know, right? It's June, and then it's here, man. So, as always, as tradition is dictated for the last, I think, 2 years now, we're joined by our good friends over to Xbox 2, starting off with Rand Althor19. Rand, how are you, my friend? The man with the million is here with the Dukes.
The man with no camera. The only one here who's not on camera. So I apologize to all the LSM people who are watching this.
Get them coming, boys.
You're gonna have to deal with my little picture. But no, I'm super excited to be here as always. I love being in the realm of the Dukes. Maddie, you're one of the top content creators I look forward to, and I try to emulate a little bit. I'm like, I need to be more like Maddie because he's just, you're
gonna give people nightmares.
Really incredible, bro. And my brother Cog. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy you're doing well. There was a health scare. I was a little worried for you.
Bro almost ruined my Memorial Day. I saw that shit on Twitter. I was like, what happened?
He called me the night before, but I was already sleeping. And when I woke up, I was like, what? He's in the hospital? And I was like, oh man, I gotta give him a call.
He was calling you for a ride.
Yeah. Hey, can you come from Chicago?
Ray would probably be one of the few people up at the time I decided to admit myself.
And then, as always, for our tradition, we're joined by the man with a million leaks, Jez Corden. Jez, hello. Diablo lover. How are you, sir?
How's it going? Pretty good. A little bit flustered. It's getting pretty busy at work, trying to fit work in around like gaming and stuff because Diablo is launching in 24 hours from now. Well, 25 hours if we want to be completely exact, down to the minute. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. We're happy to have you. Appreciate you making the time. It's late as always for Jez. So what we're going to do this episode, ladies and gentlemen, is this is your Xbox podcast for here on LSM for the next week and change. So our next episode will be recorded following Xbox's showcase, which will be released for free to everyone on June 12th across all platforms. We don't have an exact time nailed down. We're not going to give you one because I'm not going to sweat Ben and Dustin that much. They're doing us a solid by letting us get that out to everyone. So just know June 12th, you're going to hear our thoughts on the showcase and everything afterwards. And then we will do our usual Defining Duke on Wednesday. We'll record that because we're going to do a makeup episode because we will be missing next week. So you're not going to hear from us for those who are patrons on like June 4th, June 5th. There won't be an episode because it'll be immediately dated. We're not going to record something when Summer Games Fest is coming up, when we also have the Xbox Showcase coming up. We want to put our predictions out there, let it percolate, let it circulate, all the lates, and then we'll settle down, talk about the showcase, and then the aftermath of that in the subsequent episodes. So keep an eye out for that. But as always, these episodes are pretty meaty, pretty jam-packed, and truthfully not super news-focused because as we head into these showcases, all these companies are very quiet, prepping for the showcase itself. So not a lot is going on anyway, but let's start off with a couple of write-ins here. Of course, for those who are over on Twitter, we got to address what happened to my man out there. So Seth Zentner writes in, hey guys, just wanted to give my love to our Lord Cog. I hope you are feeling better after your health scare. Love the podcast, so a healthy Cog and a healthy Maddie is ideal. Take care. We got a lot of those write-ins, but thank you, Seth. Thank you, everyone who checked in. I'm a man here. So, Cog, of course, whatever you're comfortable sharing, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let us know what happened.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Seth, and everybody. The love was truly tremendous. Long and short of it, I've been battling something, and Maddie, I kind of knows offhand that I've been not well for about a week and a half, and I was just deteriorating. And as a person who's very proactive about my health, who's logical about my health, I'll be honest with you guys, it was really scaring me. Nothing I did, I called it like the zombie flu. Nothing I did worked, or it gave me temporary healing, and then this flu would just come back. Primarily flu, excruciating stomach pain that I don't recommend anybody deal with. I mean, it was waking me up out of my sleep. So I had the whole thing. So initially I thought maybe, just flu, COVID, whoever. None of those things were it. And it just kept going. So I was just basically plowing through to survive for about a week. So yeah, after ILP the following Sunday, I said, you know what, that's it. I've done everything I can do. I'm not improving. And I lost strength. That was when I really got scared. I was just very weak. So I just went to the ER. I checked myself in, and pretty much they ran all the tests, came back, and I did a CAT scan. And y'all know how I feel about enclosed spaces and stuff like that. And the weird part about an abdominal CAT scan is you have to lay flat in a coffin, which I don't like, and then throw your hands up and give it to Jesus and stay that way. While they roll you in the coffin and say, breathe. So they do that, bro. I was like, this ain't gonna work, but whatever. We had to get through it. So we got through it, and it came out to be diverticulitis. So I am a little bit familiar with it. My mom had a version of it, years ago. She had the osis. I have the itis. And then, pretty much it's just going to be short-term medical treatment. And then obviously long-term will be like a change my diet. Us 40-somethings, get your colonoscopy, because that's next on the list. That's got to get done. But it's beatable. I'm already two days in my treatment, feeling better. Your boy's strength is back. So anyway, I just want to say thank everybody. I was in a dark place. I wasn't really doing well because of the physical health deteriorating. The professional health is, as y'all guys know, there's things going on in the world with layoffs right now, and a lot of people in the world. So you had that going on. And just to see, as much as you can get depressed about life, to see everybody in the community say, Cog, I don't know how I would feel about a world without you in it, was just humbling. And I want to thank everybody, including all you here. All of you guys checked in on me. It was scary. It was scary. And it goes to show me that focus on the positive, because a lot of people, the gaming community lifted me up. They were like, nah, bro, you know what I'm saying? We got you. And I think my first tweet was too morbid. And I said, let me send a second tweet.
The life out of me, bro.
Yeah, because somebody thought I lost an arm. They were like, yo, what happened to your arm, bro? So I'm like, no, the arms is good. We good. You know what I'm saying? So,
you got both Dukes in check.
Yeah, like they was like, yo, something happened, accident. And I was like, no, I'm good. But it was really humbling. So I just wanted to send a second tweet to show me smiling, your boy's okay. But thank you, everybody that reached out. So humbling. It means a lot.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're a tough one. So I know you don't put out the cry for help, if you will, ever. So to see it was particularly alarming. I'm just glad you're okay. You're on the mend. My dad's been through that before, and it's pretty awful. But I'm glad you got right on it. It's a reminder to our audience. We always preach the health is wealth mindset. I mean, what better example than that, right?
Yeah,
humble yourself. You're not Superman. Get in there, get it checked.
Facts.
And I'm glad that you're on the mend.
Thank you, brother. Sure. Thank you, and just make the necessary changes you got to do, and I got to make it. High fiber diet, baby. Let's go.
I've been there.
Yeah, you know it.
All right. Anything else you want to toss out there, Cog, or shall we move into the games?
Let's get it. We got a big one.
All right. Well, we got one thank you for you from Sean Santarud, who writes, "Hey, Dukes. Not a question. Just wanted to send a huge thanks to Cog for his wonderful Game Pass pick of the week recommendation of Planet of Lana. It's not often I start and finish a game in one sitting, but Planet of Lana was an absolute beautiful blend of visual and audio and plays reminiscent of games like Limbo and Inside with the perfect balance of puzzles. I absolutely loved it. It's one I got to check out as well.
Yes.
But Sean, giving you some love.
Yeah, thanks. Randall Thor 19's been playing it. Now I listened to Xbox 2. I saw some beautiful footage of it in gameplay of Xbox 2 I was watching in the hospital.
And yeah, we got some news, gents. We got some news. This is not going to be a news-focused episode. I'm more in the audience now. No one's complained before, but the internet always surprises me, so I'm just going to let everyone know again. We're not really going to do the mega deep dive and park it on a topic for like 40 minutes because that's where the predictions come in. So first one I want to talk about here was The Last of Us. So I think this just indicates how much trust people have in PlayStation, because I think if this was any other game, now that we know the whole story, concern probably would have been a valid approach. But we all know Factions has been announced since, I believe it was 2020, with Last of Us Part 2 coming out. We knew this was going to be this multiplayer component that a lot of folks were assuming turned into a standalone game. Well, Jason Schreier put out a report that The Last of Us, the multiplayer game, will need more time. And then Naughty Dog put out a delay note saying that's going to need more time. And that apparently, Cog, your friends at Bungie pulled through, took a look at the game and said, this will not maintain engagement. Y'all need a vault. If you want to do that, we would know. And so, Cog, I want to get your thoughts on this first, because the impact of Bungie here is pretty apparent, that they would come in, take a look at this game, and PlayStation, clearly valuing their approach and live service, immediately bent the knee and was like, yep, we're delaying this thing. So what do you make of what's going on with Naughty Dog, Factions, and how this is all spiraled out of control now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big news topic. We talked about ILP, had Colin, had Mr. Babbitt, a bunch of people on about it. And yeah, it just goes to show you how much, Bungie's input as far as their shift to live service games has been valued. And from all intents that I've heard, Naughty Dog, obviously we know their excellence in single player. We know what they do there. But for the key, I'm not going to say that the game wasn't good, but the verbiage was that from an engagement standpoint, they were concerned long term it would not have that tail. So 4 years in development, and I agree. Yeah, it was surprising to read it, but to me, it makes sense based on the shift that clearly Sony is going in. They're going to have 10 live service games. Bungie has been, assigned to look over their portfolio, so to speak. And say what you may, Jez Gordon, fix your face, Jez Gordon.
He was the man I was going to go to next. I saw a lot of snickering over there.
As far as console live service and live active users in a bad season, 1.3 million. Not too bad for Destiny 2, quote unquote, said dead game that no one likes. So their input is valued. and
as long as they don't value the beginner experience from Bungie, as long
we're not here to talk about the story of Destiny.
I know. I'm just throwing it out there because I had to put it in my video. I was like, look, I'm glad that PlayStation's respecting that. Rand, I think I heard a little cheer of joy. But when I heard that, I was like, look, I think Bungie gets it, but at the same time, I'm like, there are so many things in Destiny 2 that are fucking awful that I just don't know how people are enjoying this.
No, right, fix your face. We're not doing that.
Me and Cog always go back and forth.
I brought an army with me today.
Look, we're never going to say Destiny's perfect, but as far as engagement, there is even the biggest detractors for a game that's been over since 2013. You cannot deny. Look at the Xbox most played right now and see who's in the top 10. I mean, I have the numbers, so it's like
not Halo.
Yeah, so exactly. So people can. You're funny. So people
not Redfall either.
Oh damn! Come on, man. It's too soon.
Yeah.
It's too soon. But anyway, enough of me being messy. But at the end of the day, it's just that clearly this is the direction that they're going, and they value their input. So I'm done being fanboy. I'll let Jess talk and hear all this slander now.
Jess, let's
hit slander now. Come on.
Well, you see, I'm a fan of premier service games, like those made by Blizzard, for example. And
the one that canceled the single player on Overwatch 2, right?
Well, we don't talk about that. But the thing about PlayStation, I think they're insane to listen to. It shows how desperate they are to move into service games, that they would listen to Bungie, who's a proven one-trick pony. And
I'm liking this.
I don't even say that they're half a. It's more like half a pony, really, because Destiny's more like half a game, I would say. No, but no, genuinely, I think they're actually insane to listen. Like joke completely aside, I think just because Bungie knows how to make one kind of service game, I don't know I don't know if I would personally ascribe them to be the sort of, if this is all true, we don't know for sure if it's all true to start with, but if it is true that Bungie vetoed this game, I think they're absolutely insane to listen to Bungie, who are one-trick ponies. I'm sorry. The PvP systems in Destiny are awful, and I just... time and time again, the industry has proven that innovation, unique angles and takes really work. Like, Bungie probably wouldn't have approved Sea of Thieves. They probably wouldn't have approved Among Us. They probably wouldn't have approved all these service games which came out of nowhere, blew up because they did something unique. And Last of Us Factions is something unique. And I think Sony's making a big mistake by listening to Bungie. But we don't know what happened beyond closed doors. I haven't seen Factions. It could have been terrible, and maybe Bungie's completely right. But I would not give them the benefit of the doubt, personally.
Ren, anything you want to chip in here?
Well,
you want to join the onslaught of Bungie here?
It's definitely an interesting thing to see PlayStation buy Bungie, basically let them do what they want, and then give them the ability to cancel other PlayStation Studio games, right? And I think this more speaks to how the live service market is completely saturated, right? Because when you look at like Last of Us Factions, it's just not enough to just be a good multiplayer game anymore. That doesn't cut it in 2023 or 2024 or whenever the game would come out. You can't just be a good multiplayer game. You got to have seasons. You got to have skins and all these sort of things
Halo Infinite.
that gamers come to expect. Like Cog mentioned Halo Infinite, a game that there's a lot of people misremembering how the game was looked at launch. If you go look at Metacritic, 87, people were talking about the king is back, right? People really enjoyed Halo Infinite at the beginning. I mean, there were some qualms about the monetization and the challenge system and stuff, but people were just really happy to have a great playing Halo back. It wasn't until the seasons start getting pushed and the content for the seasons were lackluster that suddenly people were just like, I have other options. It's almost kind of very similar to like the cable TV model where it's like you only have a few channels and then all of a sudden you have all the channels and all the streaming stuff. So you have all these options. So I could see listening to Bungie, because Bungie has created a game that has longevity, that has kept its players from 2013 to the new one at 2017 to 2017 to 22. They know how to keep their player base engaged. And I think part of it is because, and this may be The Last of Us's detriment, and me and Jez have talked about this on Xbox 2 about like the type of content and the type of skins you're creating, because Bungie can create these cool looking guns, these incredible armor sets and things like that people desire, right? Genshin Impact, Jez always talks about it. Maybe Halo would be better if it had waifus. You look at Fortnite. Fortnite's got literally everything from Darth Vader to Master Chief to Goku, like any sort of possible pulp culture stuff. It's in Fortnite, and Call of Duty is Call of Duty, right? But you look at Factions, and it's going to be a post-apocalyptic world. What type of skins are you giving people? What type of guns are you giving people? What type of things are you going to be stringing along to get people excited about coming back and checking month after month, year after year? And I'm not sure that type of game really can fit into that mold, because what can you really offer? Whereas like Destiny has all this crazy stuff, and so does Fortnite. So when you're competing in a world against all these other games, your game might be like, you know what? It might be good. In fact, it might be spectacular, because Naughty Dog is really good at the type of games they make. But it just is not going to hook people for long. And if we're going to be giving this game away for free, which kind of seems like that's what these games are in this sort of market where people expect multiplayer games to be free, then they might have a problem, and they might have to go back to the drawing board, because it's just not good enough to be an excellent multiplayer game anymore now. You have to have the content plan and the things to hook people, and that might be a big problem for them.
Yeah. I think the problem too is I think Naughty Dog is going to be the one that has to set the tone for what a PlayStation live service game is going to be. Like Xbox has had the time to fuck around, find out. You get Sea of Thieves, you get Forza Horizon, you get Halo Infinite, like to varying degrees of success. But they found out, right? They kind of have some of the established models. So now they're pivoting to like what we are hoping for and what we'll talk about in our predictions. Like this showcase should give us the kind of PS4 single player energy that we've been looking for. Like, here's all the single player games you've been looking for. Not that multiplayer will be totally vacant here or that live service will be totally vacant here because it's just a part of our industry. But PlayStation is pivoting where now we're getting into the Jim Ryan era, which is that 10 live service games by I think it was like 2025 or 26, something like that. And that's why they got Bungie, right? To get that kind of input, to get that kind of feedback. And I think one of the first to strike is going to be something like Factions, and then it's going to be followed up by Fair Games, which is looking like PlayStation's Redfall in a lot of ways. I will want to see how that one shakes out because I'm sorry, but out of all the PlayStation games, I was surprised how generic that one looked. I'll end my thought there because we lost Jez. There he is. Okay, cool. But with that, let's move on to our next set of news here. We got just a couple more to bump through. Phantom Blade Zero, we talked about this a lot during last week's show with the PlayStation Showcase, and it's possibly coming to Xbox because in a Discord Q&A, they said, quote, for now, we don't have exclusivity on any platform, end quote. So we might get Phantom Blade Zero, which is exciting. And then another one real quick is Xbox cracking down on achievements. According to True Achievements, games will have to avoid the following. First, all achievements can be unlocked within a few minutes of starting the game. Achievements do not represent a thorough exploration of or engagement with game content, and achievements can be unlocked without any or minimal user input unless required as part of the core gameplay loop. So, ladies and gentlemen, and especially Rand, I'm curious what your thoughts are on some of the achievement changes, and of course, if there's anything to throw out there on Phantom Blade Zero.
Quickly about Phantom Blade Zero, I did see that their last game was a mobile game, and that they didn't even really start development on this until 2022, so who knows when it's coming. And I don't know if you mentioned this, Maddie, but were you struck by, like, because when I was watching, I'm like, how is this going to play? Because there's a lot of quick movement, quick actions. I was like, is that scripted? Because I was trying to imagine in my head what the gameplay would be like. You know what I mean? I don't know if you felt the same.
Yeah. I was very excited by it, but like when I saw the diagonal counter where he, I think, stabbed and then kicked someone and they were completely on opposite angles, some of the deflecting and whatnot, I think it was confirmed like this was actually not running gameplay.
So cutscenes maybe?
I'm wondering how much it's going to shift. Yeah, because I mean, what we saw there was super, super high octane, actually. Like if they could capture even a fraction of that, I said I would be all over it. But I was big on it. I know COG was big on it. But to see it's coming to Xbox was interesting because I think it just moves that needle toward them a little bit more when it came to this showcase. I think there was a reason they put that graphic up saying coming to Xbox after the PlayStation Showcase because I think they're trying to spin it into like that was more of an Xbox showcase than a PlayStation Showcase in some ways. Of course, with things like Spider-Man, Fair Games, Concord, and so on and so forth, it's not true. But I think that's the PR spin they're trying to put on it. And I mean, seeing something like this is more credit to that
and as far as the achievement stuff goes, that's a long time coming because if you've been following it, like I know the trophy system and there's a lot of shovelware games on PlayStation. The developers have sort of monetized gamer score and trophies, and it started with you could play Avatar in the 360, and there were shorter games then, but then with the rise of every game is a game, so it's 1,000 gamer score. Some of these developers just kind of signed up all these student projects that they would publish, and then you'd be able to play the game for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes and get 1,000 gamer score. And it just kind of got worse and worse and worse and worse as more publishers jumped on board, as more developers jumped on board, and people were saying this, like kind of illegitimate. I can't even speak. Illegitimizes gamer score to a certain extent, which is kind of ridiculous, anyways, because gamer score is nothing, anyways. But I know people at Xbox kind of wanted to push back on this, but it's kind of a difficult thing to do. So they put these safeguards in place because there is a problem with these games coming out that are like, hey, you don't do anything for 10 minutes and you get all the achievements and rinse repeat. So essentially, these developers are just selling gamer score, just like with a game attached. So it's I like seeing this because it is a little bit proactive by them. I wish they had done it sooner to stop it, because I mean it's kind of the whole system is kind of rotten now. I kind of wish they would revamp Gamerscore or do a Gamerscore 2.0 or something to change things up, but I don't think it's that important to them. But it's nice to see them at least wanting to make a statement about this and be like, all right, we're not going to allow these sort of things moving forward.
Yeah, I think it de-incentivizes getting those shovelware games on the storefront. Xbox definitely has one of the cleaner storefronts if you compare it to PlayStation or Nintendo, where they're loaded with shovelware. PlayStation Store especially is in an awful state right now. And you got these developers who are literally selling trophies. And I liked seeing this. I was like, yeah, like we should crack down on this stuff. Like I remember Avatar Burning Earth, you could get 1,000 gamer score in the first minute of the game. If you held up a combo, because some developers just don't care, and I get it. That's not what you're making a game for. But that's a very old example, but it's one of my first ones that comes to mind. When I was an achievement hunter, I was like, oh, I got 3,000 gamer score. Let's do it. And especially because we want, one of our ideas is like they should tie gamer score and achievements to the Xbox rewards program, or really Microsoft rewards. And I feel like if it's easy to farm achievements, then that de-incentivizes them to kind of pursue an idea like that, because you can easily cheap around it, provided what they want to give you as a reward. So, gents, any other thoughts on this, or shall we coast on along here?
I just like it's something that because I'm going to LA in a couple of weeks and for the showcase, and I'm hoping to put some of these questions to the executives, and it's something I'll be talking to them about, because it's kind of weird how they've abandoned the achievement system, and they are looking at policy changes now, but it's like, how many years have people been asking for them to do this? You know, and this is like the gamification of the whole platform. And yeah, they've got Microsoft Rewards, which brings gamification as well. But you know, this is like, they could be doing so much more with it. You know, treating the platform like a service, which is like, you know, a game as a service, which is what Microsoft is supposed to be. Microsoft's bread and butter. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity. Why aren't they doing achievements that give you avatar props anymore, or cosmetics? And why aren't they tying Microsoft Rewards into buying cosmetics for your avatar, or even in other games and stuff? There's just so much platform stuff that I think is just a completely missed opportunity, while they're, you know, distracted by ABK, distracted by this and distracted by that. But I don't know. I think the platform's been a bit neglected in general, and 100%. It's part of a wider discussion that we ain't got time for here. But
no, I agree.
But yeah, something I'll be talking to you about.
Only thing I'll add, Phantom Blade Zero, I had no idea that this was not exclusive, which is big. So that was one of the few games at this showcase, PlayStation Showcase, I was really excited for. Agree with Jez, agree with Rand in reference to it. The achievement, you know, manipulation has to be controlled. And then, but I will say, I only will push back on one little small part, is that Rand will maybe understand. The way I feel gaming is now, like you can play a meaty 40-hour game, beat it, and now you're at like 200 gamer score. Sure. And it don't feel good. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I understand they have to regulate, but I want a little bit more weighted towards completion, at least a little bit more credit towards completion. Instead of like you beat the whole game, it's like 20 points, 50 points. And I'm like, come on, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. That falls to the developer, because they got to do, like, a lot of devs got to just do a better job with that stuff. I just don't think it's a priority. Like, because I've caught myself, by the way, I'm making a game. I caught myself doing it, where like we're talking about that type of stuff, and my art director has reminded me of it. He's like, well, do you want an achievement or trophies? I'm like, yes, because you got to set up triggers for it. So it's like one of those things that it's not the first thought, but you have to kind of be proactive during development and kind of mark those things down. So it does fall on them a bit, but I like that Xbox is putting some rules in place here. And yeah, obviously Achievement 2.0, very, very long overdue.
I really do think if though they weren't required, if trophies and achievements weren't required by PlayStation or Xbox, most devs and most publishers wouldn't bother. Because I always heard from people that achievements and trophies only benefit the platform. They don't benefit the developers or publishers. And that's why you see a lot of them will put out, like Fortnite doesn't have a single achievement or trophy for its battle royale mode at all. It doesn't, and so I was always told that it's they look at it like we're just helping Xbox and PlayStation by including these, and it's not going to be a focus for us. We're just going to do the bare minimum because it's a requirement to ship on the platform, but it's not something we're like, oh, we need to add extra stuff, because you can add up to 5,000 gamer score. You know, a lot of games do it, like Sea of Thieves does it constantly, but a lot of the bigger games, they don't do it at all because they don't care, because they don't view it as a plus for them. They view it as a strictly something that benefits Xbox and PlayStation only.
Very interesting. Didn't realize that.
Right on. Just a couple more things here. PlayStation Q Lite reportedly has a battery life of 3 to 4 hours as a cloud streaming device. I got some thoughts on that. Wrestlequest is releasing August 8th, which had one of the best PAX booths I've ever seen. And the Activision Xbox deal has been approved by South Korea. So certainly the deal is absolutely 100% going to go through now. But gentlemen, any thoughts on these three news items here? Cog, I'm sure WrestleQuest is probably crossing the desk here a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm so happy for that team, man. Obviously, we were out together at PAX East, and they had the wrestling ring. Oh man, I'm pulling from Mega Cat Studios. You know, it looks really good. JRPG wrestling game looks phenomenal. And Q Lite. I don't know about that 3 to 4 hours, bruh.
I don't know how that's possible. I really don't. Like, I'm sorry. I had people in the Defining Duke chat asking me, like, "Hey, Maddie, what about the Logitech? Like, is this right?" And I said, "I've used the Logitech for 3 to 4 hours, and I was at 75%." Battery. Yeah,
they've literally,
that shit's built different.
They've literally given no information about this device. Is it remote play? Can you go outside your local area network? You know, what can it do? There's so many questions about it, and price, of course. And the last thing, that South Korea. I mean, okay, to me, I'm along with Jez in this. Agree with Jez in this part as far as this whole ABK thing. I've thrown logic and reason out the window. To me, it's just about politics at this point, and whatever politics is winning is what's going to happen, and that's where I'm at with it. And we'll see. And
shout out to South Korea.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Shout out to South Korea, though. Shout out to
you. Anything catch your Rand, Jez? Anything catch y'all's attention here, or shall we continue on?
No, pretty much. That WrestleQuest sounds interesting, though. I haven't heard of that. Is that coming to Xbox?
Yes, all platforms. Yeah, man. Classic 80s, 90s wrestling. You create a character, complete turn-based JRPG sensibilities. Great team, man. Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Art style's beautiful.
You can cut promos. I didn't know I wanted.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's for you, man. You'd love it.
I'm not surprised that the Q Lite has a battery length of that or time, because my controller, my DualSense, only holds a charge for 3 hours, and it essentially is a controller with all the haptics and everything with the screen in the middle. So like, I'm not shocked that it has that short of a battery time. And as for ABK, I'm sure us here, Xbox 2, Defining Duke, are really looking forward to talking about it every single week for the next 8, 9 months or whatever. I did see
something nice in the mail as a thing.
I just want to hear Jez complain about the government. That's what I think
somebody else approved it today other than South Korea, by the way.
Ooh, really?
Who else?
I think because Brad Smith was on CNBC that said 40 countries have approved it now. So I think somebody else approved it today. And I'm sure you guys saw the cat tribunal thing yesterday.
Yeah.
Where the CMA looked out of their depth. And
Jez, I mean, you're right next door. Why don't you go speak your mind a little bit? Let them know what they're doing wrong.
I hate my country. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I love Britain and I love the people of Britain, but I just hate our government and I hate our regulatory framework, and nothing functions in this country. Like nothing. Like anything that the government is vaguely involved in, the CMA is independent, but their independence is a result of government legislation. Like nothing functions in this country. So all these experts who are all over the place saying like, oh, this will happen, that'll happen. Nah, that's not how it works in this country. That's not how it works in Britain. It's all about who scratches whose back the hardest. And that's how things function here. You know, which media baron is going to benefit from the deal, or which media baron is going to benefit from it being blocked. That's how the country works. So I've completely washed my hands of it. And, you know, whatever happens at this point. But I'm sure Xbox is very hard at work planning contingency measures for if it does doesn't get approved because, you know, they've still got to battle it through the UK and the EU, not the EU, the US, and you know, they employ a lot of people in Britain, thousands of people. So like, it's not a case of like, oh, we just pull out the UK or we just move Ninja Theory and all these other studios and all these products which are sold globally. We'll just move all those to America. That's not how it works. That's not going to happen. You know. So I like one. I've said on the Xbox too, right? I think it will ultimately go through, but it's going to be messy. It's going to be painful.
Wait, no, you can't. Rand, did I just hear what I heard?
He's been saying this. He thinks if it ends up with only the UK blocking it, like if Microsoft beats the FTC in court, and the only country that stands in opposition is the UK, Jez has said that they'll get it done. Whatever that looks like.
I've never heard it.
They're not going to let one country stand in their way, essentially.
That's why I said they're just going to ignore them if they have to.
No, I think what'll happen is because this has happened before. What's most likely is they'll just take the fine. They'll just be like, fine us $10 billion, and we'll just put it through. Because they stand to make way more money. They can afford $10 billion. What's $10 billion to Microsoft? They're in the back
have that much money. They just fucking flip off the CMA.
What does put it through? Just like, yo, the deal is on. It's in your country. What you gonna do? Like, what does that mean?
It'll be up to the government to enforce that fine, so they can fight the fine in court. Then, so like they can close the deal, accept the fine, and just say like, we'll just write down $10 billion, because they'd have to write down $3 billion if the deal gets blocked. So really, it's going to cost them $7 billion. In essence,
it's just $7. I mean, it's $7 billion.
$7 billion. What's $7 billion? It's
whatever.
It's pocket money. It's pocket money.
Yeah, so I think it'll be messy though. They'll either soak the fine or they'll fight the fine in court, and they'll get the government involved, and it'll be a big old mess. And you know, but I don't think this one country will be able to hold it up, especially a shitty country like the UK. But it's going to be messy just because Microsoft employs so many people there. That's why it's going to be messy. That's why it's going to be political. But I think they will just drag it, kicking and screaming to Redmond, and we'll just see what happens. But I'm so over it, man. Because my whole shtick was like, because Blizzard was really in a bad place, man. Like with all the scandals, the games were failing. Shadowlands for WoW was terrible. Overwatch was basically abandoned. Like they put heroes in maintenance mode. Like and Warcraft 3 Reforged was an absolute unmitigated disaster. Like they had like constant problems, and I was kind of thinking like, man, like I feel like it's Bobby Kotick and the shareholder culture which is making Blizzard sort of rupture. And I just kind of thought like, well, if they're part of Microsoft, they'd be free of that shareholder culture where, you know, Xbox is kind of a force unto itself. But Mikey Barr's kind of turned it around. So, you know, Diablo's amazing. I know everyone's mad about Overwatch, but I don't care. I really enjoy it. World of Warcraft's probably better than it's been in 10 years. So now I just don't care. You know, Xbox have it, whatever. Blizzard's doing all right now, so I don't really care what happens. But yeah, we'll see.
Certainly we'll be waiting a while to find out. All right, next up, last bit of news here, then it's all predictions, what games we're playing, your questions, so get ready. Coming soon to Xbox Game Pass, June 1st, you get Car Mechanic Simulator 2021 on console, PC, and cloud. You get Slayer's X-Terminal Aftermath, Vengeance of the Slayer, which is coming to console, PC, and cloud. And then you also get The Big Con on console, PC, and cloud. Then June 6th, you get Amnesia: The Bunker on console, PC, and cloud. June 8th, you get Rune Factory 4 Special, which is console, PC, and cloud. Stacking is June 8th as well, console and cloud. And then Dordogne is coming out on console, PC, and cloud. So little quiet heading up into this here showcase. Not too bad, though, but I'm sure June 11th, we will learn about a lot more games hitting Game Pass. But that's what's happening for the first half of June. Gents, anything sticking out to you, or shall we move on to what games we're playing?
Car Mechanics. Can't wait. I'm just joking.
Yes, sir.
Not only that, Car Mechanics Simulator 2021. It's not even like the 2022 version or 2023 version. Couldn't even
like playing MLB The Show 17.
The people at Game Pass couldn't even spring for the extra money for the newer version.
Red, I feel like a second class citizen. I didn't get the latest, the hottest.
I don't know.
Budget is tight, man. Budget's tight.
This drop has got to be one of the lower ones of the year. Maybe. Hopefully they got some surprises in store for June 11th or something, because
Room Factory 4, I'm low key kind of okay. Xbox, like that's a good one. But otherwise, yeah. I'm definitely not going to play it, but it's nice to see on the list. Speaking of playing, gentlemen, let's talk about what games you're playing, because we have a very diverse list here, I imagine, of the best and the worst the industry seemingly has to offer. I hope you don't mind. Normally, I just let the guests go first. I would like to get mine out of the way, off my chest, because Arcade128 writes in, "Hello, Dukes and the X2 Bros. I have to ask specifically, my man Maddie, did you enjoy Gollum, the 2023's PS2 Game of the Year? I watched your review of it. It was surprised a game of that quality released, and with the devs making an I'm sorry post among the ever-growing sea of them. What do you four think? And how can we prevent lesser games like these from releasing? Our general was out of commission, but we held the line kind of day." All right, so yeah, I had to. I put it. Here's my cursed existence. Put in a review request for Diablo back when the beta happened. Followed up like 4 fucking times. That was a whole nightmare unto itself. Put in a request early for Street Fighter. Put in a request for Gollum. Put a request in for Bolt Gun. I think one other, and I only got Gollum. And I was like, that's some shit right there, man. Because I saw from a mile away this shit was gonna suck. But I call it Lord of the Rings Gomegalolum because it's a fucking joke, man. Like, this game is terrible. So first and foremost, like Arkane wrote, PS2 Game of the Year is probably being a little bit generous, man, because like the PS2 stink is real. I mean, it's very clear that they had contract workers who literally didn't want their name on this, so they pulled out of the project and was like, no, you ain't using my assets. Because the art polish in reverse here, if you look at the alpha versus the final product, like look at the Gollum trying to convince himself type of moment where it's like him and Smeagol arguing. It's fucking night and day, dude. I don't know what was going on in pre-alpha versus what we have here in the final product, but it's awful. Like, I'm not a graphic stickler at all. I'm sure people have known that for a while. I'm very art style driven. And of course, as someone who's loved Bethesda Game Studios titles my whole life, like, they're not showy games. They're more about scale and scope and other things that drag my interest. So I don't crank on graphics, but this is embarrassingly bad. Like, even the Gollum model got worse. Everything about this game got worse. And I mean, it just goes to show what I said when it was first announced. I'm like, what the fuck are we going to do in this game? And the reason this game is a failure is strictly because of the fact that, okay, the way I would put it is this. There's a moment in design where you're like, okay, we have an idea factory. What do we want to do when you play this game? Like, what would be a really cool, fun thing? And as far as I'm concerned, all Gollum can do is jump, walk, and sound like a moron. And so what do you do in the game? But walk, jump, and hear this dude fucking talk to himself for 10 hours.
Yes, the precious.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm a little biased. I love Lord of the Rings, love the Middle-earth series. Dude creeps me out. So already I'm coming in a little biased, but I was willing to have my Guardians of the Galaxy moment, right? Like, when I played Guardians of the Galaxy, I didn't dislike it this much, but I wasn't like crazy about it. I was like, I get why people like it. I haven't just resonated with it. Like, yeah, Band of Misfits, cool. But I played the game, saw the human elements. I was like, you know what? That was great. And they have this like one mechanic that I feel could have sold me on the experience, but it's woefully undercooked, where Gollum and Smeagol are having this argument, and it's kind of like a choice and consequence moment. And so the choice I got to, because I dropped the game in 2 hours, it's that bad, is I have this beetle in front of me. And it's like, do you want to go capture the beetle, Gollum, or do you want to hide? And so I'm like, well, I'm going to go full Gollum this playthrough. Go capture the beetle. So it's this awkward, silent cutscene. He's just jumping around, trying to grab the beetle. And then this fucking dragon comes out of nowhere, and the cutscene just ends. It's so stitched together. It's blatantly stitched together. It's a messy project. And get this. Turns out Daedalic, the team behind this, I think publisher, I didn't do my research on the developer. I really never want to see him again. But they're making a second Lord of the Rings game, dude. How does this happen? I don't know who owns the license now? If I'm Embracer, I see it. Rip the fucking contract up, dude. You cannot You cannot double dip on this. There's no way. This game was strictly put out for this reason, Arkane. It was put out because they invested enough resources in it where they said, we got to get something back. It is now officially the lowest reviewed game for this year. And we got Redfall this year, dog. We got Redfall this year. And it got one-upped in less than a month. That's fucking impressive. I don't know how they did this, but that's the game I played this week. That's the game I had the opportunity to sit down. I've had limited time. I'm putting a lot of stuff together for our game. So I had one window. And this is the shit I got. This is fucking unbelievable, man. So I moved on pretty quickly. I messed around in a positive note. I messed around with Zelda. I think it may be coming to an end soon for me with Zelda.
Oh, wow.
Not because I'm near the end, but just because the awe and wonder is wearing off, as it will with any game as you get into the loop. Now I'm just starting to realize they didn't really implement any quality of life enhancements to the actual tedious parts of the loop. So I'm kind of falling out of love with it, where I don't want to gear up, collect resources, break 8,000 weapons on my journey from one shrine to the next. And I know it's an easy target on the weapon degradation. I was a defender of it, but I think in this game it's arguably worse, where it is a chore to get started, in my opinion. And when the end goal is how creative can I get with this sandbox here, it's like even opening a door at times. It's like, just Nintendo, let me walk through the fucking door. Let me walk through, man. But no, it's like, no, you got to stop this. Got to drag this here, this elemental interaction here. I'm just like, bro, just let me in. Yo, that like, let me in. That video, that's me at times with this game. I just want to play. And at times it's just like I'm preparing so long. It reminds me a bit of how I felt towards the end of my playthrough of Divinity Original Sin 2. Just every time you sit down, it's like gearing up, warming up. It's like, okay, now let's play after 3 hours of all that shit. So it's funny. I saw a comment saying, Maddie's going to complain about this stuff for Zelda, but when Starfield comes around, he's going to love that. And guess what? You're right, motherfucker, because I like open world RPGs. And this has been a great lesson for me on what kind of open worlds stick with me. I was wondering, why wasn't like Horizon, for example, calling my name? Like at first I was like, maybe I'm just not into PlayStation style games, but I think it's just open world action adventure games can only hold me for so long. Like I had a great 30 hours with Zelda, but that's about all I got for Zelda now. And I'm considering moving on. Disco Elysium came in the mail. Remember I ordered it on the crossover cog, came in the mail, and dude, it's been calling my name. So I'm eyeing it down. I'm hesitant to start anything because I don't know if Xbox is going to pull out a shadow drop or something, but
you can wait to
this is going to be my good buddy during the move. I'm going to need a Switch game because that Switch is not going in a box. It's coming with me. I need something to do. So I'm thinking this is going to be a good time to start it up. But I don't want to eat too much of the showtime here and just spread that negative juju. So that's what I've been playing. Jez, I'd like to kick it to you because I think you've been enjoying something quite a bit, and I'd love to hear some more about it. I'm a little envious of you, in your review process versus mine. But tell us, friend, what have you been enjoying this last week?
Man, last week dude, this is
sorry, my bad. You got it for a month?
Pretty much.
Okay,
3 weeks. It's the longest review period for a game I think I've ever had. And there's that whole meme now where it's like, Redfall dropped the review code like 2 days before launch. And like some other games, like they drop the review code on you, like, oh yeah, the embargo's in 12 hours or something, because they want to bury the reviews. But Blizzard's just like, nah, here you go, full access, almost a month before launch, So I'm just like, well, you just know it's going to be good when they give you a full bloody month. But it's a good job they did give us a full bloody month, because almost a full month, because the game is just absolutely massive. Now, like, just to get my reservations out the way, in a way, it's too massive. So, like, once you get to, like, about, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 hours, you start seeing the same mobs again, you start seeing the same events and bosses again. But that was pretty much my only criticism. And, like, I've spoken to someone on the dev team, and they said, like, some of the fleshing out of the dungeon stuff is going to be part of the live service. but it does feel like the world design team was just like, we'll make a massive world, and then the combat team was like, how are we going to fill this in the space of time we've got? So there is a lot of like different colored like t-shirts of bandits, you know. I think there's like 5 or 6 different colored t-shirt bandit, you know. So, but that's pretty much the only criticism I had of the game. The combat is just, I can't believe how many combinations of character customization you can pull off. You know, I was like, I'll be a werebear druid, and then, you know, halfway through you start unlocking legendaries which completely change your class. So like now my abilities not only werebear abilities, but now they spawn earthquakes out of the ground that you just blow everything up, you know, and you can just the art in the combat is just so good. Combat feels so reactive. The way, you know, enemies explode into blood and gore, but it's not just that. It's like some stuff that I didn't really see any other reviewers notice, but the way projected textures work in the game is like, so it feels so advanced. Like if you're standing in like a shallow river or something and use an earthquake ability, it pushes all the water aside. You know, I've never seen a game do that before.
Nice.
Like the physics-based puddles just, you know, get pushed, all the water gets pushed away. Or like if you're in the snow or something, your abilities like create tessellation where your attacks have, you know, pushed all the snow away. And it's just this sense of feedback that just is years ahead of any other action RPG. So the combat's just immaculate. But the real sort of unexpected joy for Diablo for me was the story. Like, it just blows my mind that, yeah, because some of the reviews I read, like they were just like, the story's thin, and I was like, did we play the same game? You know, because like story's never the focus of an action RPG. You know, historically speaking. And a lot of Diablo players are just gonna skip through the story because it's about the race, it's about leaderboards and all that kind of stuff, right? But the story's absolutely incredible. The characters are absolutely the Hollywood grade voice acting, and some of the twists and turns. Like it's one of the only story games I've played in the last decade where I felt like I didn't know what was happening in the sense that it was unpredictable. Like like a lot of the tropes you expect to see are thrown out the window, especially villain tropes. Like Lilith is just a really complicated villain, and I think a lot of games just like I've criticized Ubisoft a lot for this. They follow this sort of template, you know, about what a villain is and stuff like that. But Blizzard's just like, nah, we're just going to be like, this is going to be grey. You know, there's good and evil, kind of like. They throw all that out the window. So it's sort of like you really have to sort of. I'm sure a lot of people will be like, well, who is really the villain here? You know, who are the villains? I'm not quite sure because some of the things she says kind of make sense. But then again, she is murdering people not constantly, so it's kind of like, you know, I can see why you know she has a cult now and she's charismatic. So and she gets in your head, like because in the game she's like mind controlling people and stuff, but through the character delivery she actually gets in the player's head too. And I was just kind of thinking like, man, maybe she's right. Wait, no, she's evil. She's a demon, you know. And I was just kind of mind blown by the mind games that the story played with you. So I love the layered story as well. And I didn't expect the story to be one of the things that I love most about the game. And then there's the graphics, immaculate audio, dynamic audio. One of the things, and I'll just wrap it up quickly with, I got to shout out the music team, because one of the things the game does is the music kind of follows that procedural tradition that Diablo has, like the randomized dungeons and stuff like that, because the music is randomized. So like you'll hear the same orchestral score, but instead of like flutes playing in one section, the melody for that part of the score will now be played by strings. And instead of the percussion being like regular drums, now it's a different kind of drum. So, and it randomizes what instruments are playing the score the next time you enter the area. So it always feels a little bit different. It's just, there's so much thought gone into this game, so much love, and I was just blown away. I haven't felt this way about a game probably since Red Dead Redemption 2 or Witcher 3 in terms of the sheer quality level of the game. It's been a long time, and I just think it's incredible. I think it's immaculate. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And that's without endgame. That's without battle passes, which I know is controversial. That's without monetization. None of that stuff. I didn't touch endgame really, and I've said that I'm going to review that separately because we don't know what's going to happen, how egregious it'll be. But just as a $70 start to finish action RPG, I just thought it was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Love to hear that, especially the story stuff, because I thought the production values from the beta were really impressive. Like when they brought the camera in, and
no game does that. No action RPG does that. Right?
Yeah, it's really impressive how they're carrying it forward. So I'm very excited. I got my code for the pre-order window, so I'm going to be starting as we record this tomorrow night when the unlock happens, provided the servers let me in, which I am not super hopeful of if the beta was anything to go off of, but they did a lot of stress tests, so we'll see. But awesome to hear Diablo 4 is delivering. Cog, let's bounce to you. We'll go back and forth between the two shows. What have you been up to, sir?
Besides being hospitalized, the few times I got a chance to play, I want to shout out Luke Bernard. Colin had him on a while ago, and he came out with he was developing a game called A Light in the Darkness, and it's kind of like a story told from a child's perspective during the Holocaust, and kind of based, I believe it's loosely based on a book of the same name. But, it's currently right now, it's on PlayStation. It's free. It's on PlayStation right now. But I did get a chance to speak to Luke, and it is coming to Xbox. But highly recommend. It's nothing, I'll just get out the bat. It's like nothing complex. And it does have its little bit of issues. It's a little very slow paced in the beginning. But it's pretty much just showing you the perspective of this family. And if you take off a little boy in there and they're going through their day-to-day of how life was, during Germany at that time and when the events, start to unfold. But it's done in a very subtle way from, their perspective. And I love the art style. It's a very childlike art style, but the eyes are very kind of like saddened and kind of stuff. But it's important. It's important. I wouldn't consider it like a documentary or something like that, but they do talk about important, moments in the Holocaust. So I thought so far what I've done, played is well done. I gave some feedback and some things I did have some issues with, but I feel it's important to not talk about, to miss out on these things of stuff that kind of happened in our history. So Light in the Darkness, go check that out. And then last is, of course, Destiny, of course. New season of the Deep is out. Already narratively way better. This is the A-team that did Witch Queen story, the story of Savathun, what's going on that. And they're really finally tying in what the hell was happening in Lightfall, which everybody was pissed off about narratively. And no disrespect to that team, but it was a very new team. So now it makes sense because with Marathon now out, and I'm seeing a lot of senior level development people on Marathon, it made sense why Lightfall almost felt like something that was added last minute just as a stopgap while they get towards the final shape, which we know will kind of be their Infinity, end game kind of thing. So so far so good. Love season. Dungeon came out and the story is really decent. So that's pretty much what I've got a chance to play. What about the man with the million, man? What he been doing? He's asleep.
Is he asleep? His mic is muted. It's been muted this whole time. I was just wondering.
Sorry.
So
I finished playing Alana twice.
Woo!
Wait, twice? Whoa. Oh,
well, there's an achievement for beating the game without dying. So I had to go back and do that. And I had to beat it twice because I had to make up for Jez never beating anything. So, had to do it. Because I know Jez isn't going to play this game. So I was like, all right, well, let me do this twice. I loved it. I love Planet of Lana. I thought it was great.
Simulators, we've established this.
Walking simulators. Diablo is just a point and click simulator.
Oh, you're coming from Jez.
Is it not? That. You just point and click and just stuff dies. Is it not?
Feels skill, good,
bro. Takes skill.
Okay, sure it does. Does it take skill on World Tier 1 like you played it on?
Oh, man.
I had World Tier 2. I did my whole review on World Tier 2.
The normal setting? Mm-hmm.
You can't do it higher than World Tier 2. You can only unlock World Tier 3 after you complete the game.
Cog, you going to take this from him? He's always calls these type of games like Inside and Little Nightmares and Limbo as like lesser experiences because they're side-scrolling. It's like, oh, it's just a walking sim. You know?
I will say it's very artistic. Some people consider it artsy fartsy. I can't go at him because he played Diablo. I love Diablo.
Wow, so and he gave it a 5 out of 5. Shocker! Surprise, surprise! Game I've been looking forward to for forever. He gives a perfect score to. I'm shocked.
Maddie knows it warms my heart just to hear him say Diablo with his accent. It warms my heart. So, Diablo. Say it one more time for me, Jez. What are you playing right now, Jez? You gotta give me the accent. Now? Yes, what game is it? What was the name of
that game? Diablo.
Diablo. Well, back to Rand. No, Rand. Remember we talked, and I was like, bro, and I was like, please play Planet of Lana. Please, I pleaded with Rand. I was like, please. He's like, yo, I'm gonna get to it, and I'm so happy to see you enjoying it. But
it's a great game. It's a great game. It's I love games like Inside and Little Nightmares, Limbo, like that sort of style of game. So I knew from watching the trailers, Planet Lana was very similar. Although this one is more puzzle focused because you do have the extra character with you that follows you along to like drop ropes to you and help solve puzzles or get past enemies. So I will say
would love Mooey. Not to cut you, I'm sorry. Jez would love Mooey.
Jez would love
Mooey. Love it. Because Jez likes 808 from Hi-Fi Rush. He would love me. This would be the walking simulator that he would actually like.
No, I do like Inside and Little Nightmares. I complete both of those. Like Planet of Lana looks okay.
It's not as good as the other ones.
It looks
there are some things.
I like Little Nightmares Inside because they're kind of bleak and depressing. That's kind of my style. Planet Lana looks colorful and happy.
Tell him, Rand. Tell him.
I mean, I will say Planet Lana is not as good as those. It doesn't outstay its welcome, so it's like 3.5 hours, depending how long you get stuck on some of the puzzles.
It's only 3.5?
Yeah, it's not a long game.
Oh wow, Kyle, you said like 8, right?
I played like 5, 6, but I don't remember it being that short. I looked at my time playing.
Were the puzzles stopping you a little bit?
I think one did for sure. That one that was that instrument thing.
The instrument one, yeah.
Oh, that could not stand that one. That was the only one I didn't like. Everything else I felt was fair for the most part, or I at least understood what I needed to do. But my playthrough.
I want to say my first playthrough.
I checked was 5, 6.
Between 3.5 and 4.
Well, he's just a savant. This is the million.
This is a god tier gamer here. We're all having skill issues and rants.
I do not remember it being that quick at all. I remember starting that game. Okay, continue. Let me not interrupt.
Well, listen, I didn't think the game outstayed its welcome because there are some puzzles it does repeat. Because there's not many there's not a lot of things you can do with the gameplay mechanics that the game has of like having Mooey stop or follow you or have him jump up on a ledge because you can control him, but you can't really send him that far away from you, and it's kind of awkward to use. So there's not many puzzles you could build around that, and it's very apparent because they repeat some of those puzzles quite often. And I could see if the game was a little bit longer, that might frustrate people, as well as like Lana walks slow, and Lana climbs slow. And in a game where you're walking constantly and you're climbing constantly, I could see some people getting frustrated. Like, come on, kid, speed it up. You got these robots chasing after you. They're gonna kill you, so hurry up. But yeah, no, I really recommend it. Especially if you enjoy the other games mentioned. And so much so that I went and I played through it again, and I wanted to do it without dying because there are robots that will kill you. There's jumps that will kill you if you don't do it perfectly and stuff. So there's that. And then last night I was like, okay, I want to play something, but I got Street Fighter 6 coming up. There's Diablo 4 coming up. I don't want to start.
You're a day one for that. I didn't know you'd be into Street Fighter.
Well, there's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to get Street Fighter. I was thinking about it, but then I was like, should I get the digital deluxe for Diablo and play it early? You know. So I was like, I don't want to start a long game. So I played one of those Dark Pictures anthology games. The one from a couple years ago, House of Ashes. Because I do like the Dark Pictures game. I like supermassive games. So I played this one
since what was Until
Man of Medan?
Dawn? The PS4 one.
The PS4 exclusive.
That had like they used like the most common male and female names for all the characters. Yeah. That game was surprisingly great too. I remember picking that up on a whim.
It was good. And they still haven't hit that high. The Quarry was good. It's probably their best one since Until Dawn. And the Dark Pictures games are serviceable. They're okay. I think this one was 5 hours long.
Okay.
There's not really much to it because you just make choices, dialogue choices, and you do your QTEs to either save your characters or not. And when you do have control of the characters, you just walk around and either find items or just walk to the end to interact with something to end the scene. So there's actually not much gameplay. So it's more just like an interactive movie. And I thought, as you know, the plot of, hey, we're in 2003 Iraq during Saddam Hussein and all that stuff, and we found this underground temple dating back to 2300 BC with vampires, because these sort of games always have a spin on some lore. Like Quarry was about werewolves. The Until Dawn was about Wendigos, I believe. So they always kind of pick some sort of folklore, and this one was about vampires. And I thought it was enjoyable. It was a 5-hour experience. It was like, all right, cool. You know, I'm glad I played it. It's nothing special.
Are they scary?
None of these games aren't scary. Yeah. You know, so
you got balls of steel.
That's what I'm looking forward to playing Diablo 4, to see what Jez is saying. Like, Jez been hyping that game up to me, very much in the same vein, Maddie, that he was hyping up the PlayStation Showcase on Twitter.
Oh no!
You know, so
I don't understand this. Right? Everyone says to me that Jez, you were overhyping the PlayStation Show, and I'm just like, dudes, it was a great show for Xbox fans.
You had me in the first half. I was gonna clear my throat, make a face, but then okay.
That was impeccable timing.
I actually enjoyed the show. I haven't watched a PlayStation show in years because they're usually on at like in the middle of the night for me or really late. But I was awake and it was on, and I just thought, yeah, I'll watch it. And I enjoyed it. They showed me a lot of games I'm very interested in. Just so happens very little of them.
They showed you a lot of computer-generated imagery that you're interested in. You mean, bro?
Jez was sweating about Metal Gear Solid 3 remake being there.
I was, yeah.
He was
when I asked
hard.
I put out a tweet. I'm like, "What are you guys looking forward to?" Jez is like, "Metal Gear Solid 3." So I hope I'm right.
But I was like, I'm always nervous because I was like 99% sure it was going to be there, but it was you never know, you know, things can get pulled at the last minute for some reason. Yeah. And I've just kind of like really always when I'm just waiting for a leak to come.
See, I don't have the pressure.
It's always nerve-wracking.
My only leak this year is Forza Horizon or Motorsport coming out in October. We'll see if that ends up being true. But like, if I'm wrong, it's Forza. We're fine. Who's gonna come for me? No, I'm kidding. But
I'm gonna put a report on Windows Central right now that says Mr. Matty plays Forza exclusive.
It's all right. Go for it.
Confirmed. Insider, Mr. Matty plays.
Yes, sir. We know how it goes.
Before we move on to the next segment, though,
please.
I want to because we're talking about what we've been playing, right? I want to give a quick shout out to Bolt Gun. Have any of you guys played this?
I really want to.
I played it for about an hour this afternoon, so I haven't really played a lot of it, but it's like one of these so-called boomer shooters, they're calling them now.
I love that genre name.
So yeah, some people in my comment system were calling us ageist for using that term. And I'm like, wow, that's very sensitive of you. But yeah, boomer shooters, as they call them, which I grew up playing in the 90s, as I'm sure everyone here except Mr. Matty experience because he was born like about 18 years ago.
I talked about the Diablo games at Retro Rebound, and I was talking about Diablo 1. I said, you're gonna have to pardon me. I said, this was 2 years after I was born. I was still finding my way in this world.
But yeah, Bolt Gun is like, if you played like the original Duke Nukem or any of these sort of classic shooters, it's really fun. It's kind of it's not quite as advanced as I'd say Proteus. Like Proteus, I really kind of feel like Proteus took that sort of retro modernism to the next level. But it's really, really cool game. I'm not a big Warhammer guy, but it's super violent, it's really satisfying combat. The music's really good too, and so $16. I was like,
wow.
I was looking it up. 16 quid, so it's about $20, I guess. I was like, how much is this game? And it's on the store, and it's like 16 quid. And I was like, yeah, I'll cop that. It's 16 quid. That's nothing. That's like, what Rand uses for toilet paper, so.
That's a premium line.
I flipped that straight into my games library as one of the other massive backlog games that I'll probably never finish. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and it's worth checking out if you're into shooters.
Yes, I like that we're going back to that stuff, because contrary to my age, Jazz, I did, thanks to the Xbox Live Arcade, I remember playing a lot of Doom 1 and 2. I enjoyed that a lot. Shout out to Xbox for that, because I probably wouldn't have played it otherwise. So that was my introduction. I was holding the Xenon playing Doom for the first time.
Back compact's critical for my boy right now.
Very critical.
It's like a museum. Let me stop.
All right, we're going to take the warm-up questions. We've scattered them about. Some are here in the middle of the showcase predictions. Some are in the ending questions. What I want to do is just leave as much room as possible for the conversation to take place. This is obviously the main meat of our show. So I apologize for those who are very much about the sturdy structure of defining Duke. I'm breaking it apart because what I say goes here. So let's start off with the Xbox showcase predictions for 2023, shall we? This is in alphabetical order, -2. Strictly because they're the two locked-in guarantees that have been confirmed by either Xbox or the developer, being Bethesda Game Studios with Starfield and then Turn 10 with Forza Motorsport. So let's talk Bethesda Game Studios, developers of Starfield, Fallout, Elder Scrolls. We have other Bethesda studios we'll talk about on this list, so fret not if anyone's wondering what we think about the likes of Wolfenstein and new Doom, Quake, and so on. We'll get to all of that. But Bethesda Game Studios, we know, is going to have a massive presence in the terms of Starfield. And I think this is a good time to do a gut check on what we expect to see. Because one thing Todd said recently when we got the release date was there's so much we haven't seen. And I wonder what that is. And of course, the FPS predictions, we should probably lock those in now, 30 or 60, that type of stuff. I want to kick to Rand first. Rand, how are we feeling about Starfield? And do we expect, of course, this is where we can go hog wild. Do we expect more presence from BGS? Like a Fallout.
You think more presence from Todd's studio in particular?
Yeah,
that
maybe
sort of thing.
Other IP. I don't know.
Oh,
take it away.
Yeah. All right. So Starfield Direct. Now we don't know the exact timing. We don't know how long the Xbox showcase is or how long the Starfield Direct is. We assume it's going to be split between hour and a half for the Xbox show, 30 minutes for the Starfield Direct. But we've seen a lot of Starfield already. I feel like we've seen a good the showcase last year. Wasn't like a 10-minute trailer, or
it was about 15 minutes. Yeah.
So I mean, we've seen a good chunk of Starfield. So it makes me wonder just what exactly more of it, how much more of it we're going to see. I'm down for it. Todd knows what he's doing. He always puts on good presentations, even though I may not be interested in whatever he's talking about. I'm really looking forward to this game because I'm a nut for sci-fi. Sci-fi speaks to me. I know I'm not the biggest Fallout fan because I don't like post-apocalyptic stuff, but Elder Scrolls fantasy and sci-fi stuff, it just really vibes with me. So I'm vibing with Starfield. And as for the frame rate discussion, this is an interesting one because I can see it going one of two ways. The realist in me, the brain in me is just like, it's 30 frames, right? Doesn't matter. It's 30 frames. Todd's talked about that. Bethesda games are different from any other game in the industry. I know the Series X and the power and all that. How could it not run at 60? But like every item, and usually Bethesda games are interactable of some manner. So like that takes the physics and all that stuff. It's like, it's doing a lot, right? So it's like, part of me is just like, all right, it's 30. And if it's 30, then whatever. I'm not disappointed because that's what I expected the whole time. And they never showed it to us in any other frame rate, unlike Redfall, where they showed it to us in 60 multiple times.
Shout out to the marketers.
But then there's a part of me that also thinks, well, Phil was explicitly asked about the frame rate during Kind of Funny's interview, where Snowbike Mike asked him, hey, 30 frames, are we going to know the frame rate of Starfield? And Phil's like, yeah.
That's all he gave us.
Right? Yes. He says, yeah, you're going to know. But there's a part of me that's like, are they really going to have Todd or somebody out there talking about the game and then bring up the frame rate and then say on PC, it's whatever your PC can handle, right? But on console, it's going to be stuck at 30. I feel like that would sort of bring down some of the enthusiasm behind the title if you were going to just come out and be like, oh, it's 30 frames. Granted, transparent way up front, but I feel like that announcement would just be like, oh, really? But if you were actually going to do that announcement, wouldn't it be cool if you're like, hey, I'm pleased to announce that we have a performance mode on the Series X that's going to target 60. Not necessarily may not get to 60, but may target 60. may have that, Star Wars Jedi Survivor performance mode, right?
We can target, man. We can shoot for the stars, literally.
And people will be like, oh, yeah, So I could see those two scenarios. The one I'm going to go with is I think it's stuck at 60 on the 30. I think it's stuck at 30 on the consoles. And even still, like, feels like we got in there early. We got ATG, Advanced Technology Group, in to help. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, man, you got them in early to help, and you could still only get it to 30, and maybe not even. It's just like there's a part of me that's like, maybe it's 60. Maybe that's the surprise. My head is telling me, no. Stick with 30 because you won't be disappointed if it is 30. If it's 60, it'll be a surprise. And it'll be really, really welcomed. So that's kind of what my thoughts on Starfield. Can't wait to see more.
Yeah, I just that interview quote from Lex is burned in my head where he's like, we typically, target like fidelity, interaction. He's like, we're fine with our games at 30. I'm like, oh no, he's prepping the bomb here. He's winding up. It's the warning shot, man. It's the warning shot that's coming in. So I'm fully expecting 30. Like my expectations are firmly there. And in fairness, yes, that's what they showed us. Like, it's not like with Redfall where they showed us something else. If we get 30 at the starting point, I always said that I think with Starfield, if it ends up being 30, that this shouldn't be a major discussion like what we saw with Redfall. It may end up being that way, but I anticipate because Starfield looks far more ambitious compared to Redfall that people will be more understanding of it. But if they could find a way to get it at 60, I mean, no doubt it'll give them some serious momentum. And Rand, I really like your point. Like, it would be kind of weird. Are you going to learn during the showcase that what the frame rate is? And he says yes. So the idea of them hanging themselves out to dry is hard to believe. But at the same time, after Redfall, Phil's just talking constantly. We got to be more transparent. It's like, yeah, you might have to shoot yourself in the foot because obviously the fallout from Redfall spoke for itself. Like, you don't want to go out and have to do that again. Obviously that went beyond the frame rate, more into the quality of the product. But Cog, I know we've discussed it a ton. Of course, what do you feel about Starfield? What do you feel we're going to see? And your FPS prediction, sir. It is time to lock it in.
Yeah, we're here, man. We're here. This is my most anticipated game. Like Rand said beautifully, like, I'm such a sci-fi nut. I'm such a Bethesda nut. It's been so long since I've had that A-tier Todd, game. Every one of them since Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. Those are my babies. So I know what I'm getting into. This seems extremely ambitious. Look, my main thing is just show well. This is going to be the theme from COG today. Show well. Show us gameplay that looks interesting or dynamic. And as far as the frames, look, I've been consistent. To me, Todd has been. I listen to Todd. He's been consistent with the style of games that he likes and what he values. And to him, seeing the detail on every cup and all that other stuff is something that he truly looks forward to in Bethesda games, and the fact that interactability with everything, right, and the systems. And to your point, Maddie, I think people will be forgiving once if they can showcase the complexity of these systems, you know what I mean? And why, look how the scope is, look what you're doing. You're flying to this planet. You're doing this, you're coming down, you're colonizing, look at the dialogue, the combat. And if they could pull it off and you go, wow, you could do all these things in this game, right? People will be forgiven. Now, to Rand's point, I will say the only thing that Rand said that really resonated with me, that gave me a little hope at a potential performance mode, is if Phil is to say in the Kind of Funny interview, you will know at the showcase. In the era of transparency and in the era of coming off a post Redfall not 60 world, right? It is interesting to me that he says that, but it's like, if it's 30, which I feel it's good in my heart, it would be, do you say it's 30 frames per second in a showcase? You know what I mean? It seems a bit weird, especially if it's not a bonus. So the only hope would be that there is a performance-ish kind of mode on the X. Sorry, little man. I don't know.
Little man's getting left behind.
Little man, I love you, but I don't know, man. That's a big ask based on what's going on now in the world. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm literally with Rand. The mind says, Cog, this is a 30 frames per second Bethesda immersive Western RPG role-playing experience with sci-fi, deep sci-fi, and all the stuff that you love. And hope that there's a performance mode. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm excited though, regardless. This is hoping one of my most anticipated games. And I am curious for Mr. Ches Gordon's thoughts as well, as where he's at with this whole thing. I don't think I get a chance to talk a lot of Starfield with him.
I think it's going to be 120 frames per second. Nah, I actually think they'll get it at 60.
Oh,
okay. I think they're going to. I'm going to be contrarian. I think they're going to get it at 60. I think like one of the things we saw with Cyberpunk when it launched on the Xbox Series S and the PS4 and the Xbox One was to get the game running, they had to strip out some of the interactivity. And I don't know if you guys remember, they've rolled some of it back in now, I think. But for example, there's less crowds and less NPCs in the lower end versions of Cyberpunk, and that actually added a crowd slider, I think, on PC. So like if you've got a potato, you can turn off the crowds and stuff like that. I think maybe there's something they could do there with Starfield, where it's like, and Fallout 76 does this as well. Fallout 76 is less interactive than a lot of the creation engine games because it's using CPU overhead for the online world, right? So some of those objects that would be ragdoll would have physics. They don't. You can pick them up and you can loot them, but they're just sort of stack objects. So I'm thinking like maybe in the performance mode they can do something where they make all those space watermelons, make them static objects or something, so the physics is stripped out so they can use that for the frame rate stuff, because I can't help but feel like they wouldn't be teasing it and bringing it up if it was going to be bad news. I think like if it was going to be bad news, they get ahead of it, especially after Redfall. This is me being optimistic for a change, but I think there is going to be a performance. I think there is going to be a 60 frame. I'm gonna. Yeah.
All right.
So you're giving me hope today, man.
I'm loving the energy.
Give me hope.
Yeah. We've done a little bit of a role reversal,
right?
I'm just hoping Starfield really does show out. I mean, this is the game that a lot of people have their hearts set on. There's no doubt about it. Like Redfall was a serious blow, but like they have to sort of have a moment in this where it's that whoa. Like I'm predicting definitely. Of course, we're going to get that collector's edition. We already had a leak that there's going to be a headset, a controller from Billy Coon. So I think I don't want to say take it to the bank, but that he's been pretty reliable as of lately. So you're probably going to get that. And there was a trademark for Giant Monster News again, which has been live since 2012 and was recently resubmitted. Their spy team. So I'm predicting, I think there's going to be a mobile game tie-in to Starfield to kind of accelerate some of that marketing, a la Fallout Shelter, a la Elder Scrolls Blades. Something here to give it a little boost, a little juice to keep it in to obtain the mind share, if you will, because Starfield is new. And I don't know why the rule wouldn't apply for something like Starfield, which needs as much as it can get in my eyes. Maybe I'm wrong, compared to something like, I would say, Fallout 4, which you know what Fallout's going to be. They could have just shown Fallout 4 and just that would have been it. Maybe it's just a special moment and I'm overthinking it, but I do think there's going to be some type of tie-in material here that's going to get people ready for that. But beyond that, obviously, Bethesda Game Studios, developers of the Fallout franchise, Bruce the Genetic Jackhammer Rando writes in. It says, "Hey guys, all I ever want when Bethesda is involved is something Fallout. So I ask all of you, what's more likely? A small spin-off game set in the Fallout universe, games like Shelter also count, New Vegas 2, or a remake of the original, or no mention of Fallout at all, keeping in mind Fallout 76 still exists," which, by the way, 76 by now usually has its roadmap out, typically like March, April, the latest. Still no 2023 roadmap. Now that could just be a sign that the game's on its last legs, like I said a while ago. But when I retreated on that because Bethesda recommitted and said we're doing this for another 5 years at least. So I imagine they got something cooking. This could be a good place to show it. But gentlemen, we already know my answer. I'm going to spare the audience. Let's kick it to the realist, Rand. Let's see what Rand the realist has to say here. Rand, Fallout, yay or nay? And if so. Is
it Fallout 76? Is it Fallout something else? Or just any Fallout in general?
This is predictions. I want to hear what you think if Fallout's here. It could just be no, but if Fallout is here, I got to hear from you, the man who's delivering the facts.
Randall Inside.
Well, okay, so the way they've angled the showcase, calling it Xbox Game Showcase, put in my mind, okay, Bethesda's not part of the title. Maybe Bethesda's not there. Right. Well, Starfield, sure, they got the direct. Redfall's out. Nobody ever wants to hear from Redfall ever again. Right.
Yes. So
it's like, okay, what else? What else do they have? But then if you go on their Xbox.com for their webpage for the showcase, they mention new games from Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda. So that's like kind of the first mention that Bethesda included in it, and I don't know what to think, but I do know, like you mentioned. Maybe our buddy Pete Hines gets up there and is like, hey, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76. See you next year for our typical segment on this. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Fallout 4 Next Gen Update makes an appearance here. To maybe date it, to show it off, to maybe announce the release date close to the Fallout TV show. Hell, what if they have the first trailer for the Fallout TV show at this Xbox Game Showcase? They pull a PlayStation.
I'm Team Cog on this. I think I know where you're going, Cog.
You know,
if friend,
I'm just throwing things out there.
If they show a damn movie trailer at a game showcase after the
vitriol
that PlayStation just went,
what about a TV show trailer?
They co-signed it, but it's my game, so it's cool.
No, I'm with you. I think the Fallout TV show is going to be big enough to stand on its own. Xbox doesn't need to put it on their own stage. If they didn't put the Halo show, did they put the Halo show on their stage before?
No.
Yeah, like if they didn't do that, although I don't know, the way they treated Halo fucking baffles me. So, but I imagine because that wasn't at their show in any capacity, I don't think Fallout.
Do we know when the Fallout TV show is coming? Like, do we know a time frame?
They finished filming at the end of March. So the season 1 is done. It's recorded. We're definitely going to get a trailer this year. I'm pretty sure that's a guarantee. They haven't said, but...
Oh, God, could you imagine if it's at the showcase?
I might pop for it. I don't know.
You would.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of the broader gamer here. I'm trying to be fair. And I would rather... You know, Bethesda, I know you love me so much and you just want to address my concerns with Fallout and just get it in there in any way, shape, or form. But let's wait till after, right? Let's spread the wealth, maybe like in July when it's undoubtedly going to be dry as a bone, nothing to really talk about. It's a good time to strike with your trailer. QuakeCon, another good place.
I'll just say then no Fallout related stuff then.
Okay.
No Fallout. I'm probably wrong though, because Pete Hines will be there with Fallout 76.
Yeah, I think that will be there, and I think they're going to do the expedition for Fallout 3 Capital Waste. Wait, what did Jez say?
Jez said wrong.
Whoa, hit us up, Jez. What's going on?
What's up?
Jez,
I think
I'm warning
Fallout
you, brother.
5 will be announced, baby.
Well, Todd already did that last year.
How about this for a prediction? Fallout 4 remastered or whatever it is, shadow dropped. Shadow dropped during the event. No.
Right now, yes, I can see that. I can see that. I'll pick it up. What you put
I can see that. I don't know if you'd rather tie it to the TV show, though. I'm assuming it's finished, but yeah, okay.
Rand, no one cares about the TV show, man.
Excuse me.
Right?
Excuse me, sir.
They dropped Fallout Shelter. Shadow dropped it. Shadow dropped Fallout 4 as well. Rebuild excitement around the brand, a brand that time has forgotten, apparently. And Shadow drop it, man. Shadow drop it. And I don't think you need the TV show. You can let Amazon deal with that. They've got Twitch. They can it is Amazon, right? They can just slap it all over Twitch, like they slap every game they make all over Twitch, because that's the only way anyone's ever going to play them. So, like, it's like, hey, influencers, please play New World. We'll give you, we'll match subs and donations. And then as soon as the period ends, boom, game is dead. It's going to be the same with Fallout TV show. But
come on, man, come on.
Okay. But yeah, Shadow drop it. But has Amazon ever made a good TV show?
I don't watch enough TV to answer that.
Yeah,
exactly. The Lord of the Rings one bombed, didn't it? As far as I know.
Rings of Power, yeah. I know people complain about that a lot online.
What else did they make? I don't even know. They did the Top Gear remake that nobody watched, so it's now cancelled. I don't know.
I feel like they did another thing. There was two pillars I was thinking of. There was the Rings of Power show, and there was another somewhat relevant
Did they do
thing.
The Boys?
Yeah, Boys. They've done The Boys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so The Boys is meant to be good. But that's it. That's it. So I ain't got much faith in the Fallout TV show. But I think Fallout 4 Shadow drop it, yeah. Do it.
Okay. Cog, any hope, any shrivel of hope you want to toss out for me, sir?
Outside, I mean, I still think they're going to do a Vegas 2. I don't trust Josh Shoy. I think he's up to something, but I just don't think it will be announced here. You know what I mean? I think it's a little still too early for that, because I just can't see Xbox sitting on the IP for this entire generation. So I do think they will. And Obsidian has shown the propensity to want to do something with Bethesda. So I don't see that announced. But I mean, I'm with Jez. I could see in conjunction with the movie and say, because I want to say it's low lift. It's an existing asset, right? You got to spruce it up. So I could see something like that. And it's like, in back compat or whatever, or right now, or, play this right now kind of thing. So it's possible. It's possible. To me, it's long overdue. Like we should have had this already. So if you're gonna pull out all the stops in a showcase, this would be the time to do it. So I'm there.
Okay, so maybe a little title card for New Vegas 2. Is that what you're thinking?
Nah. I'm not there with that. That's way too early. There's probably still discussions going on, maybe direction and stuff. To me, that's boardroom stuff behind the scene, not ready for a showcase just yet, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I think I have an idea of what the show ender will be. Not inside source. I have an idea. I have a prediction, I should say. I feel pretty good about. But
the show ender ending the showcase or the Starfield Direct?
Ending the Xbox showcase. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I have my prediction locked in for that one. I'll share it when we get to it.
I'll share mine later.
It's from the first party library. All right, I'll just say that. But
okay.
All right, so that's what's going on with Bethesda Game Studios. Next up, Turn 10, responsible for Forza Motorsport. As I reported a couple weeks ago, I heard it's dropping in October, so you might get that back-to-back of September being Starfield and then Forza Motorsport in October. Joseph Woods writes in, good day, Dukes, Rand, and Jez. With the Forza Twitter account announcing the cover cars and revealing a closer look at the cars during the showcase and a career mode walkthrough during Forza Monthly, does the closer look at the cars during the showcase spark concern of non-gaming content if Xbox follows tradition with previous reveals of having the real cars, or is this likely just going to be in-game footage? Personally, I'm happy that Xbox learned from their mistakes with the extended look at Forza Horizon 5, but if the real cars turn up, my patience might be tested. Have a wonderful day, everyone. So this is a question that can go as broad as you really want, because a lot of people are concerned about like CGI. Like, are we going to see a lot of that here? how much of the games are we going to see? But Forza Motorsport, I thought this would be a good one to hear you guys do a little bit of a release date prediction. I don't know how much stock you want to put into the word of Mr. Matty, but also I got to ask too, like after, because he talks about the learning from the mistakes with the extended look at Forza Horizon 5, but we all know how Matty felt about that Forza Horizon 5 preview.
He was so disgusted.
That was my bathroom break for sure during the showcase, bro. They showed that for so long, but it is one of the most popular IP. I've learned since then. I'm just hoping that since we've seen this one before, maybe 3-4 minutes. But anyway, I'm going to trust in my word. I'm saying October. Let's kick it to you, Jez, the true insider. Jez, what do you think? When do you think we're going to see Forza Motorsport? And are you excited for this one?
I think they're going to shadow drop Forza Motorsport. Nah, I haven't heard a damn thing about Forza. So I'm going to defer to you, the true insider.
Pressure's on.
So I'm going to check out Forza Motorsport. Like, I've never been big into racing games. The last racing game I really enjoyed was Destruction Derby 2 on the PlayStation 1.
Wow.
So
I remember that. Good game.
And stuff like F-Zero on the N64.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go,
so I don't really like racing games. It's kind of like similar to walking simulators in a way, except instead of walking, now you're just turning left for 5 minutes. You know,
get your boy, Ray. Get your boy.
Hey, man, I don't really care that much about motorsport either. So,
all right, fair enough.
You talk about Horizon, we might have a problem.
All right, fair enough.
Well, I was kind of thinking, like, you know, Forza Horizon is it's a very pretty game. It's very, colourful and exciting and cool. So I thought maybe Forza Motorsport would be more for me, a little bit more grounded and grey, maybe raining, so realistic. So I'm intrigued to check it out. I enjoyed Flight Simulator, flying around, I guess, and then uninstall it and never playing it again.
We'll see. Energy.
Damn. We'll see.
Yeah, I will say I'm more interested in motorsport than Horizon, but Rain, you said you don't care. So is there any thoughts you have on this one that you
play it for sure? Just okay. I hear it's going to be a very, very pretty game, right? So I will check it out, but I'm not a fan of the sim racer.
Yeah,
I'm an arcade guy. So for Forza Motorsport, for me, we know they're going to be at the extended showcase on the Tuesday, right? With a deeper look at the single player campaign. So there's no reason to have an extended presence at the showcase other than a quick trailer with a release date. But
you would hope, yeah.
You would hope, but the problem arises. Look at Spider-Man 2. Everybody thought that was going to get a release date as well, and they're still just fall 2023 because clearly they're not confident in whatever date they might be trying to hit. So I could see a similar situation where they just reiterate fall 2023, even though I do expect the game. I believe in Maddie. So I do think it is coming in October. It makes the most sense. Just a lot of Forzas have launched then. I'm just not super confident they'll drop the release date because I think Xbox is going to be very cognizant of any more delays, even if it's a slight delay. Oh, we said October 6th, but guess what? It's October 20th, right? And I think Insomniac's probably going through the same thing with Spider-Man 2. So in this day and age, we don't really get release dates and not the actual physical, unless you're Todd Howard and want to try to balls to the wall a year and a half in advance and then screwing it up. Right?
That's true.
Right? So, I don't know. I could see there being a release date. I do believe in October, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was boom, 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 quick trailer, pretty graphics, see more of this at the Extended Game Showcase, coming fall 2023.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a snappy pace here. There's so many games that we have on this list here beyond third party. Sorry, you're laughing, Cog, but I didn't mean just for Forza. I meant in general.
So disrespectful.
I'm hoping for a snappy pace because there's so many games that they can show that I feel based off timeline, what we know, we'll get into them. that can be shown off that I'm thinking like they could just really rapid fire a lot of the first party here.
No cars. I want no cars, Maddie. I don't want to see a physical car.
You're talking to the right guy. I don't care.
I don't like that stuff is like for the live showcase when you drop it from the ceiling and like, look at this. Like it's a digital showcase. Who cares? You know,
the trebuchet energy's got to go. It's got to go with Redfall. Like that type of energy just needs to leave Xbox as a whole. You got to tell someone in turn 10, like, you think cars are cool, but the 3 million people watching online want to see video games. So get this Porsche out of here and show us the game running. And that's what we're looking for. Give us the release date.
They'll use this segment to announce the Forza Motorsport movie with the trailer.
Lord. Oh, God, no.
Cog, any thoughts, sir?
Vin Diesel.
Fast and Furious crossover in Game Pass.
Fast and Forza.
Right, Fast and Forza. Look, man.
I bet that would be really popular, to be honest. It'd probably be really popular.
We'll see how the Gran Turismo movie does.
Ooh, shots fired. Look, man, this is turn 10, man. They're wizards. I mean, as much as I'm a Horizon guy, you know, this thing is graphical fidelity personified, simulation, the hardcore. I do like the fact that the simulation guys get their baby, you know, kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, they look to show out. I think they will have a strong presence. I think that it behooves them to give like the window. They're probably going to have to do the Spider-Man treatment, which is, okay, fall, because you just want to be safe, make sure that they hit their targets. Remember, we were surprised we didn't get the date at the developer direct, right?
Yeah,
we
that was definitely the big surprise.
So they're playing it safe. They understand the climate, you know, from the release date standpoint, and they have to protect the team. I think they're going to show out. To your point, I think they will be the extended, to what Rand said, the extended showcase deep dive. So I think Maddie will get his wish. We won't get the Pat Brown energy where we're going, you know, so long with it. But they got to showcase it, because one thing about it's a looker. So maybe they give us a new, maybe they give us some modes and go like, you know, one or two things, the feature sets of things that'll have, and go kind of blast in and blast out. So that's where I'm at with it, man. I think they're going to have a good, as far as the cars, I'm not as against it as you guys, but it is a, you know, most likely pre-recorded kind of a situation. I would be okay if they, you know, what's my man name? Grembla? I forget his man. Oh man, he's a cool dude. And, you know, they like say they do it from like inside the studio, developer direct, and you see the car behind them. COG doesn't have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, now if you do it what Rand said, then you know you do it theatrics and you do it like pyrotechnics and the damn car come back. No, we don't need that.
Yeah, save the budget. Save the budget.
Yeah, save the budget for that. But look,
they're pushing through the deal in the UK. You know, that goes to the 10 billion. Kick it over there.
This is a huge franchise. They will show it, but I think, Maddie, you get your wish. I think it'll be a breeze. I don't think it'll be overstay like Horizon did for you, which you were so surprisingly disgusted, which I actually like, because I thought the game looked phenomenal. But Maddie didn't care.
Give me a break, bro. That's disgusting.
Bro, when they showed the thing with the water, it looked real life. It looked photorealistic. And then they showed the car going around. Bro, come on.
You talking about Horizon 5?
Horizon 5's reveal.
10 minutes of the showcase, man. Like,
okay,
no.
it was a bit long, but you know, it would look good.
I remember when Jez leaked that game by... How'd you leak it? You had like a car and some Mexican saying on Twitter or something? Some Spanish saying or something?
No, I said I've always wanted to visit Mexico with the car emoji. Something like that.
Was that it? Oh, okay.
It was something like that.
So coy.
It's true. I love Mexico. I want to go. But
nice.
But yeah, I wanted to leak it, but I didn't want to leak it. But I wanted to be able to say, look, I do. I'm smart.
Nice.
So,
nice.
So
yeah, that's what I got.
Well, now it's time for us to enter uncharted territory. Now it's the point where we really don't know much about we know what the first party's up to, but we can kind of guess and feel around and speculate a lot more than those two, which we know will be there. I gotta grab some food, by the way, so I'm gonna dish it out quick here, literally. 343 is up first on this list here. Responsible for Halo Infinite. We've heard about a partnership with Certain Affinity. We know Season 4 is cooking right now. They're kind of getting things rolling. There was major changes. Cog, I want to kick it to you first, because I know you've been pretty passionate on this conversation on, like, they probably should show up. So what do you think will be there? And how much of a presence should 343 have? Should they just go away for a while? Do you think they show off the next season? Do you think they commit to a kind of big thing? Is certain affinity in that partnership finally unveiled? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think, man, look, this is the time. You know, I think as much as Halo Infinite has been dragged, you know, lately, if you've been following the game, they've been doing slow fixes, slow quality of life stuff. You know, the seasons have been slowly improving. Forge and stuff like that is in there. They're showing the commitment to the actual, you know, fixing of the core mechanics. I think this is the time to strike. I think you need to reinvigorate the base and show them, look, we have not given up on Halo. And if Certain Affinity is ready to show what has been rumored for so long, now is the time to show said engines you're using or not using, you know, kind of thing. So I'm pulling for them. I think it's important for Halo to be there. I think hopefully the timing lines up for the team.
Important.
Yes, it's
big
important.
Big words. It's important.
It's important because you want to show this is a new day for Xbox. This is a showcase that
with old Halo.
Yes, because you have
a new day for Xbox with the same old franchise.
Because you gonna show the new stuff, Red. We gotta show the new stuff, but you gotta. That was actually really funny, but you actually have to put the Band-Aid over that sore spot, that wound, that damaged everybody, and say, look, we didn't forget you guys. We know we messed up. This is the mea culpa. And you come out again, Destiny fans will understand because it's like with D1, it had its moments, but then there was that Taken King moment where it's like, okay, the core game is fixed. It's completely revamped. Here's this quote unquote expansion, Warzone / you know, Battle Royale or whatever it is they decide to make. And it plays well and show. And of course, it might not drop this year or whatever, but you just show the base. This is what's been cooking. We haven't forgotten you guys. And then gets people go, okay, Halo is not completely over yet. This is what we need to see. So I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say Certain Affinity, you know, I'm gonna go on a limb. Cogs, this is my rare positivity. And again, no inside information on this one. Normally, you know, sometimes I had to do, but this one, no. I'm just gonna say that it behooves them to show. I think now is the time to show, especially for a showcase like this. And I think it can get the fans really pumped up if it's there. But I am curious about the Xbox 2. What do you guys think about the, you know, 343 and any pro? Jez put the hands together.
I think
what do we
show they will open by saying 343 has been shut down.
Oh my God.
Come on, say, look, guys, we want to get the bad news out of the way first. Unfortunately, the Halo IP is finished. It is done. It is over. It's below PUBG on the most played games list right now. Damn. Which is so, you know, I think it's time to put it out to pasture, you know. And you got an old horse that's ill. And it's sort of like suffering, and it's kind of like, man, it's just wrong. And you have to take it out the back, put a shotgun to its head, and blow its brains out. Oh man, like I'm like the worst Xbox fan because I'm just so ambivalent towards Halo. But I like genuinely like for Halo fans, I think I agree with you, Cog, that like. They need to show like that it is a new dawn for 343 at least with you know, with the old guard gone, Joseph Stadd's gone to Netflix, and Bonnie Ross is just gone, you know. So new regime. They've got, you know, old school EA people there now running the show, and God, that could work out to be even worse, you know. Not to be pessimistic, but I think it'd be a good opportunity for them to give us anything about Halo, like a glimpse of Tatanka or what it could be, or if Tatanka indeed still even exists. I haven't heard anything about it for a long time. But, you know, it always comes, that quote that Phil said, like, if we get Halo wrong, we get Xbox wrong. That quote's going to always come back to haunt him because, you know, for the longest time, and even now, Halo is the Xbox brand. It's like the iconic. It's Xbox's Mario, for God's sake. And while I don't care about it, it's sort of like, you know, it's a barometer for the health of their game delivery. At the end of the day, I've always been a Gears guy. Them little grunts running around screaming comedic lines, miss me with that crap, right? Give me a chainsaw. Give me a chainsaw lancer and I can cut someone in half with. I've never cared about Halo, but it's even though I don't care about it, it's concerning how the staggering scale of the failure of Halo Infinite is shocking. Especially when you think about how much money was wasted, how much money could have gone to the coalition who can actually make games. So it's with that in mind that I would like to see some kind of vote of confidence for Halo. But honestly, I think maybe they need more time. I would not be surprised if we don't see any Halo at the showcase at all.
Damn, 2 years in a row, no Halo, Rand. Damn.
Well,
2 years is a short time in game development these days.
Yeah.
The thing is, Xbox loves to show you stuff that's popular and live service stuff. Like, we've seen Sea of Thieves last pretty much just like every year since it came out at the showcase, right? We've seen Grounded the last 2 years. So they love to be like, oh, guess what, guys? Here's Sea of Thieves Season 10. We know Halo Infinite has a new season coming. Season 4, I think it's launching on June 20th. So a trailer for Season 4 makes a lot of sense to me during that period of like, all right, Microsoft has these live service games that are quote unquote successful, although I don't think Halo Infinite's very successful. Personally, unless it's the BR mode or something brand new, I don't want to see it. And I wish they would just give it to Keighley at the Summer Games Fest and let Keighley run a Season 4 trailer for Halo Infinite, and maybe you could reach a different audience that's not going to watch the Xbox One, right? But I do feel Halo's going to be there in some capacity with a Season 4 trailer, simply because it's 9 days after the show. So I would not be surprised to see it there with like a 1.5-minute trailer for the new season.
Yeah. I don't know. This one's a really tough one to gauge because I think it makes a lot of sense to sort of wipe the slate clean. But at the same time, the critic in me is colliding with what makes sense. Like, Battle Royale is old news. And I know we've always had that age-old discussion. Well, Halo fits the Battle Royale mode well. But that was the shot in the arm when Fallout 76 was getting nuclear winter. And that shit got turned off quick. So that's the type of fad it was. And unless your game is solely built around it, like we've seen with Apex Legends, PUBG, Warzone, then you're here to stay. But since Halo's built more as like an arena shooter and you're transitioning into something, I can't foresee it being the major shot in the arm the series needs. And that's why I say, like, well, do they even want to go forward with this? Because I feel like that would be the thing ready to show. I agree with Rand that Season 4 as a little bit of a showing does make sense. But at the same time, I get Phil Spencer's quote, like, if we don't get Xbox Halo right, we're not getting Xbox right. But I just feel in my gut, which is what this is all about, that you got to let Halo just get out of the public eye for some time. I really think. I just feel there's just too many fresh stories, too many insider reports. And if all you're going to do is pop up, not that it's not much, but if you're going to pop up with a little seasonal update, I think the next time you make that big stage, it is like Certain Affinity. It is your big turning point. And I'm not convinced fully, of course we'll know when the product's in our hands, that Battle Royale will be the saving grace. So not that just because Jez hasn't heard much about it, which I know he had his finger on the pulse for that for a while. It's just, it doesn't feel like the answer the game needs. Like, the answer the game needs is just continued support until they're at a point where it's that they're kind of getting to it now. Like, they've done 2 seasons in a row pretty clean with 3 and hopefully 4. And so to me, I just feel all it is reminding people of like a bad thing that exists to them. And until you have something truly worthwhile, as in a major thing, that's when you maybe take some stage time. I wouldn't dish Halo though to another showcase because I can't betray the value I had, which is like during the marketing leading up into Infinite's launch when they gave, I think it was like a Halo campaign trailer over to Keighley and then just left their own Gamescom stream completely bare with, again, trebuchets. Like, man, like I just can't co-sign that type of behavior there. So, I if they're going to show something for Halo, I'd rather be on their stage. But I think this one actually might be a miss. I'm going to say.
Okay.
And now we move on to Arkane. Arkane obviously just releasing Redfall. There is a new Arkane Leon game in development, presumably Deathloop 2. This one's probably going to be a quick one. I think only one person could go for this, and it may share all of our answers. Who wants to go and say, like, are we going to see Arkane here?
No.
Okay.
Yes, they'll show a trailer for 60 frames Redfall. Patches now available.
That would be such a... Imagine that. Imagine they do that. Imagine how painful that would be for people like, oh, this is the tone setter here. They open the showcase with it.
Oh, no. Yo!
Redfall has 60 FPS fans, and it's the big exec conversation afterwards, like what Jim Ryan did. We're going to show you the power of Xbox now.
Bro, I'd be so dejected. if I see Redfall on the screen. Now it's 60
no
FPS.
Redfall. I mean, yeah, you bring up a good point about Deathloop 2, though. We do know that the voice actor kind of leaked that they were doing something.
He leaked the shit out of that game.
Now, we're under the impression that maybe it was an expansion to Deathloop 1, but like you figured it would be out by now, maybe.
Golden Loop was probably the closest we got to that. I feel like it's got to be a sequel.
So it's got to be Deathloop 2.
Yeah.
But no, I think... Which, I told Maddie, because I like Deathloop, he doesn't. I was like, hey, how does Deathloop look now retroactively after Redfall? Is it a 10 out of 10? And he was like, yeah, maybe I was too harsh.
He did say that he was too harsh.
But yeah, I don't think we've seen anything from Arkane.
Yeah,
so.
I'm going to say about this one's quick for me. I think it's, speaking of, we don't need to see you for a little bit. Just do your thing, brother. Do your thing, guys. Do your thing, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, I think that's next year's show. I think we see whatever Leon's working on. Coalition. This one we had a lot of write-ins for. Jose Vera writes, the Dukes. Main question for me is, when will we see the next Gears? And do either of you think they could change or evolve the multiplayer? Will we ever see a more live service multiplayer from the team? Have a got to the final wave and beat the crap out of a boss kind of day. Thank you, Jose, for writing in. I also want to do Professor JJJ, who has a separate write-in saying, hello, boys. Nice to see 4 of my favorite Xbox all together again. What are the odds that our friend Nick will be proven correct and we get a Gears collection at this show?
Yeah, Jez.
So, Jez, yeah, I had to start with you, man. You're the Gears guy. So, do we see Gears 6? Do we see Gears collection, sir? How are we feeling about that?
I'm kind of 50-50 on Gears appearing because... did I say this? I've been hearing good things about Gears 6. I've been hearing that the Coalitions are looking for that next level. So, what does that look like for the Coalitions? Probably... we already know they're working with the latest generation of Unreal Engine. We already know that they've built demos for Unreal Engine. They've been working with other Xbox studios on the Unreal Engine and all that kind of stuff. So, but is it not too early? Maybe I think it could still just be, if they really are exploring to really get up to that sort of Naughty Dog kind of level. It could still be too early. And I think, like, when we do finally see Gears 6, it'll be, like, as part of a bigger sort of blowout. Because, like, similar to Halo, like, the Gears community feels very dejected right now. Especially, like, the competitive scene's very much basically been abandoned and wound down. There's no more updates for Gears 5, and there's just a general lack of content. So even though, like, Gears isn't as critical to the iconography of the Xbox brand, I think there is a need to sort of, when they do bring Gears back, it has to come back as part of a splash and not really just a CGI teaser for Gears 6. I think it's just too early. So I would predict probably we don't see the Coalition at all, but could be wrong. could be wrong because they have been quiet for a while.
You want to be wrong. You want Coalition to be there. Gears
I do. It's my favorite Xbox IP. And not including Bethesda. I mean, now they've got Bethesda, it's probably Fallout,
and Blizzard.
And Blizzard. If it's Blizzard, then yeah, Gears is going to be well down lower on the list, But
my favorite Xbox IP went to PlayStation for a remake that's not being remade now. So
what's that?
KOTOR.
Oh, is that an Xbox IP?
I was making a joke. It was exclusive, but. So it was the first two.
I didn't know it was exclusive.
First two games are exclusive to the original Xbox, man. But they let it walk. Rand, let's do a Gears guts check here. Did we see the collection? Did we see 6?
The only way we see the collection or 6 is if the collection is actually releasing this year. That's it. Because you're not going to announce a collection for a game that's coming sometime next year. You're just not going to do it. So it would have to be, here's the trailer for the Marcus Phoenix collection, remade in Unreal Engine 5, whatever. And in my mind, if that is launching this year, you don't just show the collection. You actually say, but here's what we're working on as well. And you show a 30-second teaser for Gears 6 of some kind. I'm going to just say, I don't think we see anything this year. I don't think the Gears collection is coming this year. So I don't think anything from the Coalition will be at the show because of it. So you'd be looking at next year. Because if the Gears collection exists, it has to come before Gears 5, right? I think we would all agree. They would have to come before Gears 6. It would have to come before it. Gears 6 looks like maybe a 2025, 2026 title. And it was like, okay, if you put out the Gears collection in 2024, get people all back into Gears again, 2025, you put out Gears 6 or whatever. That makes a lot of sense. I just don't see the collection being ready this year, so I'm going to say no.
Okay. Cog.
Ran still every point I was gonna say. Like literally.
I'll let you have first next one.
Nah, you good, bro. No, I've never, I'm being honest, y'all. I've never been a believer in collections. Almost like it feels like Xbox's version of Bloodborne in a way. like it's gonna come. It makes sense, right? I'm not saying it's not logical. It makes sense, but to me, it should have happened already. This is something that Xbox, I feel, would have seen and happened already. So it's either one or two things. Is that it's part of like Rand said, like some type of later rollout in conjunction with we'll announce Gear 6, and I'm completely with Jez. I just think it's a little too early. I think it's look, I would love to be wrong. We get a trailer or something comes out, but right now, I just think it's we're like a year or two ahead of schedule before we see anything from them. But if they want to show me Gears Tactics, please, by all means, you want to show a sequel to Gears Tactics 2, by all means, you can always stealth trap that for Cog. I'll take that ahead of schedule anytime.
I will go against the grain a bit because Phil did mention in his interview with Kinda Funny XCast that he said collections or collection of a game, something like that is on the way. I feel Gears makes the most sense. And I feel like if it's what I imagine in my head, which would be nice, which is this Master Chief collection style Gears game, that to me is more of a titanic effort that's not just here's a bundle of games packaged together. Especially when you have Gears 1 Ultimate Edition kind of just existing on its own. It's like the franchise is asking for the rest to be brought up to date. You have 4 and 5 as is. They're great. 1 is up to date. So not to minimize the effort it would take, but it's really 2 and 3 that you've got to touch up, which are the ones that people hold the most nostalgia for. So I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. To me, I don't view the proximity of 6 as much of a concern because to me, I look at Master Chief Collection versus 5, which was a year apart. And I think when you look at the Gears IP as a whole, I mean, when did we get Hive Busters? That was like, what, 2020?
That was the launch of Series X. I think December. But Gears Ultimate was the year before Gears 4.
So I think the proximity, if I'm Xbox, and obviously they shouldn't be too knee-jerk, I think the proximity is not consequential, and they should use data from Halo Infinite versus Master Chief Collection to show that if people want to play the old stuff, they're going to play the old stuff. And if they want to play the new stuff, they're going to play the new stuff. And that they influence each other to a degree. But Gears 6, as what we imagine will be the conclusion of the whole series, should be a marketing effort unto its own to kind of create this, like, it's a magnificent moment. Like, this is it. Where I don't think it should need the collection to give it the boost. I could be wrong. But I'm going to say that I think there are 2 collections I have in mind that could be here. This is one of them, though. And I if it's the Master Chief style collection that we all think it's going to be, I don't think that's just a kind of whatever announcement. I think it is more significant, and I'd be happy to see it. I don't know if that means it, because like Rand makes a good point. If it drops this year or not, because to me, I've been very steadfast on that set of months there where I think of, your Starfield in September, your Forza in October. I think Hellblade's going to be November, December. And so it does leave a potential gap for Gears collection to fill. But I think that's the beauty of it, is you can actually do a double first party studios release and kind of have like 2 games in a month. I'm a little hesitant of the Shotgun Blast, but because it's a collection and not a full on new game, like I would be okay with something like that. So I'm willing to pull the trigger here. I'm willing to say that I think that the Gears collection will make an appearance. I think it's been rumored for far too long. I know Jez and Nick have gone back and forth on it being real or not, but I'll put some faith in my man Nick for this one. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if I get burned here.
We'll see what happens, man. It'll be fun.
Compulsion Games. We happy few. Project Midnight, leaked by a certain man in this here call. And there's a possible second game in development if a LinkedIn post was to be believed. So Cog, this, you've had those feelings. This could be the just one moment for you. New IP, third person, over the shoulder. We'll see. But I'm curious for you because I feel like this one we've discussed a lot on the show. Project Midnight sounds kind of promising. Do you think Compulsion finally shows up? Because out of everyone they got in 2018, this is the one that gets the least chatter, Compulsion, but I feel like they could surprise people.
Yeah, man. This is the one for me. I mean, it's time. It's time to show something. I mean, this would be one of those moments where I know PlayStation just got dragged for CGI, but like you have to give us some type of conceptual vision of what this game is. We're going to act like we don't have a good friend like Chess Gordon, and we're going to act like we don't know that there's something called Project Midnight, and you were acquired, Compulsion, lucky to have them on ILP, and your community manager at the time pretty much did confirm, third person, kind of energy. Now, my only concern is the scope. I'm not sure it's going to qualify #JustOne if it's not. Man. If I don't get the third A, and that's a big thing. No disrespect. Like I need, and again, I know the Hi-Fi Rush, and I love Tango. I love Hi-Fi Rush, but the community came at me because they're like, "Yeah, Cog, that's it. They got it." And I'm like, it's amazing, but it's not. There's a third A.
Them's the rules.
Them's the rules. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm not going to take away, even if it's not AAA, I'm not going to take away from this game. I think this game has the potential to be great. We think Compulsion is one of their most intriguing Xbox Game Studio signings and pickups. We've all seen the potential of We Happy Few, what could have been. And I loved Contrast on PlayStation 4. That was a launch game that I had. I thought it was very unique. I liked the art style, and the whole light and dark thing kind of thing. They could be the underrated studio. Yes. Long and short of it, they should be there. I'm hoping they will be there. I just want to see a scope because I don't want to get caught. I don't think it's going to be this extreme. I'm going to laugh, Maddie. I don't think it's going to be, because remember when I got hyped, I was like, Josh Sawyer, bro, he's coming out with his game. And Pentiment is amazing.
Yeah.
But it was lacking some A's that I thought was going to be there. You know what I'm saying?
You were hearing originally Disco Elysium, and you've played both, so you can speak more or not.
Yeah. And Disco's great, and that it's amazing. It's indie. It's amazing. It was more in that vibe, but again, I built. It's probably my own fault. I built myself up thinking that this was going to be a AAA Josh Sawyer type energy, and from Compulsion, I'm just hoping that it would be the third A. But regardless if it's not, you need to be there. We need to know what you're doing. That at the very minimum. So that's where I'm at with Compulsion. My vote is yes. They should be there.
Jazz, I want to kick it to you. as the man with the report on Project Midnight. What's your gut feeling? Just a gut feeling, by the way, on this game showing up at the Xbox Showcase.
I think I leaked this game way too early. I'm thinking that it won't be there. I think I leaked it way too early, and I don't think it'll be there. Personally, so you can blame me for that. Well, actually, blame Rand for that, because Rand was just like, "Jez, leak it."
Yeah.
And I was like, bro,
I'm never the one saying don't leak the stuff. I'm always the one pushing you, aren't I? Yeah.
Well, I don't think it'd be there. I think I did leak it quite early on in the project. They had commitments with We Happy Few that to fill, because they'd been commissioned to do DLC for that game, even though nobody played it. Yeah, I think it's too early, personally, but we'll see.
It's never too early if you're announcing something with CGI. It's never too early.
That's what I'm saying.
Never too early.
Gotta give me something, man.
So I'm going to go and I'm going to say I'm aligning with COG. I'm going to say yes. And there's a particular reason why. It's because I believe I did read something that they hired a community manager recently.
You did read that.
Now, why would you hire a community manager if you don't got a community to manage? Right? There's no community to manage. But you would have a community to manage if you're suddenly announcing your brand new game at an Xbox showcase that's coming real soon. Then, there's a community that you're going to have to manage.
They haven't posted on Twitter, by the way, since October 31st.
Yes. So I think, just only based on that the fact that they hired a new community manager, that, yeah, I think we will get an announcement CGI. You'll probably start seeing the account tweet more and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's it. It'll be probably a CGI reveal. I don't know when it's coming out. Maybe next year. Maybe it's not the one game that COG wants. Maybe it's not that. But I do think it's coming this year. At least the announcement's coming this year.
Yeah, I think what Jez said about it possibly being a little bit further out makes me feel a little bit more confident calling this one, because I one of the things I said going into the showcase was we need the sort of close to now, like early 2024, mid 2024, and then like some far future type stuff. And I feel like maybe this one is in the deep future. I wouldn't know, but just on a gut feeling. But I feel like this is one that they could get away with pulling the trigger on as a rare CG. I would agree with that, because when I think of like the nearby stuff, I think of Avowed, I think of Hellblade, and by nearby I mean within like a year and change window. I think of Avowed, Hellblade, of course, Starfield, Forza. Those are the main ones that come to mind. But what I've always said is I worry a bit about the Xbox shotgun blast. I've said it a nauseating amount of times how I worry that they're going to fire out all these games and it's like, what's next? So I do feel like they got to pull the trigger on some CG stuff just to sort of say, kind of renew the cycle. Like, okay, this is what because we'll actually probably be busy with games, you'd hope. So we're not going to be constantly talking about a Fable CG trailer from 2020. It's like, okay, once those toys are all used up, it's like, what's next? And you look to something like that. So this feels like it might be a good time just to say, like, this is the game title, this is the feel, this is the style. Maybe do an interview or two, and just kind of start mapping out for some Xbox fans what that beyond. I'm trying to think of their deepest game. Like what's beyond Fable, maybe. And that to me would really be, I think, a good move for them, because Compulsion again is sort of sat in the background, where again getting some spotlight on them I don't think would hurt. So this is a CG I'd be okay with. That's the real trick here. They got to be careful with what they do CG for and what they don't do CG for. Like, I don't want any repeat CGs. Like, if I've seen you before, next time gameplay, them's the rules. But with something like this, we may see a pattern really establish itself where this would be the first time we're seeing it. And we've seen Xbox do that time in, time out. CG, gameplay, CG, gameplay. So I think the cycle will repeat anew once more here with Compulsion games. So we will see what Project Midnight is all about, possibly. Next up, we got Double Fine. They recently released Psychonauts 2. We know they have 2 games in development thanks to the Psych Odyssey documentary. Double Fine teased on their own Twitter account through Tim Schafer's Twitter account that there's more to come on Game Pass. There's an image with all these games. I think a game called Grand Chalice or something just came to Game Pass, and there's a picture with 2 more box arts with question marks over them, and they're blacked out. So there's more games on the way. I think the number is suspicious, given again that they said in Psych Odyssey that they had to pause 2 games in development to finish up Psychonauts 2 and get that one out. So I'll just quickly say I think that in some capacity we'll see Double Fine at this. I don't think it'll be a major kind of Psychonauts 2 style game, although I'd welcome that. Some people think they were teasing Psychonauts 3. I would love that, by the way. That would be amazing. A traditional Xbox from start to finish developed Psychonauts would be really cool to see. But I expect this to be more like a Grim Fandango style game, like not too big, not too small. Very much a traditional Double Fine style game. What did they have? There's one called like Broken Age, I want to say it was called. I foresee it being that style game where I think they may have a quicker turnaround time. Last we heard from them was August of 2021. So I think if something's coming out within the next year window, they may feel comfortable showing that off there, because we know Xbox loves showcases, and I'm sure they'll be a part of whatever's going on at Gamescom. Probably, I wouldn't say this would be a window for Double Fine, but Tokyo Game Show and whatnot. So there's plenty of places to show it off again and remind people it exists. So I do think Double Fine will be there in some capacity. I just don't think it'll be massive. I don't think it'll be major. But let me dish it to you, Cog. What are you feeling with Double Fine? We thinking that they'll make an appearance here? The Shafe will be there?
I am so torn with this one. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a part of me that, yes, they just did the reveal with the Game Pass, and obviously we do know that they're working on 2 games. Massive Chalice and all that stuff was revealed in that post. It feels like they should be. I'm torn. Look, gun in my head, because I'm going to stick with my guns. This is a big showcase for Xbox. They will have something. So I'm just, that's what my gut is saying right now, that 2018's studio lineup of announcements of being signed, that draft class may have been, told, hey, we gotta reinvigorate confidence. We have to show out. So I have no evidence that they're gonna do anything other than this recent Game Pass post, but that's what I'm going for. And I love that. I love those guys. I love the team. I think they're very creative. I think they're funny and whimsical. They have very unique style games. Yeah. Hey, you want to give me a Brutal Legend 3? Hey, whatever you want to do, Double Fine. I have no problem with it. I think those guys are super talented, and I would love to see if they give us a peek at anything behind the scenes.
Rand, what about you?
Yeah, I've thought about this, and then I've gone back and forth. I do think Double Fine will be there. I do think they'll announce something. I don't know what it will be. I think there's rumors one of their games is like a multiplayer project or something. Yeah, so why not? Because I'm trying to think in my mind, like, Xbox normally shows, the last 2 years I counted, it was like 31 games. An hour and a half. And a lot of that's going to be third party and indies stuff for Game Pass. But like, I think last year they showed 8 first party games. I want to say it was Forza Motorsport, Redfall, Starfield, yeah. Our History Untold, Pentiment, Grounded, Sea of Thieves. So that's 7, unless I'm missing one. It's like 7, maybe 8 games. And like already, we're like, yes. It's like, are we expecting too much? Because I remember we did these predictions last year, and boy, was everybody wrong. Because they pulled a curveball, and they're like, nope, 12 months.
12 months.
Yeah. So it's like, I want them to show a lot, right? Because they sort of need to, but also can't show too much because you already made all these promises about all these games that you showed in 2020 that we don't know anything about. So it's like, I think there's a delicate balance you have to do of, we want updates for these older games before you actually start announcing all these newer games, because you haven't even landed those games yet. And now you're announcing new stuff. So I think it's a delicate balance. They have to walk there. But I think Double Fine has earned a lot of people's trust. So yeah, I think we'll see something from them. Yeah.
Jez, how about you?
We're still talking about Double Fine, right?
Yeah.
I sort of I've got no idea. Double Fine's kind of like an interesting studio culture-wise, and I don't know if because a lot of you guys are talking about them going up to AAA and stuff like that. I honestly don't know if that's their aspiration.
Yeah, I don't think so personally.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't know a damn thing about Double Fine. I've never really gotten any information about what's going on at Double Fine because they are a very unique, very tightly knit studio, and very sort of, I don't want to say secretive, but I suppose they're not as easy to get information out of because they aren't so deeply integrated with Redmond. So I have no clue, no inkling. I think it's probably too early after Psychonauts for them to break cover, but I mean, I don't even know what I'd love to see them work on. I mean, I thought Brutal Legend always had this potential to be a massive franchise because there's so much you can do with the tie-ins to bands and so get celebrities involved, doing music concert in game, like Fortnite's pioneered all that shit, and I just can't help but think there's some huge potential for this to be like Microsoft's Zelda-ish kind of game, classic Zelda, not that banjo nuts and bolts stuff. I mean, like classic Zelda.
Not the first I've heard that so much. That's so funny.
I'm just so not interested in building a rocket ship in Zelda and flying it around. I know that's sacrilegious. I can see Mr. Bat is upset. No, he's just looking at his phone. But
no, I'm getting my predictions together. I have a notes section on my phone. I swear,
that's sort of classic Ocarina of Time experience where there's an overworld and then there's dungeons and temples, and I know the new Zelda games have that, but I felt like Brutal Legend was going for that. They were going in that direction. All of a sudden, it became an RTS, and I was like, "What the hell is this game?" But yeah, and I also thought Massive Chalice was really good. Like weirdly, I know that game's not super popular, but I played Massive Chalice religiously until the last level, where the difficulty is like this, and then at the last level it goes like this, and I was like, I couldn't finish it, because I was like, oh my god, what the hell? But so yeah, whatever they want to make, I'm down for it because they're super creative, and I just hope it's good, But I think it's probably too early to see Double Fine. But who knows?
One who's on the timeline that I think could be primed for some type of reveal, but I'm punting it a couple months later into another showcase, is id Software, Doom developer, reportedly on some real just light rumors, Quake, possibly in development there. To me, this just feels, especially if it's Quake, this feels like it's got to be a QuakeCon announcement. I think even if they're ready to go, I don't think they budge for the Xbox Game Showcase, because when you look at the QuakeCon showing and the keynotes that they've done in the past, historically, it's, if it can be the star of the show, they're going to be with Doom Eternal, Doom, and whatever they're working on next. We got Doom Eternal in April of 2020, and we got expansions afterwards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just don't hear from them at all this year. There's also that whole situation with Mick Gordon and whatnot, or again, maybe they want to stick to hiding for some time, not go out into the public right away. But I think that this is one we'll see maybe at QuakeCon, but I wouldn't be too shocked if they're just on radio silence for up until 2024. But Cog, how about you? id Software, do you think we're going to get a look at what they're working on next? And of course, the other question being, because we're in this territory now where we're getting a lot of new Bethesda IP, but things like Wolfenstein, something from id, and so on and so forth are kind of cooking in the oven. Do we think that these are going to be Xbox exclusives is also something worth tackling from these teams that are, maybe have established things that, like, again, if it was another Doom game, it's the third Doom game from them. It's like, okay, are we going to get that exclusively, or is it because it's got legacy on other platforms?
Right.
So, of course, fire away with what you're thinking about id and any potential exclusivity, of course.
to your second point, as far as exclusivity, I do think that if they are to announce that, this is where you announce, it makes that separation, right? Where it gets into that Starfield territory where it's like you can play it where Game Pass exists, you know, kind of a deal. But I'm gonna be conservative here. I don't get any indications, you know, that it is going to be there. You know what I mean? I would love it. You know, these guys are FPS gods, you know, kind of thing. I know we've heard rumblings about Quake and a remake of Quake, but you know, could it be there? Maybe. You know, I don't know. With them, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no on them. I think because of the fact of the showcase verbiage indicates to me that, you know, as far as like the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, or maybe they've now have uniformity and it's just Xbox showcase moving forward, all the acquisitions. But my gut is saying not yet for it just yet. That's what. Now, someone else in that family, I want to hear from, but I don't think.
I wonder.
Yeah, there's someone else in the family that does what they do. That I think that you know the style of games. Yeah, I'm there, but not them just yet. So that's my take right now.
Rand, Jazz, which one of you got some thoughts on id?
Sorry,
go ahead, Jazz.
That's my fault. I should have pointed directly to one of you two.
Yeah, that's terrible hosting.
Yeah, just Matthew. I fucking suck at this job, dude.
It's terrible. But id like should be one of Microsoft's sort of premier studios, right? I think like Doom Eternal's just a masterpiece in reviving what is such a classic, iconic franchise. After like, I really love Doom 3, but I realize a lot of people didn't. You know, I really like Doom 3 and what they were going for, the sort of almost like System Shocky kind of vibe with the really
kind of horror too, almost.
Yeah, it was horror. Yeah. I really, really enjoyed it. Like reading all the notes and going through people's computers and stuff like that. Like the survival horror slant, I really enjoyed that. But I appreciate that it wasn't Doom. You know, it really wasn't Doom, was it? But Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal very much revived the idea of what a shooter should be. After like I think like with BioShock, there was like almost this existential crisis, like should shoot, and Destiny as well, and other games like this, and a lot of shooters were like, should we be more like RPGs now? You know, not sure what to do with it. And Doom was just like, nah, we don't need none of that. Here's a chainsaw, you know. So exactly. So but yeah, I got no inkling. I also kind of feel like it might be one of these studios that is looking to go to another level, similar to Coalition, and they've always used their in-house tech to deliver that. So there's potentially longer development timelines involved in that. Yeah, I guess we'll see, but I think we'll probably see more remasters from them maybe before we see the next big thing. But I agree. If it's Quake, it's going to be at QuakeCon. It's not going to be at Xbox, unless they do like CGI and then like check out gameplay at QuakeCon, you know, and it's like some kind of ad. I think that'd be a smart play, but we'll see. I love it. They're a great studio.
I mean, I love it. I would love for it to be at the show, like love, and like even in my head, it's like, oh, if you got id, that's closing the show. You know what I mean? Like type energy. Whether it's a new Doom, or whether it's a new Quake, or whether it's a brand new IP, and they just say, "Hey, we got id Software, and here's their new game." That's a show closer, you know. But I don't think we're gonna see them this year. I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna see them.
Yeah, so. Please, Xbox after Redfall, never close a show with CG again. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus. All right, this one's going to be a quick one. The Initiative, developers of Perfect Dark, working on this with Crystal Dynamics. Reportedly, half the studio from the Initiative had left, so they're picking up the pieces right now. This game feels like it's been punted at least to like 2026 probably, but I could be wrong. This one's an easy no for me.
I concur. Easy no for me. With that said, I really want to see it, though. I really want to see the gameplay.
I'm curious.
I really enjoyed Crystal Dynamics. A lot of their games, even like the single player of Marvel's Avengers, I thought was
Man,
a good time.
We were getting along so well.
But I said the single player portions, not the portions of the single player where it was like the multiplayer maps.
Correct.
Like strictly just those sections of like.
When was it not multiplayer? Are you talking about like the first hour where you're like running around? And
like the
okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah,
was great. And then like it kind of went away
the
from
pitch
that.
portion of the game, and then Square Guide said, "All right, you turn the rest into a live service."
And then it was like, no thanks. But yeah, I really want. I'm kind of out of all the games. Almost, I'm really interested in seeing what this is like because they said it's first person, and what it's going to be. But I'm with you. I don't think we see it this year. I mean, maybe that shows up at the Keeleys. You know?
Yeah, it's a good window for it. But I think nothing. Jez.
Yeah.
Cog.
Jez, just go. Let Jez go.
Sorry, which studio is this? I'm starting
the
Initiative.
The Initiative. Oh yeah, Rand was talking about Crystal Dynamics. I always fall asleep when Rand starts talking about Crystal Dynamics.
Oh my god!
Oh
my god!
Because Rand's like, oh, I love Tomb Raider so much. I'm like,
Tomb Raider is amazing. What are we talking about? At least we don't got to listen to you talk about World of Warcraft.
Tomb Raider's like the third-person shooter equivalent of a walking simulator.
Oh my god! Wow,
man, we're slandering the walking sims today.
This
lovers of Edith Fincher just shaking up in their bed right now.
I can't tell you how much I hate the shooting in the Tomb Raider games. I think the Tomb Raider games have the worst combat experience of any AAA game ever made.
Played Gears? I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Damn. Shots fired. Literally.
But don't go for Gears like that. Catching a stray. It's all right.
So Perfect Dark's like one of these games that Reset Era calls like the elusive 5, isn't it? One of these games they announced and then we've seen nothing of. I think like at least a couple of these games will be there, but it sounds like Perfect Dark's been through the ringer when it comes to development, and I think it still could be like, I think a lot of these games are just announced maybe too early, but maybe not too early because at least we can say we got something that's coming, you know. But I think it's probably still too early for Perfect Dark. It sounds like the development has been nightmarish, and they probably don't have anything to show for it yet. But we'll see.
It's a shame.
I'm sure Rand's really excited for another Tomb Raider with a sci-fi skin.
I mean, give me Tomb Raider, bro. 100% down all day.
I wouldn't argue it.
I'm
Square Enix said the sales disappointed, man. Sales, bro.
This one's gonna be a fun one. Oh, sorry, Cobb. Sorry.
No. Literally the same thing. I don't see them here. Too much shake up with the whole. You know, half of the senior management left, and Crystal D came through with the Crystal D shirts to my man Gallagher. But nah, I don't see them there. But let's get to the next one.
Yeah, this next one is going to be an interesting one because this is definitely like there are some X Factor picks here that could be a big difference maker in the show if they're there or not. And I think inXile Entertainment with Project Cobalt and a reported second game in development that I have some thoughts on. Could make an appearance here, and I know this is another Jez Gordon special that he leaked a while ago. That the way you described it just sounds awesome, especially this kind of steampunk first-person shooter, Unreal Engine 5. Given it's such a new and vastly different undertaking from what we've seen with inXile, and much like you mentioned earlier, Jez, about companies kind of punching above their weight, trying to get to a new level. This one sounds to me like it's still a ways off. However, the Wasteland engine yet exists. And I am going to put my on the table.
On the table? What are we doing?
I think it's time for Fallout Tactics. And I think it's going to come from the Wasteland team. And I think it's going to happen at this showcase. Because I need to have one Fallout pick in here, okay? As you know, this is the year I'm not saying remasters. I give it up, everybody. So I've moved my talents to a new place. I'm going to ask for this. I'm just going to give myself a little something here. Because I refuse to believe after how good Wasteland 3 was, all the tech they put into that game in terms of like systems and mechanics, that's just going to be not used. You got to do something with that, especially the support that game got, 2 pieces of DLC. They had to have cooked something up in there. So I'm going to predict that there's no Cobalt. Maybe Fallout's a bit pie in the sky, but something in the Wasteland engine, I think, will be shown off. We'll see. But Rand, I want to kick it to you. You were mighty quiet there in that prediction. Everyone else gave me looks. I couldn't see your face.
You can't
though.
see me. You can't see me. Yeah. I'm making looks though.
Did you recoil at my little prediction?
I mean, Fallout. Look, I want a Fallout game for you, Maddie, and for Jez. You know, just like my Banjo Bros, just like I wouldn't care about a tactics game. That immediately goes into the ignore and delete and never even bother.
Tactics games because you can't walk in them.
Damn!
You have to click.
You got a point and click.
Yeah, point and click. We all know Jez's favorite type of game is the point and click stuff. You just move my mouse around and click, point, because that's gaming. That's gaming.
Oh, yo! This is an attack. This is an assault.
Damn. I mean, think about it. Diablo, World of Warcraft. All you do is just point and click.
But are you implying my homie's not a real gamer with this style of game? You coming for the wow? That's damn, Jess. That's hard. To
be fair, one of my favorite games of all time, and not a lot of people know this, is Broken Sword. Have any of you guys play Broken Sword?
I've heard of Sword. I've heard of it.
It's a point and click
before my time again.
There's a point and click. It's a British point and click mystery game. On the PlayStation 1. I love those games, man. I played them religiously. So yeah, maybe Rand's got a point. Maybe I just, you know, but yeah.
inXile. I don't think so. I don't think we see anything from them. I do want to see Project Cobalt. I do want to see that steampunk thing, but I don't think we see it this year. But then again, I don't know. CGI announcement trailer, you know, as long as you kind of stick within a 2-year window, I kind of enjoy if you can announce a game and it comes out within 2 years. That's like perfect. You know, nice. Maybe like, oh, you announce it the year it comes out. That's even better. But usually 2 years is, oh, you announced in 2023. Okay, you're out at least by 2025. I'm perfectly cool with that, right? So maybe they could announce it, but I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. That hurts a little bit. Cog, you gonna pick me up? You gonna back me up here, man? My fellow Duke?
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's you know, this is one of my most high, like they're my underrated draft pick for Xbox Game Studios. I think this team is awesome. I think like they've got so much potential, and you know the fact that Microsoft helped them kind of get over the finish line with Wasteland 3. It's been 2020 when that dropped. You know, we do for a little tease on a little CGI on what you doing. we do. So I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's going to be Cobalt or any other type of game in development. But look, it's time to let us know what you're doing, in my opinion. And I would have no problem with Cobalt or anything they announce. I think that team is awesome, story wise, tactic wise. I know Rand don't like the tactic stuff, but you know, anything they put their hands on. I mean, these is the makers of Fallout. Like, let's be clear. Like, this is Fargo and the homies. Like, this is a list, bruh. Like, yeah, I'm gonna push, and why I'm gonna push is also they are super active on social media. They are in the mix of stuff that ain't got nothing to do with them. Yeah. They're like any Xbox Game Studio do something, they're like, yeah, we feel blah, blah, blah about what you're doing. And they come up with a video and it's all this creativity on social. Bro.
I got to tell you something.
Let's go.
I got to tell you something. Let's go. You know, the community manager for inXile and their marketing guy, he used to be a big shot community manager at World of Warcraft. So you know they're quality people. You know they're quality people at inXile. Get him.
Yeah, good, Jez. Good. I'm gonna lead right into you, man, because that's who you want to hear from on this one.
Well, I do like Mr. Matty's fantasy of a Fallout tactics. A Fallout Tactics game on the Wasteland.
It's happened before.
Well, yeah, I know. But I think it'd be amazing. But I just think it's like one of them that's just it would be too good to be true. Sadly, I would love to see like Fallout 1 or 2 or Fallout Tactics remastered, remade, reimagined as a sort of modern retro isometric RPG. Used by, even if it was like Josh Scheuer's team using the Pillars engine or the Wasteland engine to make a full tactics game. But I agree with you though. The Wasteland engine is it's the best engine for that kind of game. So it's kind of wild that they're just letting it sit there, while they run off and make a shooter, So I'd love to see them do something with it. But I've kind of the opinion that I think it's still too early, and they haven't really been. I kind of feel like they'd be teasing something. They're the kind of studio that can't resist teasing, so I kind of feel like they'd be teasing their presence. But who knows? Maybe maybe Aaron Greenberg's been there and say, "Don't you dare say anything." We'll see.
Yeah, Mr. Check your expectations. I don't know. Sounds plausible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this one's going to go straight to you, Cog. Machine Games, developers of Wolfenstein, now developers of Indiana Jones. Sir, what are your expectations for this one?
This is the one I'm hoping for, big time. I can't say concrete, but this is the one What are you doing, Machine Games? What's going on in that building? I need to know, and I need to know about Indiana Jones. This is something that I think, again, Jazz, or multiple, outlets have kind of teased, I believe, and I want to know, obviously, the direction. These guys are first-person gurus. We know about Youngblood and what happened during the Catch a Wave phase, of Bethesda trying to figure things out. But man, I'm trying to think. Logically, is it because I really want it, and is it too early? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But there's a part of me that when Lex spoke to Todd about the Indiana Jones games, the way he talked about it kind of inferred to me like, it's in the place that they want to go direction wise. And how long ago the whack Indiana Jones movie came out? When that came out?
It doesn't come out for another month. The reviews just came out super early. Yeah.
All right. We're gonna act like the movie reviews didn't count, but
I mean, they kind of know. They did an early screening for it, but I mean, the movie isn't out until after the showcase, so it could be time to show it. Yeah.
As long as it ain't
synergy.
That's what I'm like. As long as it ain't, the depiction in Machine's game ain't old Harrison. Like, as long as I get young and spry Harrison depiction.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Give me that old, that Phillian energy that I'm with. So, all right, gun in my head, machine game. It's a lot showing.
The right answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I could be completely wrong with this one. This is Cog with his heart. It's probably still early, but this is Cog with his heart wanting to see them.
Nothing too early when you can do CGI trailers.
That is true.
Although, Maddie, how would you feel about that? Was the first announcement, would you consider that a CGI trailer?
Indiana Jones.
How would you... Yeah, because it was like a 20-second little kind of thingamabob.
Yeah, they actually never even uploaded anything on YouTube. Like, what happened was... I remember finding the trailer because IGN posted it. It's just a ripped version of the Twitter video. Like, they never put any type of trailer out. So technically it would be like all we really got was the title card on a social media post. So I'd be keen to see them just pick a direction. As a fanatic almost, if you will, that's where I would be okay with the CG, just to say, hey, what are you guys doing for sure? Because Pete Hines back in, I think it was 2018, promised we're definitely going to do Wolfenstein 3. Well, obviously a lot of time has passed since then. Wolfenstein 2 came out in 2017. Wolfenstein Youngblood came out in 2019. That was a co-developed effort with Arkane, so not all of their attention was there. Then you get the announcement at I think the top of 2021 that
January.
We get a Indiana Jones game by them, and I'm like, okay, so is this their focus now? Because if that's where they're all going towards, then we're not going to hear from them for another 2-3 years, maybe. But if it's something like Wolfenstein 3, where a lot of the assets are built, and this would, to me, I just feel like I've kind of picked my own direction on my predictions for them, where Wolfenstein 3 makes the most sense for that to be their next game. And especially because they were doing hiring recently for a senior animator. I was poking around a little bit, and it said, I can actually, hold on, I have the files here on my computer. I just put it into a video I'm editing right now. It says, hold on, it should be right
doing?
here. Hold on. Right here. No, hold on. These are the tweets about the Fable collection that Xbox revoked. All right, so they say here, you need passion for video games and especially for first-person immersive games, which is very much, I'd say, Wolfenstein. Now, Todd did say when it came to Indiana Jones, it's a lot of different things put together. We still don't know if that's going to be first or third person, but the way he described it and his lack of commitment to one direction or the other says that it might be like a mix, like depending on what's happening in the mission. But then also it says for preferred skills that you need to have a strong familiarity with the Machine Games titles. That could be anything. But then it also says you need experience animating creatures or quadruped characters, which you see the, I forget the name of the big dog-like Nazi machine. But that's also in Wolfenstein. So it seems like they are working on it based off that, if I were to infer anything from that job listing. And I just feel, given that there's been so much made for the franchise already, that this makes sense. So then once they presumably wrap up the Wolfenstein series here with 3, after all the entries they've done, plus Young Blood, or was it Old Blood and Young Blood or whatever, that they can then divert all of their focus onto the next big thing for them in Indiana Jones. So I think Wolfenstein 3 shows up personally. Like I just think,
wow, that's big.
Huge.
I just think it's time. Like, it's been so long, and the last game they released that had their name on it was co-developed. So really, their last full release was 2017. I'm sorry, but like, it's at the point, like, they got to be ready to show something if this has been a focus for them. If they've been splitting the efforts, maybe this is a new challenge for them. I won't be stunned if nothing is there from them, and I probably won't overreact either. But there will start to be that budding, like, okay, are we punting this shit till 2024 now? Is that what we're going to hear from you? And you're telling me the end of 2024 maybe is when I will be getting your next game? That's a significant gap. But you look at something like Rocksteady, and it's possible. When Suicide Squad comes out, it'll be over 8 years since their last game. So shit can go south, but I think if Machine Games is on top of things, and Todd was speaking kind of confidently about them and how good they are, I have to imagine they have to have their act in order to some degree. Obviously, he's not going to throw him under the bus, but I'll put myself out there in a vulnerable state and say, okay, let's say all of that in an ideal world is true, that something should be cooked up enough to show off. Now, I don't think it will be Indiana Jones, though, although this is a good month to show it. I will throw that out there. This is a good month to show it with the zeitgeist, but that game should be able to stand on its own. So I don't think you need the movie to boost it at all.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you're out there with that prediction, because it's basically like Wolfenstein 3 is coming before Indiana Jones. That is, you're putting yourself
I'm picking
out there.
The lane. I'm picking the lane.
Man, if you're right, I got my knees, bro. Like, I need Wolfenstein 3 in my life, so I'm 100% behind you on this one. Personally, I want to see what they're doing. Like, hear me out. Indiana Jones trailer plays for the new movie into Indiana Jones trailer for the game.
That means it's a movie trailer, though.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Movies.
I'm just corporate synergy, man. Movie comes out after the showcase. It's like, hey, we got the. See, I disagree with Maddie in the sense that I think Wolfenstein 3 was shelved.
Oh,
right. I think
it can be either or. No, you could totally be on point there.
I think they shelved that game, and they don't come back to it until they finish Indiana Jones, and maybe it's like, oh, okay, well, we can sort of start doing some early work on it or something. But I think Indiana Jones is their next game. And I know, like, I'm kind of iffy about if Bethesda will be there this year. I'm going to go hard on my sleeves, and I'm going to say we'll see Indiana Jones. We'll see Indiana Jones, and we'll see...
Hot take!
We'll see a CGI trailer for it.
Okay. I mean, that's not... No, I don't think it's a bad pick at all, personally. Cog, what about you? You think...
I mean, I defer to I went, but I defer to Jez. No, you good. I'm curious, Jez, is he gonna spoil for what on our parade? We got a lot of hopium, Jez.
Well, it's really weird because the Indiana Jones franchise is like really beloved, but it's always been weird to me that they only made 3 movies. Like they could have done like way more movies, but they only made 3. There's never been a 4 or a 5. Weirdly, but is
that your sarcastic Brit humor that didn't seem like anybody else here caught?
I think so. Yeah, it was very dry. But maybe
I just
this
smiled and waved.
Yeah, maybe this game could be the sort of shot in the arm that IP needs, because I think, well, for those of you who don't know, there was a Indiana Jones 4 and 5, and they're both terrible and awful. The fifth movie just recently came out, and there was a lot of I remember me and Randy going back and forward about this years ago.
I don't think it come out yet.
Dude, it came out.
Dude, I don't think it did.
No. It's been shown to reviewers or something, and
there are reviews for it, but it doesn't come out until it
doesn't come out. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It's going to be everyone knows it's going to be terrible. So everyone knows it's going to be terrible.
Everyone knows it's going to be terrible.
The fourth movie was terrible, and the fifth movie is rumored to be terrible. So let's say it's allegedly terrible. So and I think me and Rand ages ago, we went back and forth about they want the game to come out to line up with the movie launch and stuff like that. So it's probably likely the movie presumably will have some form of marketing which will synergize with the game. And I suppose if you are releasing a new Indiana Jones movie, even if it's going to be awful and put the final nail in the coffin, maybe Machine Games can offer a glimpse of what it could be if they're just left it alone. Some things don't need to be messed with, but so yeah, I think Indiana Jones could show up, but I think this is another disagreement I have with Special Nick. Special Nick thinks it's going to be exclusive to Xbox. I think it's going to be multi-platform. So I think
contractually before deal kind of deal.
It's Disney. Disney wants that shit on PlayStation. Of course they do. So I think we'll see it, and it'll be multi-platform. But
so all of us got Machine Games showing up. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. It looks like it's time. And I think, am I the only one on the Wolfenstein 3 island? Is that it?
I don't think what you're saying is not sound. I think you got to.
Come on, Kyle. You know it's me. I'm not an idiot. Come on. What do I say? Things that aren't sound.
I think Red and I agree that. The way you phrased it, there's a possibility. There's a strong possibility. I think you have a strong argument. I don't see one.
He's right in the sense is okay, what have you been doing since 2019?
Yeah.
Right. You finish Wolfenstein 2 2017. You do Wolfenstein Youngblood, which sucked in 2019. What have you been doing? What have you been doing? It's 2023, and a lot of people. I remember coming on here one of the first times talking about. I think the showcase in 2021. Showcase in 2021 was the first one with Bethesda, and we were all like, Wolfenstein 3 absolutely has to. We were expecting Wolfenstein 3 to come out that year.
Yes. We was on it.
And it wasn't just me. It wasn't just you, Cog, or Matt. We were all like, of course Wolfenstein 3 is coming. Of course it's going to be this year. And then it was there was nothing. And then the following year they announced the Indiana Jones thing. We're like, maybe there is no Wolfenstein 3. I don't know.
Yeah, I will be absolutely slippery and pivot to Indiana Jones. If we don't see Wolfenstein 3 here, I'm like, yeah, y'all are just focused on Indy. Because at this point, it just goes to what is going on there. Who knows?
Yeah.
This will be a quick one, I imagine. Mojang, Minecraft developer. Do we expect any type of presence from them? We just got Minecraft Legends, so maybe I would say some type of update trailer on that, perhaps. But that's kind of got that extended showcase stink on it, so I'm gonna kind of have the reserved selection on that. This is me drafting with the heart in a different way, where I don't want this here. I feel the showcase is a little bit better without Minecraft this time around. Let's minimize the known quantities, because I say that seriously because we've seen a lot of Forza, we've seen a lot of Minecraft. It's okay, we know this is Xbox, we get it. Give us some new shit, please. It's I don't want to see another Minecraft Dungeons.
You don't want to see Craig the team bust out again. You don't want to see.
I love Craig. We all know we love Craig.
We love Craig.
But I'm just saying, it just came out. Give me some time to get over this game.
Let's miss you a little bit. Just too soon.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to quickly butt in here for a second. So before we started the show, Maddie was like, we're going to go really fast on the show. No tangents. really quickly, every single time we talk about these topics, it's just tangents galore.
Tangent.
How long we've been doing the show? For like three hours already?
Yep.
Poor Jez. I'm trying to just hold Jez until Playground. Then I'm gonna let Jez just go to the.
We gotta get the British. We gotta get all the British studios done before then we can let them go.
I'm good to go for as long as we need to, but it's always funny when you get 4 podcasters in there that are used to drawing out their sentences and doing tangents. Like things can go on for a long time.
Oh, dude, that's fine with me. I was just talking about the news section. The news, I like. For those who don't know, before this, when we weren't recording, I said, let's keep the news quick. I was like, let's not park it for too long because I was thinking of Jez falling asleep during the show, which we try to avoid. And then I was also thinking about I know we all can go on and we'd love to hear ourselves talk. So I was like, let's do it in the prediction section where we can just riff and have a good time. But Mojang, Rand, are you feeling bullish about this? We going to see the blocky builder?
No, usually nothing Minecraft shows up, right? And I just don't feel Minecraft Legends would be there because they have Minecon with a much bigger audience. And when's Minecon, Jez? What time of the year is Minecon? Do you remember? What are you talking about?
You're hardcore Minecon.
Come on.
Usually, I don't think they have a set time. It's like, it depends. It's just random. I think they usually do it in the fall. I think they do it in the fall. It's usually like when they've actually got stuff to show, so I don't know. I don't know when.
Just get mine. My guess, no.
My guess, yeah. I mean,
I don't think they'll be there though. They just launched the Trials and Tales update for Minecraft. So what have they got to show? They're not going to show the next update. That'll be at Minecon. So
yeah, exactly. That was my point.
What are they going to? So what else are they going to show?
You don't need to show Minecraft Legends
after a week
update here. So you got Minecon, so no.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with all you guys. They did the multi-platform release. We had them on Duke Ultimate. Great guys, great team, but too early.
Okay. Ninja Theory. Developers of Hellblade. Project Mara also in development. Rand, you got to go first, brother.
This is my number one. This is like when you talk about the most anticipated from Xbox Game Studios, this sits alone at the top. Okay. Ooh. And I don't want to hear Jez talk about Walking Simulator and how the first game was half combat and wasn't even really that great of combat and half walking puzzles or whatever. Shut your mouth, Jez. Be quiet. Okay. I hear it enough for you on Xbox too. I don't need to hear it right now.
The stage is yours.
I see. I don't know. But I'm just going to say this is going to be there. 99.9%. Has to be here. It has to be. I think it's out of all the titles that are closest to releasing that have been revealed since 2020, this is the closest, right? We've seen it twice now with even like Dev Diaries. We saw the thing with the Unreal Engine, the face motion capture stuff. Part of me thinks it could open the show. Boom. Hellblade 2 started off. Here's some combat scenarios. Here's how the game's improved. And then boom, end it November 5th, 2023. Ba-bang. Or you could end the show like that, depending on it. So I'm 50-50 on it coming this year. I'm 100% on board of it being at the show. 50-50 on it launching this year. I'm more leaning towards early 2024, to be honest with you. I'm leaning towards a March-ish release because I'm feeling Avowed is a September-October release. I know some people will say, oh, they feel Avowed's early. I feel Avowed's later. No, Avowed.
Oh, you're talking about next year.
Next year.
Like, I was like, Rand.
No.
Get me excited here.
So like I said, 50-50 on it being this year. I'm leaning towards next year, but I need to see this game. I need to see the improvements. I need to see what they've done. They've doubled up the team that's working on it. Show me what that Microsoft money and the improvements we can expect from all these studios you acquired. Show me. I want to see it all, bro. We've seen it twice now. It's time to okay, what's the combat look like? All that sort of stuff. Like, I need to see it. We will see it. And I think it could either close or open the show depending on if they got that trailer and that trailer has a release date and it's this year, I could easily see it end the show. Like, boom, you send them home happy. Hellblade 2, that graphical looking beast. And oh, by the way, you can play it in November, right? Send them home happy. Here's Starfield that you can play in September.
Yeah.
I need to see it. I need it to be there, please.
I like
Don't let me down.
Jez is smirking.
Don't let me down.
Jez is smirking, y'all. I don't know. Come on. I might have to skip my turn. I want to know Jez is. Oh, no. Come on, Jez. give me some positive. Come on.
Nah, I agree with Rand. I think it'll be there. I think Hellblade will be there. And I think it'll be. I think they'll show something more involved than the last thing, which was sort of like an interactive cutscene. I think the whole game's kind of like an interactive cutscene.
Don't you even start. Don't you even begin. I don't want to hear it from you.
Oh my god!
Nah, I think they'll show like some of the systems, maybe some of the combat. Like they've already said that they wanted to add more combat to this game, and I think we'll see something more involved, something that feels a little bit more like a real person's actually playing it. Just to make Rand happy. I think Hellblade will be there.
Hey, you got your Diablo 4. Where can I have my Hellblade 2? Okay.
Don't even compare those games, bro.
I know Hellblade's way better.
Keep dreaming. Yeah. Nah, to be fair, I really love the band that's doing the soundtrack for Hellblade. Like for me, that is the biggest draw. Like High Lung is like, they are absolutely incredible. Look them up on Spotify. All their songs are just mind blowing. I have to see them in concert.
So is it coming this year though? Please. That's the big question. This year, next year, 2025, God forbid.
Oh God,
2026.
Oh God, no, worse.
Nah, it's coming out for the next Xbox.
Oh damn.
I don't think I'll launch this year. I've changed my mind on that. I think it's next
year. You've been that it's launching this year for a while now. So you're pivoting to next year.
I'm changing it up. I think it's launching next year.
Okay,
but we'll see.
Cog.
Fred got me all excited. Man. This is the one. This is the mere presence of it to me is so critical for the Xbox showcase morale. And I think, again, I tell, my hardcore Xbox guys, don't get me wrong, Starfield's my baby, but I feel Hellblade is more important for the masses to believe in Xbox. I truly do. I really think that hashtag just one energy, even though technically it's a sequel, but it hits every checkbox, so we're going to ignore for now. Look, this is important. We've seen it, the launch of the system. We know Ninja Theory's been doing their thing as far as Iceland and going to these remote locations and stuff like that. Look, let's just be stuff, let's be real. Phil low-key leaked this game, in my opinion. In my opinion, that kind of funny interview when they were going through the whole Redfall situation, he's like, I'm looking at things right now that I can see it. That's his verbiage. I can see it. And it's just like, but nothing I can say to you guys right now will change anything of how you feel about the disappointment of Redfall until you get a controller in your hand. In my opinion, one of those games is Hellblade. Is no way. And he literally kind of alluded to it. Also, the Xbox marketing. You see Hellblade kind of snuck in the mix. They're not being really, they're not really being hiding this thing. It's not being conspicuous with it. So, yeah, the question becomes, like Jez is saying, is it this year? I've always been on the conservative side in the sense of, man, I want it this year. You know what I'm saying? But if I had to be betting smart money, and I know Maddie's not going to feel me because this goes with our fantasy stuff. Look, I want to be wrong, bro. Like, bro, I want you to have this W over me and you say, bam, November. Crowd goes wild. Grown man tears.
My initial prediction was September, to be fair. So I'm already wrong on that. There's no way they're stacking them the same month.
But even if you hit the year, you still get a big W over me. And I want to be wrong. If I had to bet, I would say, that more of that first half 2024 type energy, but I do feel they have to show the combat. Like Rand said, that you've shown it 2 times already. You have to show the combat, and you have, if we see you, which we expect, you have to have a release date or window that says fall of this or spring of that. It has to be. So yeah, that's where I'm at, man. This is huge for Ninja Theory to be there with Hellblade. It to me, that represents the new era of Xbox. And I know people in the LSM community and PlayStation fans that are waiting for this game. Yeah. This is a game that shows, okay, this is the Series X. You know what I'm saying? This is, you know what I mean? Like, this is what you want to see. That's what people want to see from Xbox, man. When people see games like this, and I know Jez is being slanderous, but when they see that graphical fidelity in Center One, the facial expressions, the UE5 and chants, and that, when Jez hear that band going, he gonna be all in. He gonna put Diablo down for maybe like 1 week, and then he gonna be all in, bro. I'm telling you, this is the game to change the narrative. It's Hellblade, baby. I say yes. I say 2024, baby, top.
I think this is the show opener. I think this is.
We just going for it. We ain't playing with them no more.
I think they crack it open, and I think they need a good tone setter, and I have my prediction locked in on what I think ends the show. But I think this is the one they open with as sort of the statement game. I think every showcase needs that. I think, what was it last year? Did they start with Starfield? Was it?
No, Redfall, bro.
Was it the year before?
Redfall.
They started with Redfall.
Okay, sorry, I'm misremembering it then, but there's no doubt that you got it. It's Jesus Christ at that age, horribly.
That ain't set it off right.
That ain't sounding right. This sounds like a bad omen now. But my point being is, you typically, because look, PlayStation started with fair games, so we're 1-1 now. But point being is, the idea, I think, is when you kick open a showcase, Xbox has to know, in the terms of organizing what content is there, they need a tone setter. Oh, yeah. And I think with all the first party that we presume will be ready, that they should have a pretty good banger opening and conclusion, to say the least. I mean, of course, you're guaranteed Starfield, which is the cherry on top, truly. At least for me, it's the game I'm most excited about. So I got my happiness locked in to some degree. But look, man, I think Ninja Theory, you know, this is the company that was side by side with you in the Series X reveal. I think you open the show. I think you date this game. If it's being shown, of course, we're going to get gameplay, because I don't want to see this game if it's not going to get gameplay. We cannot go a third time with nothing. And I think it's coming out this year. I'm going to say November, December. Like, I know a lot of people find that bold. I know a lot of people find it bold, but I really, I just think that way Phil lined up the timeline, the way he broke it down, where he's like, yeah, we got Starfield, Forza, Hellblade. I was like, that order of things, bro, is such a telling thing to me, just based off what we know about these games, what people are anticipating about these games, and the way he rolled them out, and in the context he did, it just felt like a complete, like, this is our timeline for the end of the year. And because he was saying, as Cog mentioned, none of this matters until we have a control in our hand, but he says he can see the pipeline. And the reality is, Starfield is the Q3 game. We do not have a Q4 game. Now, Q4 game could be Forza Motorsport.
I mean, technically it would be. Right?
Yeah. And I think if you just have Starfield and Forza alone in that window, like, if your Xbox is a business, you'll do just fine. That's more than enough.
You do better than last year when you only did Intimate. I mean, let's be honest.
The bar is so high.
Step forward. Well, look, I was usually reserved when it came to your December games. But High on Life kind of changed that for me. That was the best third-party launch we saw in Game Pass. Took over the internet as predicted here on Defining Duke. Like, it did super well, and I just feel like the industry is becoming more of a full year. That's probably the wrong term on how I would describe it, but it utilizes the whole length of the calendar instead of just the hot spots like it used to.
Can I push back for a second on this about December?
Sure.
I think they have high aspirations of this game to compete in the Keeleys and Game of the Year talks. So a December release would essentially disqualify it from the Keeleys. So if it is coming out this year, I would imagine it'd either be a late October release or an early November release where reviewers would be able to play it and have enough time to jot it down. Because I do think it's very much like the original Hellblade was kind of a critic's darling as well. And if they can step it up, so I don't really see it being December. So, and even Phil's whole thing of like, we got Starfield and Forza, and like he was like laying out the pipeline. You know, there's the possibility, like, Hellblade's next, but Hellblade's February next year.
Yeah.
Where it would still kind of fit the cadence, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
But I want you to be right. I want it to be
100%. Yeah, I feel when you look at the Q4 game, it really probably realistically is going to be Forza Motorsport, and they're just going to let Starfield dominate a lot of the conversation. But I want to say they're going to go hard, and I think they need to deliver content. Obviously, they're not going to force these games from their first party, which they are in communication with, completely out the door in a vulnerable state. But Hellblade 2, I just feel like with how much we've seen of it, the gradual unveiling of it, we have to get a date. And I think that date is soon, because I think they need that kind of cherry on top. Like, yeah, you know about Starfield, but this is coming too. And I think you open the show with that, because then you've bookended your show window effectively with what's coming after Starfield and obviously Starfield itself. And it's that kind of tone setter I think is so desperately needed, because I think there's a lot of emotions coming into this, and they need a stabilizing force to just settle down and be like, deliver something great first. Not a let's take a risk, not a here's a new IP, not a here's an idea, a game we know that we've been looking for. And I think this is the best candidate to get that kind of date, that kind of gameplay showing, and really set the tone on, wait, that's an Xbox game? Because to Cog's point from many shows, yeah, I love Xbox's dabbling in indie style games, in AA style games. And I hope they continue to do that, because it's really what makes the platform attractive to me. But yeah, they need to start making statements with big budget AAA. And I think this is the perfect show opener, truly.
Bro, I love your mindset with starting it. You got me hype. I think that's great. I haven't even thought about it. Like, bro, I haven't thought about placement yet, but I think
I have 3 games in my head that could start. I haven't picked which one I think it could go with.
Give me 3. Oh, we're going to save those.
Well, we haven't gotten to those games yet.
Yeah. Oh, okay, we ain't got to those games. Okay. But Maddie, you're on fire. I love that.
All right, well, let's move on to The Rock, the steady one, the 2022 savior, the number 1 draft pick for Lord Cognito, Obsidian Entertainment, developers of Avowed, Grounded, Pentiment, The Outer Worlds 2, very busy team.
Fallout New Vegas 2.
Fallout New Vegas 2, hopefully.
Arguably the best one.
We do have a write-in for this one, but we'll talk about what seemingly is the most nearby stuff, like Avowed. And Cog, I gotta, of course, the respect pick here. Gotta give it to you right away. Do we see Avowed? Do we get a date for Avowed? Do you think it's at the show, man? Like, is this the moment for Obsidian? Because I feel like there is a potential conflict of interest when Obsidian makes games that are like Bethesda Game Studios, and you got Bethesda Game Studios capping the showcase. Because when I was heading into this show, I was like, this would be a good opener. But then I'm like, well, you're kind of starting and ending the show with similar style games. Maybe you end the show with it. I'm like, then you're doing back-to-back of similar style games. So this could be a nice mid-showcase pick-me-up. Like, hey, we also got this. But it's your time to shine, sir. What do you think is going to happen with the Black Rock Obsidian?
Let's call it, man. The Black Rock is here. Now, let's be clear. The shoulders are, sore. We've been carrying this whole building. I don't know what these guys, these OGs, Xbox Game Studios been doing, but we've been carrying this thing. We love you, Coalition, but you've been quiet. You know what I'm saying? This generation, the series generation, this is us. We're the guys. So look, I do want to lead into Sean Mason's question, because it kind of, before I say my pick, so if you want to jump into that, and then I want to address him really quick.
Yeah, Sean Mason writes in, greetings, Dukes and friends. What are the chances we see anything regarding The Outer Worlds 2? As a huge fan of the first game, it's a top 10 game of all time for me. I'm eagerly anticipating the sequel. I know Obsidian has their hands full with Avowed, but given the output we have seen from them, I am hopeful we see something best. Sean, thank you for writing in.
My God, I love Sean. Continue. Okay, now, Sean, I love you, but we got to be clear. Like, Outer Worlds 2, we just saw in a reveal that, let's be honest, none of us expected. Because the Black Rock is so efficient, because there's the production value, they could do 3 or 4 projects at once. You know what I mean? They gave you something to say, oh, wow, they ready to go soon with that, right? So to me, I look at them as how PlayStation's, how they have it, how Insomniac, this is Insomniac over here. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I say no to Outer Worlds 2. Let them work, let them cook. I don't think we see them here. It's Avowed. Now, the thing with Avowed comes down to, and I will defer to Jez here, because he does know things, in reference to how things have been working, or at least he had an early outline of things. So I will just say that I get the impression there was a slight revamp in terms of, hey, we're here, but we want to really put the icing on this thing to really show. So maybe I want to say like it's scrapped or anything, but like kind of like a shift in we want more resources, more power on this thing to make this thing even shine even brighter. So my gut tells me it's a little farther out than like, okay, it's ready automatically at the top of 2024 kind of energy. Maybe it falls to the end of 2024, early 2025, and only because of a polish and a reputation, because they know how big this is. This is, in my opinion, with the Pillars universe, their baby version of Elder Scrolls with the spells and the stuff like that. There's going to be pressure on them because they know what they're coming behind. So my prediction is yes, we will see it, but no release just yet. Still, no release. I think it's like almost like how Ninja Theory showed Hellblade the second time, but we still didn't get the release. I think we get more of a refinement if it's there of the new direction. That's where I'm going with it. But I think that they're in a good spot. They theoretically don't need to be here in a way. In a way, correct. They've done 20. People talk about 2022. Hello, Grounded and Pentiment came out. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. It's not the big flash that everyone, but those are excellent games. So they technically could get a pass if I'm wrong and we don't see them. I still think we see them. I still think Avowed has some form of presence, but that's my guess now. I want to force order to Jez because I'm curious on what he thinks here. He broke a lot of stuff early with them, and I know. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way, but say like I meant in terms of you're very informative with what's been going on, and I'm just curious like where's your head at with Obsidian because they're my favorites, and I know what the Black Rock is doing.
Avowed, I think Jason Schreier reported that Avowed had something of a reboot, but
yes,
I kind of got the impression that was a strong way of wording it, at least in terms of what gamers would think of as a reboot. I actually saw a meeting where I shouldn't have seen, but I did see, where they were discussing what actually happened with some of that stuff, and it sounded to me less like a reboot and more like a change in direction. They were talking about how they were struggling to find what the differentiator and trying to do too much, and they stripped out some features and refocused on trying to make it like a more of a Obsidian game at the end of the day. I think that was their words, to paraphrase it. Okay. So one of those things that I'm not sure about whether it's in or not is co-op. So there was some indication that it was going to have co-op Avowed, and I'm not sure if it's still in there or not, or if that was the thing they stripped out as part of the refocus. But it does sound like it underwent some kind of change in direction, and maybe they did think we can get this game up to the next level, and maybe it will be a bit further out. But I think we'll at least see it. I think this is going to be one of the elusive games that we see in-engine footage of. Will it be real gameplay? I don't know, but I think it will be in-engine, and I think we will see Avowed. As for when it's launching, I have no idea. No idea.
Oh, give me hope. My brother gave me hope. Okay, all right.
Rand, are you here to shoot Cog down?
Actually, I'm going to back him up. In fact, this is one of the 3 games that I thought could open or end the show. I think Avowed is big enough where it could open the show and potentially even close it. And I did think about what you said, like, do you close with Avowed when you're immediately going to go right into Starfield? And it's like, maybe they wouldn't. But it is on my mind. I do think we see Avowed. I do think it's even dated where it says 2024. No, like, time frame, just 2024. Because in my mind, I sort of feel like how 2024 is going to lay out. It's going to be like Hellblade 2. It's going to be Gears Collection. It's going to be Wandering Tower. It's going to be Contraband. And essentially capping off the year going to be Avowed in like the end spot, essentially, and whatever games they have in between the two, like the 2 pillars, start and end. I do think Avowed will be there. I think we'll get a gameplay demo, honestly. I think it's going to get a gameplay segment. Phil even mentioned how we've seen the build recently.
Yeah.
And I had heard little birdies were chirping to me about Avowed a little bit, about how it was looking pretty good, essentially. So I think it's going to be there. So
yeah. Black Rock Energy, let's go.
It's hard for me to disagree. I was going in feeling pretty confident that it was going to be there, but I mean, I feel firm now. But not like that. Hey, yeah, Avowed. Like this is one that I'm right there with you, Rand. Like show opener, show closer kind of energy. This is where I look at the prediction I'm making. I'm like, am I getting too overzealous? But it goes back to what I said years ago. I said, like, the way the first party library is lined up, like 2023 is going to be, it should be that blast of here's what we've been working on. Here's what's been cooking since 2018 effectively. And this is one that they revealed in 2020 or 2021. They announced showed off 3 different things at a showcase. And I remember, I have it up here. This quote is burned in my head. They say, "We hope you are all ready for what we are creating for you, and we will be showing more of Avowed later down the line." Now, they said this Xbox Wire post was dated July 23rd, 2020. I don't know about y'all. When I see later down the line, I thought that was the Keeleys that year. I thought it was the Keeleys the next year. So the optimist to me is just continuing to punt this, and hopefully I'll eventually get it right. But I feel like this is one that, again, makes sense. I felt like it was time to see it, but then you hear what Phil said, as Rand brought up, and he's mentioning seeing good builds of Avowed. I can't help but read into what he said there because of the candid nature of the interview, the emotions he was experiencing. I can't imagine there was a lot of rationality in some of his choices. I think there's a lot of stuff he said there, as we talked about during that episode, Cog, that he would have wanted to roll back. I think laying things out in the order he did and what he has seen creates some expectations, maybe for better or for worse. But I think this is one that, just based off Jez's report, based off Obsidian's consistency, based off how Jez is, if we put faith into that, which I always have faith in my man, that's more of a refocus somewhere else rather than a complete reboot. It feels like it's not obstructing the development enough where it would be a major setback. But would I be concerned if it didn't show up? Actually, no. Because, again, like, this would be one that if we saw, I want to see it soon, but Obsidian's delivered in spades. Like, they have the right to go away for a little bit. They do. They did deliver in Grounded in the full version 1.0. They did deliver with Pentiment in a real surprising game. And hey, there's other stuff that Obsidian can show off. I know this sounds crazy, and I don't think it'll be here, but I think The Outer Worlds 2 is closer than people think, because that started development immediately after the first one.
I agree.
So that one, it can be closer around the corner. So I think it's just a guarantee they're in one or the other showcase for the next year. It's just a matter of what's good for them. Carrie Patel, who directed, I believe it was the Peril and Gorgon expansion, is apparently directing her own game. We don't know if it's going to be a small bite-sized one or something bigger, something AA. No idea. But we know there are other games cooking in Obsidian. I imagine the major focus is Avowed. I imagine it's the one that needs the biggest update. But there's a lot of ways Obsidian can show up here. I think they'll be at the showcase in some capacity. I won't be concerned if they're not. But Avowed in some presence, getting dated, I agree with Rand. A window of some kind also seems likely. A year, maybe a quarter of the year, like spring 2024, would help. I think Xbox should be non-committal in the terms of date, but in Windows, I would be more than happy with that. So, Obsidian Entertainment. And then one last one here for Jez before permission granted to roll on out of here. Playground Games. We had to get the thoughts on this one because, well, this went from hopefully to, Xbox posted a tweet with glitter that looked like the objective trail from Fable. The music sounded like the Bowerstone theme. Some Xbox PR is posting up some, we'll say, Fable-style tweets. And they're not shutting things down. They are creating expectations. And hopefully they would protect themselves if things were going to lead to a potential underdelivery of expectations. Who knows though? Maybe they need to feel good for a little bit. But Playground Games developers of Forza Horizon and Fable, Jez, let's kick it to you right away. Do you think we see Fable? Do you think we see more of Horizon 5? Horizon 5 pushing past 30 million players now, by the way, for those who don't remember. So very good potential that's something that we see, but Fable being the one that a lot of folks have some hunger to see. So Jez, what's your take on this?
I think they'll give the floor to Forza Motorsport. I don't think there'll be any Forza Horizon there, but I think Fable's there. Personally, I would bet money on it at this point.
Oh, betting Monday.
Oh,
okay. I like this.
1,000
I like this.
Pence. Nah. Yeah, I think Fable's there. I think Fable's there. That's what we call sense.
Yeah, I know.
Just to throw that out there.
You guys are a whole different part of the world to me and my silly American ass.
But yeah, I think Fable's there for sure, and I think it'll close the show. And I think it'll be
reading my mind. Reading my mind, sir.
I think it'll be in-engine footage. I don't know if it'll be gameplay, but I think it'll show up really well, and it'll get people excited, and I think it'll be a headline. And I also want to throw in, by the way, that I don't think when Phil's talking about a collection, I don't think he's talking about Gears collection. I think he's talking about a Fable collection.
I like this. Yeah. Talk to him, Finn. Talk to him, Jess.
I think he's talking about Fable collection, but we'll see.
I pivoted on that this was the second collection. Remember what I said earlier? I said there's two collections, and this was the second one. I'm right there with you, because right when I saw the Fable thing, I'm like, it's definitely not going to be ready super soon. Like, I doubt they're going to be like, it's coming this year. No, but a Fable collection makes a ton of sense when you really look at it. And it's been so long since we've seen a new entry. I mean, Legends withstanding, which even that's been a long while. It is a perfect time to remind people why folks are so excited, even though it's Playground, who's not made this type of game before, why folks are so excited for Fable. So I'm right there with you, Jez. Cog, you loved what you were hearing. So what's the vibe check here on Playground? Are they showing up with Fable?
It's so crazy, because if we would have had this prediction show a week ago, my outlook would have been different.
See, and if we had it a week ago, I still would have said Fable would be there.
You still would have said it.
I would say next year.
Ray, you ran down inside. You know things.
No, that ain't true.
You know what I'm saying? You know things.
How long have I been saying on Xbox 2 I felt Fable was going to show up? Because I felt they had to give updates off of games coming in 2020.
You have.
I've been saying it for a long time.
No, you have.
So go ahead. I don't want to steal what you're going to say, so you go ahead and say.
Yeah, bro, we had the same. I think, for me, I've always been very Addict's my brother. It's like I'm so empathetic for him, because this is his heart. And I remember like it was yesterday. I believe it was a 2018 E3 conference. We were out there, and it was not particularly good one. I think that was the one where they didn't show Gears 5 gameplay, and they just showed Kate's face doing all this, and they just showed that side mode. And it was, I think it was overall considered an underwhelming show for the most part. And I remember we walked out of the conference, we turned our cameras and mics on and gave our raw reaction. And I just remember prior to that show, poor Addict, every Xbox insider, Fable's going to be there, bro. Fable's going to be, I'm telling you. And this poor kid was devastated. He was so angry because everyone told him it was going to be there. He's like, there's no Fable. And I'm like, bro, I figured. I just gave him the mic and let him go off. And since then, it's just been this ultimate tease until last year when we like, okay, we see something. CGI. Okay, yeah. You're doing it. With the worst kept secret in gaming. We know you're working on it, Playground. Now, but to this week, and the reason why I guess I'm surprised, Ram, because again, I know, the Xbox 2 be in the know with this particular one, but I just don't want to get my heart,
you don't want to get stomped, right?
Yeah, I don't want to get my heart crushed for my man. So when I'm hearing it, and then to see this tweet from the Xbox Twitter account, which is such a nice, subtle love letter to Fable fans, and I go to my homie and I say, Addict, you the Fable connoisseur. do you feel it? Is this it? He's like, oh, yes. Oh, yeah. And to see the smile, like Addict doesn't smile. So to see the smile, I'm like, look at my boy. I'm going to be in LA. He's coming with me.
Oh,
this is like perfect for, like, it is like a
redemption story.
This is grown man tears energy for this kid. Like, you understand, like, he got his Xbox. Fable he only had enough money for one game. That was the game. So, and he picked a winner. So this is his heart. And I wanted him to win. You know what I mean? So I'm so happy that this is just magically happening for him. And bro, I'm excited. Like, this is the one I didn't think I would have been okay if they would have been like, okay, one more year. We know Matt Booty has come out and said he's seen it with the team. He's seen it and he's like, yo, let's show it. And Playground's the one that's been conservative and saying, nope. I know you're excited. We'll show when it's ready. For them to promote it like this, they are extremely bullish from what they've seen. To me. For them to promote it in this is literally you snitching out one of your biggest games. This is big meat on the table energy. And they putting Xbox got their meat on the table. They especially after the show.
Man. They gotta be careful.
But it's a level of confidence I like.
Yeah.
It's a level of brashness I like. Like, look, I know our reputation ain't been the greatest overall, but you guys need to see this showcase. You guys want to be, and for them to hint this is huge. Yeah. Yes, it's gonna be there. You know, I don't get excited. I won't get mad if there's no release date, but it's gonna be there, and I'm pumped. And Jez got me pumped too. So, yeah, man, I'm gonna be out there for this one. Yeah, Ray, let's go, Ray, let's go.
Put out a video about this, right?
Let's go.
My first thought. So I've been thinking for a while Fable's gonna be there. Okay, for a while on Xbox 2, I've been talking about like, hey, I think Fable's gonna show up. And honestly, when I think about what's gonna open, I had Fable pegged to open. Like, people weren't expecting it. Boom, here's Fable. And people are like, wait a minute, if you're starting off with Fable, that exciting. I think, Matt and Jez, you remember when we talked about this in our fantasy draft? And I said I started with the show with Fable. I do kind of agree with Maddie. It would be more of a show closer. The only reason I kind of push back against that is because you already closed with Fable once. You're going to close again with it? It's like,
good point.
I don't know. So maybe you open with it this time. But then I think, do you open with it? Because the problem Xbox has is keeping their promises. You have all these outstanding games that we don't know a thing about or when they're coming. Are you really going to open a show with Fable that more than likely is not going to have gameplay, and then more than likely is probably not even going to have a date on it? Is that really the sort of tone you want to set? Be like, here's Fable, here's some in-engine stuff, and no date. Not, like, is that sort of how you want to begin? So I've been debating back in my head about where Fable would pop in. And I think Fable could work in the beginning simply because it would be a surprise that nobody really expected. However, tweet from Stein, whoever made this, because now this kind of changes things. Because to me, when I saw that tweet, that is a clear reference to Fable as I've ever seen. And it's about the music. That is as Fable-ass music as you could ever get. I was listening, I'm like, is this from Fable the game? And I got Shazam out, and I'm like, and I was like holding up to the speaker, like, okay, couldn't find it. I went and I listened to Bowerstone from Fable 1. It is so eerily similar to that music. Right? I'm like, and then the glitter, and it's like, okay, well, the Fable games always had that like gold quest line that sort of sparkled, kind of resembles glitter in a way. And the fairy in the first trailer, I know this is kind of getting away speculation, like, oh, maybe it's the fairy.
Dude, that's
fairy
what this is all about,
right? Getting into the leading to the PC. So my thought is like, boy, Xbox better be careful, because in my video I screen capped, I typed in Fable tease on Google. And it's just wall-to-wall articles from the media about Fable being confirmed for the show or Fable being rumored for the show. And I'm like, and the fans all think it's Fable now. Like, you can't tell them it's not, right? So if it isn't, if Fable's not there and the entire fan base and the entire media thinks it is, they need to get in front of this and come out and say, Fable's not there. Because you're only setting people up for disappointment. And maybe there's a you can kind of talk about like, would the Xbox social media team be told to tease something from Fable? Like, would they be so in on it and be like, oh, by the way, Fable's going to be there, make something that teases Fable, right? Would they be that far in 2 weeks out of like what's at the show and being told to tease something Fable related? I'm not really sure. Maybe Stein's high enough where he's let in that stuff. So if it's not Fable, then they're going to have a problem on their hands if it's not at the show, because that is, to me, that was as clear as Fable reference as you could possibly get. Now, it helps because I do think Fable is there, and I do think they are teasing Fable. So I think it's all going to work out in the end, that people are going to get what they want. But you never know with Xbox sometimes. You never know, because I could see a scenario
come on, don't do this.
Where the Xbox marketing teams and everybody watched that awful PlayStation showcase. It was like, you know what? We can pull something and we can save it for later, like a little rainy day. And they look at it and they're like, we don't need to have Fable at the show. The show's good enough anyways. We can beat that PlayStation showcase blindfolded and our arms tied behind our back. So let's just pull Fable and we'll give it to the Keeleys or something. Right? I'm just saying. There were rumors. There was rumors. Remember, there was rumors in 2020. That's exactly what happened to Perfect Dark. You remember? Perfect Dark was supposed to be there, and then suddenly it wasn't, and it was going to be at the VGAs or the Game Awards. So all in all, I'm saying Xbox is playing with freaking fire on this one.
Yeah,
you best be careful, because everybody, the fandom and the media, all think this is leading to something from Fable. It better lead to something from Fable, or else, that is a self-inflicted L like I've never seen. But I think it's going to be there.
I got to push before Jez goes. I got to push back at the whole. All right, I feel you with the fears of the past.
Sure.
Right? We all love this brand, and we've all seen the rakes come crashing across our foreheads when they do something stupid. We know it. I get it. But I'm looking at this thing right now again while I'm talking. The trailer glitter, the controller. It literally says you don't want to miss the Xbox Game Showcase. How dare they put this on the Keighley after this? They will get obliterated if they promoted their own showcase and don't show it. Like, that's the only reason why they're so explicit, Rand.
I know.
This is
you've already seen people on social media saying that they didn't tease Fable or Fable's not confirmed. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Bro. I know.
You got to hold the line on this one with me. You got to hold the line.
I am holding the line with you. And I
All right.
Maddie, what do you think, bro? I need to hear what you think.
Yeah, Maddie's the favorite. And then we get Jess to give us a line afterwards.
I think this is going to be like the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake kind of moment for PlayStation Showcase, as in, you know how they like the announcement cadence. Like, you see the game in a not video game play fashion, and then you get the collection afterwards. I can't bite. I can bite on to some degree that they got something to show, because Matt Booty was talking about last year they wanted to show something for the showcase in 2022. So I would imagine in a ideal world that it's only looking better, has made more progress, and is more ready to show than it was the year that Xbox Game Studios was saying, like, yo, let's show this thing off. So I think they'll have something. But I will stay conservative on this one and say, at the least, keyword least, as in I'm open to gameplay. I think in-engine, some kind of showing of the world, the gameplay, only because when you look at what we got in that initial reveal, it's like the fairy, the frog, and Albion. And it's like, okay, it's Fable, but what's going on in this world? Because remember, there were a number of, I think now proven fake leaks about the timeline getting reset and the story being different and character creator being different and how towns are handled being different. I mean, there's just so much stuff that I think needs gameplay, where I think that is the ideal way to go. But I'm going to stay safe and say at the very minimum in engine, and that we get a window, like just a flat 2024, sort of like it's coming whenever. And you see the collection in action as sort of the primer. I think it's what we were talking about with Gears, where you guys were saying like, oh, this has to be in proximity. To me, this feels like the one that actually requires that, because I think Fable's been out of the public mind for so long that there is going to be that desire to fire something back up and say like, oh yeah, let me see Fable Anniversary, or the last chapters, let me see 2, let me see 3, and hopefully quality of life enhancements. Again, getting rid of that loading screen when you pause Fable 3 would be a godsend, because I don't think otherwise it's an awful game, but there are just awful parts of it. So I think just there's a lot of opportunity there for that game to be cleaned up in certain ways.
Quick question for you and Jez, because I'm very curious. Do you think they can pull off or have the audacity to pull off a Fable collection showing and no Fable new?
I actually mentioned that in my video. I don't think that goes over well. Yeah. I don't think. No. Don't put that energy.
You gotta do both.
You talking got me thinking about ranks now, right? So I'm just asking. I gotta ask my peoples. They gotta ask the two. Do you think they can just say, all right, guys, this is what you wanted. Here it is.
Tune in.
Starting now.
Fable
finish.
Yeah, no, that would not fly. Nuh-uh.
Not fly?
No.
All right. Sorry, Maddie.
What if it's like a light remake of each of the games, though? What if it's like a higher effort thing than you're...
What if it's a high effort? Yeah.
Because then I think it could be fine. Again, this goes back to, I think, the Marcus Phoenix collection. If it's like a full-on Halo Master Chief style collection, I think it can get away on its own. I think the same would apply to Fable. Do I expect it to be that? No, I don't. I'm
dying.
Dying for what? I've already said I bet money that it will be there.
Okay.
But I really don't think they'll just collection it. I don't think they'll be like, oh, here's a collection and by the way, tune in next year for the next game. Nah, it's going to be a Fable blow. And I agree with Mr. Matty where he's like, they've got to reinvigorate the fact that this will be a pillar franchise for Xbox again, with Playground working on it and all the people they've poached from Rockstar and CD Projekt Red and all these other devs to make this game presumably AAA, whatever that means in today's era. But yeah, I think it closes the show. I don't think we'll get a launch date. I think it will be an engine.
I agree. Yep.
And I think it'll get people really hyped for the brand. That's what I think.
Excellent. Well, Jez, it's about time for you to go to bed, sir.
Yeah, let this man get to bed.
Hey, I'm staying. What are you talking about? I'm doing the whole damn show, man. Yeah, I'm staying.
Okay. Not that we kicking you out.
Yeah, we're not booting you, bro. If you think you can hang.
You think you can hang?
What are you playing right now? You playing Diablo? You playing Overwatch?
Yeah, I can see it in the guitar reflection.
He's good.
This dude's playing Diablo.
Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you, Blizzard, for helping us with this. Because that will keep our man focused and up at this ungodly hour we have.
Doing his pointing and clicking anyway.
Now, Jez, I just want to be transparent. I'm not booting you out. We probably got another 50 minutes to an hour.
50 minutes to an hour. Woo.
I'm giving a soft window here. I'm just making sure.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it, man.
Remember, we got Xbox 2+1 tomorrow, Jez. So.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, I figure the thing is Diablo 4. Yeah, it's future Jez's issue for one thing, but also for another thing, Diablo 4 launches at midnight here, and I'm gonna want to stay awake. So let's screw up the sleep cycle now.
Isn't that like a day from now?
No, it's 24. It launches in 24 hours in early access.
So what, are you staying up all the way 24 hours from now? Like when does it come out?
No, I'll sleep. I'll sleep after the show and then probably get up at like 4 p.m. or something.
You can't. Well, I mean, we got Xbox 2+1 at 1 p.m. my time, so that's
that's like 7 p.m.
I guess that's 7 your time. So yeah, 4 o'clock.
I'll be awake. Okay. I'll just have some dinner, write an article, and then.
How long is this show going to be? You sure the people at the LSM is going to be happy stitching together this monstrosity?
We only have Rare, Roundhouse, Tango, Undead, World's Edge, Zenimax Online, Xbox Game Studios, and then some third-party predictions. So I gave 50 as the soft cap. I think that's the max we go. A lot of these are quick. So let's
go quickly then.
Let's go quick. Quick hitters. Bang.
We got this. Rare, Sea of Thieves, Everwild, think this is one of our easier ones compared to the rest we had to get into here. Sea of Thieves, of course, I think is a lock. You know, we continue to see, and I think we're going to see a kind of Pirates of the Caribbean style tie-in, courtesy of Ben Smith. I'm not going to act like it's my own prediction. I gotta convey the mayor's prediction that that is not a Maddie prediction. But I don't think we see anything else from them. I think they're the deep timeline. I think of them, Perfect Dark. I think those are the types of games that we'll see it. Like, that's a 2025, 2026 lineup again. So I just think it's Sea of Thieves, an update on that, because it's like, it's not a sexy game for like content coverage. Like, you don't see it popping over views, but man, do people play it? A lot of people play it. So Xbox is going to continue supporting that, and no doubt that's going to get some love here at the showcase, I feel. Cog, what about you?
Yep. The obligatory, as Reg gets disgusted face, Sea of Thieves will be there. It's a form of content and update. They're rocking and rolling. Shout out to Ben, man. He's showing me so much about the community, what they're doing. But yeah, they'll be there. And no Everwild. No. I don't see it.
Yeah, no Everwild. Season 10 trailer for Sea of Thieves, and nobody wants to see it. And that's it.
Actually, Jez, what do you think we see from Rare? It's a pretty tough one, I know.
I don't think we'll see Everworld. I think that game's far away. But yeah, we'll probably see more Sea of Thieves stuff. I just hope it's like something a little bit more ambitious and revolutionary than just just more Sea of Thieves stuff. I really like. This is selfish, I guess. And I know Rad's saying like he doesn't care for it and whatever. And I haven't cared for it either, but I really want to see something that'll make me care for it, because it's sort of, it feels like it's this whole corner of Xbox that just doesn't appeal to me, and it frustrates me because I feel like it should appeal to me. I like pirates. Who doesn't like pirates? But Sea of Thieves just never appealed to me because of all the whole forced PvP stuff. I don't know, that's supposedly what makes it exciting, but I ain't got time for that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I just want the option to turn it off.
True. No, you're right. You're absolutely. That still hasn't happened though.
No,
wait, they still have the option to opt out.
No. Like I mean, I get why it's there, because like these sort of it creates the drama and the tension that I think younger gamers seem to like with the Battle Royale. Well, I say younger gamers, but Rand is definitely not a younger gamer. So, but like this Escape from Tarkov and stuff like that, they're all about this sort of tension and high stakes, right? So I get why they've got it, but I feel like they'd get a huge extra audience if they just added opt-out for it. When I play PvP, I want it to be a PvP experience like Overwatch or something like that. I don't want to mix PvP and PvE. I don't know why. It's just a weird thing about me, I guess. But yeah, we'll see.
I get it.
We'll see what happens. I want to see something exciting.
Got a little bit of a bold one here for y'all. I'm putting it in the rare section because it is a rare IP. I think Xbox is getting involved in the remake competition here. I think we get a Banjo remake.
I guess this would fall under, Maddie.
This was a rumor last year. Now, it wasn't a remake, so to say, but Modern Vintage Gamer said that he spoke to a lot of people. He said, I'm not an insider, I'm a developer. He said, sometimes I hear things. I was at GDC earlier this year, and there were some people talking about Banjo. I've heard that Banjo's coming up for months now from different people. Something's happening with Banjo. What I can't tell you is what it is. And I just feel like one thing that we talked about, and the conversation kind of died with Activision, is when we were discussing the next acquisition, we were like, where does Xbox get the kind of kid-friendly IP from? It's in their own catalog. It's right there. Bro, and I just feel like if you're going to get into
Mr. Boomstick going to do a flip.
There's a lot of picks they could do. I'm sure the audience will write. There's a lot of picks. But I think Banjo gets involved again. I think Banjo comes back. I'm going to say remake because that's just what makes sense in my head. But I think he comes back in some capacity during this showcase.
If he comes back and it's a full-on Banjo 1 remake, do you not end the show with that? As big fan favorite returning franchise.
Really?
Banjo?
You guys are calling the X on that? I'd be for that. I think that'd be kind of interesting. No,
I had to tell y'all.
Go ahead, Jez.
there's only about 5 or 6 people.
No, come on! I'm not even a huge fan of him. Come on.
Okay, I suppose it being included in Smash Bros. Probably raised its profile a little bit.
Thank you,
a lot of people are probably like, "Who the hell is this character?" You know, maybe they're looking up on Wikipedia or something. They're like, "Oh yeah, okay, that was some indie game from a million years ago." I can kind of see why it's in Smash Bros. But yeah, I don't know. I personally don't think Banjo's happening personally.
Okay.
Okay.
I hate to ruin everyone's
It seems like a
life.
missed opportunity to me.
I agree.
Is it though? Do kids care about these kind of games anymore? We always talk about like, oh, Microsoft needs kids games, and what's a kids game? Oh, it's like those cartoony platformers I played 50,000 years ago. Kids don't like that anymore. They like Fortnite. Okay, so unless Banjo is a battle royale, I don't think it's coming back.
Now. I
mean, you're spitting facts. I'm not gonna lie.
Better battle royale. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You are spitting facts, Jez. I won't disagree with that.
So,
kids don't want to play.
I'm gonna lick my wounds, but I'm gonna say that it's still gonna show up.
Maddie, I love you. I want the game to exist. I want it to be there. But do not put this game, if it is there, at the end of the show, because you will get disgusted, Cog. I don't want to see you talk about one more thing. It is him. Like, no, I don't want none of that goofy. I'm sorry. I'm the angry, creepy dad at the playground. I don't want to see that. Keep that away. At that placement. You can show it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it for that placement. That's all.
All right. So that's rare.
Show.
Yeah, I guess. We got Roundhouse Studio up next. This was formerly Human Head under Bethesda, the developers of Prey 2. Recently, they co-developed Redfall, and they've been working on an unannounced game for almost 4 years now. And there's been 2 particular Bethesda trademarks in Giant Monster News and Spy Team that have been floating around. When it comes to, I think, Rand, you read the Xbox Wire that said that, new games from Xbox and Bethesda. This one just feels like, as someone who's covered Bethesda for a while, has been due for so long that I don't know. Like, this is one I'm going to wave the neutral flag on. I truly don't know. Like, I feel we've seen, like, Giant Monster News, again, goes back to 2012. Spy Team's been floating around for years. Like, these have all been in limbo for so long, constantly being renewed, seemingly being worked on. It goes back to what happened with Redfall. When the Redfall trademark was listed, people were like, oh, it's the next Elder Scrolls. We know what it ended up being. That was a big surprise to the Bethesda community when Redfall got revealed. They're like, it's not Redfall? So, again, this is anybody's guess. I feel like based off what we saw on the LinkedIn post, Brad Fawaz, who's the game designer over at Roundhouse, it says it's been worked on for 3 years and 7 months. Whatever this unannounced project is, it says coming soon on his LinkedIn profile. I literally just looked today for a video. So my gut says, like, yeah, it should be here. Like, it's about time it's here. But, again, this has been held on for so long that I wonder what they're waiting for. But I want to say neutral, but I'm going to go stick my neck out a little bit. We're kind of filling up the first party list a lot here, but I'll risk it here. I'll say yes. I'll say it'll be here. I think I don't know what it will be. I'm gonna go with Spy Team, but because I think it's gonna be kind of like a PvP sort of game. But I think it'll be shown off here. I think it's time to find out what Roundhouse has truly been working on.
They truly been working on Redfall.
No one worked on that shit, bro. They abandoned that shit mid development. They were like,
I think they're probably the custodians of Redfall now.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think the truth. This is the truth. I think, and this isn't based on anything I've heard. This is just pure made up BS from me. I think whatever Roundhouse was working on was cancelled, and they were moved to try and fix or help Redfall, and that's it. And they don't have a project, and maybe now they're in charge of trying to save Redfall from being completely terrible. And they will ship the 60 frame. I think they'll ship the 60 frames patch, and then you'll never hear from Redfall again. And then we won't hear from Roundhouse for the next 10,000 years. That's what I think.
I'm for it. I mean, Certainly, they haven't delivered anything yet to be truly excited about, to be truthful. So, Rand, how about you? How are you feeling about Roundhouse?
Nah, they ain't gonna be there.
Okay.
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay. Cog.
I'm with Rand. I think at some point, as much as I want this to be the Xbox show of dreams and it's shaping up to be a lot of cool things, I'm going to have to start making my omissions. Not everybody can be there. And I'm going to be especially biased against Bethesda, the Zenimax house. Minus maybe
what?
1 or 2. Yeah.
I might renegotiate my pick here.
Renegotiate? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This might be Achilles one.
Okay.
I think this might be Achilles one, which
what
I know is not
the QuakeCon announcement.
I don't think so. I think it's either it or bust for that type of stuff. I don't think you headline with a Roundhouse game. That doesn't sound right to me. I don't know, because like even Bethesda Game Studios has never full on taken over QuakeCon. Like when Fallout 4 was getting marketed or 76, like they never had like a takeover of it. It's always been predominantly like id, bring your own computer, that type of stuff. So I don't see it being a reveal spot unless you're id from what I've seen of them. So I'm renegotiating. I'm moving this spy team pick to the Keeleys. All right. Speaking of Bethesda, we still got more from them. Tango Gameworks obviously just released Hi-Fi Rush at the top of this year. They also did the port for Ghostwire Tokyo, which released on PlayStation at the top of last year, and then developers of The Evil Within. Cog. Do they go for the trifecta this year, right? I know we're kind of cheating a little bit with Ghostwire, but do they go for the trifecta and announce another game? Maybe The Evil Within 3. It was a little Easter egg in Hi-Fi Rush. I'm just saying.
I feel you. My heart wants it, but nah. Like the Hi-Fi, maybe. I mean, well, the only chance I see my beloved Tango, they're rising in the ranks, man. They are rising. This is that Japanese studio by proxy. That, man, I am so impressed. I was really impressed with Ghostwire. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush, we already know. Oh my God, that's arguably Indie of the Year, Game of the Year. It's in the conversation. But, Chai in a way, they're amazing. But I definitely, the only thing I can see for them, the only shot is if they have some type of update they want to talk about for Hi-Fi, the key to keep the momentum going. But I don't. Other than that, with John Johannes and the team, too early for even within, Ghostwire. I think has a solid foundation. I think can be really special. I think there's a lot of potential there. I'm going to say no, my beloved. I want to be wrong though. I want to be wrong. I want to be like, oh my God, Tango still showed up, and they did. But I got to be conservative with this one. Like you guys showed out already. We'll see you in a year or two. That's where I'm going.
Hey, something funny? I'm looking at Twitter, and who do I see tweet to the Xbox account under their, like what we thought was the Fable tweet?
Yes,
it's the one and only homie, the Grubster, Jeffrey Grubb, and he just posts a picture of a dude walking into a rake.
Oh no!
Nah, Grub.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
No.
He literally just posted it.
Oh no!
Yes.
Wait, let me see. He posted underneath.
Oh dear!
I just got to go to his account for me to see.
But there's a.
Are you implying Grubby trying to say something? Oh man!
Oh no, this is bad. So,
did you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Well, the picks are locked in. We'll see if we end up being wrong. Ran anything on Tango? Any expectations?
No. I mean, they just shipped Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo. The team put out the game last year. Unless they have a third team that's working on something, I can't see them announcing anything, even as like a CGI announcement we'll see in 2 years yet. I don't think they're anywhere close. I don't even think we see Tango Gameworks even next year. So,
Jez, how about yourself? Any Tango Gameworks expectations?
Well, I like what Cog said about them rising through the ranks. I definitely agree. But yeah, I think it's they're still a growing studio. You know, they were set up to be like a student training studio originally. It was like Shinji Mikami's dream or something along those lines. So like they're still growing and developing into coming into their own and stuff. So I don't think we'll see them for a while. But I do want to believe that their next project is The Evil Within 3, because I think Microsoft would do well to have a horror pillar in amongst its IP. And that IP is really recognizable. The Safehead dude, like, really recognizable.
Oh yeah.
For me, I'm in agreement. I don't think it's time yet for The Evil Within 3 as much as I want it. I don't think it's time yet. I think, they're still updating Hi-Fi Rush. I think the success of that probably has changed a lot of their plans, where I imagine they're still going to do an Evil Within 3. I still feel confident about that, but I'm sure they're probably pivoting and seeing how they can get a Hi-Fi Rush 2 underway, or a massive expansion, something along those lines. And I think it's smart, because they definitely over the last year have completely augmented their studio identity from just the survival horror guys to much, much more than that. So we're really pulling for them, but I don't think they'll be at the showcase. Undead Labs, developers of the State of Decay franchise, just dropped, I think, their 33rd update for State of Decay 2, obviously working predominantly on State of Decay 3, which, if we were to believe a report from Kotaku, underwent some development issues. Rand, I want to start with you on this one. How are we feeling about State of Decay 3? I mean, I never really got a gut check from you on this one.
I don't really care about State of Decay, unless, I mean, State of Decay 3 is going to have to be a big enough change, because I sort of felt like State of Decay 2 didn't really do much to kind of change itself from State of Decay 1. It kind of felt like State of Decay 1.5. And I think if their vision is just like always online, sort of like zombie apocalypse, community type things, that they didn't nail with State of Decay 2. So, yeah, they got a. I didn't particularly care for State of Decay, so they're gonna have to make a lot of changes, for me to really get behind it. They set the bar pretty high with that first trailer, right? That first trailer show, it was like, okay, is that what you're really going for? Because if so, maybe I'll check it out, right? I don't think it's gonna be there though. I don't think Undead Labs is at that point yet.
Yeah.
So
I'll quickly just say I'm in agreement. I don't think it'll be there either. I just think this is in that bunch with Perfect Dark, with Everwild. Maybe not as extreme, but like 2025. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think it's a ways away. Cog, how about you?
Yeah, these are my peoples, man. But as much as Rand, State of Decay hater, which I disagree with, I still love that little charming game. But to his point, he is right that the second one was kind of developed. What was it before? Right around it, it was developed already before the acquisition, and they got acquired, and then it came out, and we had that team on, and they just made a massive update to the game. Like, the game literally is completely transformative in the way it handles plague hearts and the whole gameplay loop right now. People are really, liking it. I got to fire it back up just to see. But again, when I see that kind of stuff, it just indicates to me that they're still working on this, and the timeline is further out, and we know about the shakeups internally. So yeah, I do not see Undead Labs, for another year or two, maybe. So,
Jazz, any added thoughts on that when it comes to Undead Labs and State of Decay?
I have no clue. I think, it's kind of weird to see like them ship such big updates for State of Decay 2. Like, shouldn't you be focusing on State of Decay 3 now? It's really strange in a way, and kind of concerning that they're still putting so much into State of Decay 2. Yes. I mean, as admirable as it is that they've wanted to support the game so much, it also kind of like bothers me in a weird way. And also, this isn't the first time Undead Labs has done something like this. They I think while they were developing either State of Decay 3 or I think it might have been State of Decay 2, I can't really remember. They went off and like started development on some other game, some mobile game or something that sort of like got cancelled. And even then I was thinking, like, shouldn't you guys be working on the next State of Decay, which is what the namesake of your entire studio is. Because I'm someone who's like sort of, even before I was a journalist, like I was really invested in State of Decay, and they had this whole sort of community forum where they set out the whole vision for like 4 State of Decay games. Where it was like, because the studio was founded by Jeff Strain, who made, World of Warcraft and co-created World of Warcraft. And, so that was obviously a hook for me, and also the dude like was a major force in ArenaNet and, and worked on BattleNet as well and stuff like that. So this dude's like a legend in the industry in a way. So I was really invested in State of Decay and where it was going to go. And I sort of like imagined that I think, when did State of Decay 1 come out? Like 50,000 years ago. I'd imagined by the time I was, it was a long time ago. I sort of imagined that by my late 30s, I would probably have their original vision for the game, which was like an MMO zombie apocalypse. We're still nowhere near that. And now Jeff Strain has checked out. So I'm sort of like, I don't have a huge amount of faith in the studio anymore, to be quite honest with you. But like Rand said, they set the bar very high with that CGI, and I've criticized Microsoft a lot for doing this, where they show off this CGI that looks really great and sexy, and it's very easy to spend your Microsoft money on some slick marketing agency to make a cool ass CGI for you. But if it doesn't represent the product, that's just false marketing, And they've done it before, and they've done it again, and so I don't think it'll be there, because I don't feel like the studio's really. I don't know. I don't think the vision, which was Jeff Strain, I don't think the vision's there anymore. So I don't have much faith at the moment. I don't think it'll be there. Don't know what's going on with that studio, but we'll see.
Agreed. We got 2 more first-party studios. We can kind of do these in tandem, I feel, because they're both smaller ones in the scheme of the conversation. We got World's Edge, responsible for the Age of Empires series, and then we've got Zenimax Online, obviously responsible for Elder Scrolls Online, but have been working on a new IP for about 4 years now. So it could be prime for a reveal. Jez, we'll start off with you. Anything you're expecting from either of these two, World's Edge, Zenimax Online?
Well, I think we might see Age of Mythology, and then a quick trailer for Age of Empires 4 Xbox launch date, maybe. But I don't think there'll be a huge showing from them. It'll just be a sort of quick thing. And then Zenimax Online, honestly, I have no idea. Like, I'm really not a fan of Elder Scrolls Online. I know it's very popular, but again, can't help but compare it to the GOAT, World of Warcraft, and it is a substandard MMO compared to World of Warcraft.
Jesus!
So, it just is. It's just the truth. So I sort of snob. But if it's like, but if they are sort of, they really need to work on their technology, because the game doesn't feel great to play. It feels floaty and weird, and it's ugly. It
feels like a Bethesda
ugly.
Game Studios game, man. It's a perfect emulation of the experience that they were
going
going
I suppose
for.
If that's what they're going for, then great. But like, something that feels modern, okay? So I would hope that if they are going to show something, that it is actually something a little bit more technologically capable. And they have been beefing up the studio, and they do have a lot of devs there. It takes a lot of devs to make an MMO, and they know how to make a live service. Like, because even though I'm sitting here hating on the game, it has a ton of expansions, and they've got a very passionate community. And I suppose like it is a successful game at the end of the day, even though I'm hating on it.
I don't know how they do that, by the way. They are on such a tight schedule with these expansions, and they never miss. They are so scary consistent with them. Every June, you get an
the
update
engine's
on
simple as hell.
Good for them. Yeah, right? Like, I think it's great that they got, like, you got a fan base that's sitting there hungry for more, and you can just consistently guarantee you're going to feed them. It's great. With the new IP, that's the one to me that stands out, because I feel like it's been a while, but MMOs are a different beast. I think this is going to be on a different engine too, which I'm sure Jez will be excited about. I feel like this could be one of those CGI exceptions. But to me, this screams like maybe a deeper developer direct or something along those lines.
Well, do you want to hear a theory that I've heard?
Sure.
Ooh, let's go.
And I can't remember where I saw this. It might have been someone on Twitter or something. But I had an interesting theory that made me think, And it was, what if they're working on a Starfield Online component?
Whoa.
Why would they do that, though? How? Is it like a separate game, or?
Yeah, like a separate game, but sort of, how like Halo split into 2 clients kind of thing?
Okay.
Like a Starfield 76.
God, please. No.
You just made Maddie dead.
Please. That is like the kiss of fucking death for any excitement I'd have for that game. They're like, we got an online component, baby. I'd be like, I'm out. Thanks.
Even if it's completely separate,
it's gonna contaminate something at some point. I just know.
It's gonna contaminate something.
I just know. I've done this before. I've been around the block before. I know how this goes, and it never goes well.
Starfield's Constellations.
Yeah, Constellation, the MMO. That'd be kind of interesting, but no, I'm not even getting ahead. I said, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Rand, I want to hear from you. World's Edge, Zenimax Online. Anything you got for me here on these two?
Well, unfortunately, World's Edge could be there because Age of Empires 4 console port is supposed to be this year. It's already announced for this fall. So I could see it taking up extra precious time during the show when it's not really needed.
See, this is like when it comes to Forza games like Age of Empires, this is literally the Pac-Man of the showcase. Just like you're the and they're just eating up your beloved time. Yeah, because you cut out those 7 minutes, and think of how much potential is in those 7 minutes, right?
You know what's interesting?
I tell you, we do way more traffic on Age of Empires than we've ever done on Hellblade.
Phil did say at the kind of funny thing that Age of Empires 2 or whatever had more players than Hi-Fi Rush. Everybody, right?
Look at the Steam stats.
He's fucking lying. He's fucking lying to make a weak franchise look better. Give me a break, bro.
Guys, I don't think you guys realize how big Age
break
of
it
Empires
down
is.
to him, Jez.
Look up Age of Empires 2 on Steam stats. That game is huge.
I will.
Do it.
Talk to him, Jez.
Steam player.
Eat your vegetables, Maddie.
Let's see here.
As Maddie finds
out, 13,000. It's 14,000 the last 19 minutes. Who gives a shit?
Dude, that game is like 20 years old. Come on.
It's the definitive edition. It's new.
Now look at Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, I'm checking something else out real fast. See, Age of Empires 4 has only 5,000. That's not that impressive. You don't need to eat up my showcase for that. Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, Age of Empires 4. No one cares about that. It's all about Age of Empires 2, baby.
Yeah, 2. Hi-Fi Rush. Let's see here. Steam player count. 200 in the last 6 minutes. With a peak of 6,000.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, there's a chance Age 4 shows up, even though we don't want it to. I'm really interested in what Zenimax Online doing. Zenimax Online is doing, because if it's an MMO, Rand don't care. That'll just glaze over. But if it's something else that is not an MMO and just kind of a bigger game, there's rumors of like Star Wars related, right? I'm just saying rumors, right? And even Sarah Bond's been tweeting a lot about Lord of the Rings, just out of nowhere. Like kind of.
What are you up to, Bond?
I'm just saying, Colt made a video about it today because I saw her Lord of the Rings tweet, and I'm like, "What you cooking, Sarah? What you cooking?" Right?
What's
so I was like, what if Zenimax Online working on a Lord of the Rings game? I don't think so, because they did say it was new IP. So I don't know, but I'm super interested to see what it is, especially if it's not an MMO.
Yeah, it will be an MMO.
Yeah, yeah. I think Age has to show there, and I know Maddie hates it. He hates seeing these type of things. Well, it's that international appeal, man. I speak to a lot of, especially the PC community, and I speak to people all the time. They're Age hardcore, like they're a hardcore Age community. So I think it does well for them. Like Rand alluded to, and Phil
you guys
have
got to step out your bubble, man. If you didn't know how popular Age is, you got to step out your bubble. Seriously.
I agree. I know.
No, I'm staying in this fucking bubble. No.
I know, bro. Remember when I told you about that? And I told you about Football Manager, those games, international
Football Manager
appeal.
is like Football Manager
Sega's
has
biggest
like,
IP. It's so sad.
Yes,
it's
the
huge.
artsy guy in me hates that.
Yeah,
I think it's like the 6th most played game on Xbox now. Football Manager.
Bro, it's like when you have
acquire them, right? Yeah. Take Persona afterwards. Just like Football Manager, do its thing. Great thinking. Yeah.
I know my hardcore gamers don't like hearing this, but it beat up games that help fund other games like Persona and stuff that you like, man. That's how. That's just the nature of the business. Yeah, hilarious. Anyway, I'll make my quit. That if I had to guess, was Zenimax Online? I'm gonna say no, only because we just saw them at the Developer Direct with all the content for Elder Scrolls. New IP. I'm going to stick to my guns with lesser Bethesda presence this one because of everything in Starfield and everything. You know what I mean? So I'm still sticking with my guns on that one. So I hope I'm wrong because I want to see what they're doing, though. Yeah. I'm super excited to see what that team
That would be a guaranteed CGI if they were to show it off, though.
If they were to show, yeah, for sure.
So that's all of the first party. We have Xbox Game Studios, where I have some listed rumored ones here or announced ones in Contraband, Kojima's game being Overdose with the partnership announced, Aura History Untold, Stalker 2, Project Shaolin from Brass Lion Entertainment, and Project Belfry from Stoic Studio. And then here we could also do third-party exclusives, Day One Game Pass predictions, Game Pass partnerships like we saw last year with Riot, rumors, anything else. Like this is our chance to just go through Xbox Game Studios, third-party, all that fun shit, and just go hog wild with a handful of stuff that we expect to see there, whether it's tied to really Xbox or not. So I know I told you all to come prepare with a couple of predictions. Cog, I'd love to hear from you first, man. Like based off what we have here on this list and what you're hoping to see. Any third-party predictions, sir?
Yeah, Game Pass is going to have a major presence, obviously. You know what I mean? They have to. They know they have to make up for lost ground. I see them slanging little money around, little money around, little, I'm not going to say it's going to be that AAA, oh my God, that a lot of the Xbox community wants them to associate with. But I do see a couple of Game Pass deals. Are we going with like, my prediction? We doing the predictions?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or whatever's here on this list. I just put this here as like reference if you guys want to dig into any existing stuff, whatever you want here. Like, do we see Contraband? Do we see Kojima? It's up to you how you want to talk about it.
So I'll do a quick Contraband. Should be, but I'm gonna say no for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like I don't know anything about this, but just my gut for whatever reason says no. Kojima. I'm gonna say yes again.
Really? Wow.
You just saw him. What did we really see? He just came out there and just say, "Hey, It was the visual optics of Kojima working with Xbox, right? Normally I would have said no this year. The only reason why I say yes again is because I've been looking at Aaron Greenberg's Twitter. And Aaron Greenberg just loved posting up all of a sudden, him with Kojima and the team and this quote unquote almost rumored overdose or whatever it's rumored. So I think they want to make another splash again just to say what the title of the name of the game is and maybe a brief CG, if that, or premise. But because to me, it's why, if you're the head of marketing, one of the heads of marketing, why are you showcasing yourself with Kojima again? And not into this level, like with the whole team and the jackets and the uniformity of it. You're trying to let the Xbox community get excited for something. That's how I have to take it. So I'm going to say yes. The rest, the other projects, I'll defer to Jez with Charlotte and Belfry. My predictions are this. It's time to go for the heartstrings. It's time to really take this showcase to the next level. We have the safe bets. We have the sure bets, the Hellblades and the Fables and all that in itself. Fantastic show. Xbox, easy layup. But if you want to go for the hearts and minds, you want to get the gravitas, you got to go to the core Xbox gamer. You got to go to that gamer who's been there during your dark times, and you got to call Marius Titus. And you got to get the greatest 900p game of all time. And you've got to have that Crytek logo come out. And you don't even got to be exclusive, but it got to be on your stage. And you got to pull up that what was that post that ran where they had Marius and Marius with the Crytek hiring that they've been so not subtly hinting. And you put that music on that all my people know, and you let that baby rock out, and you show that Rise 2 in development CGI trailer. You can CGI it all day. You can even give me a quick time. And I'll be excited. You give me one, but then show baby show some real action. But it's needed. If you want to get grown man tears, you got to get grown man tears. You got to get people believing again. This was your failed generation of what could have been. It's time, Rand. It's time for Rise 2, Rand. It's time to Gladiators. You got to beat the chest. You got to beat the shields. Come on. Let's go.
Interesting prediction. I like it. I'm down. I'm down for Rise 2. I mean, I'm all for it. As for me, I think Contraband's going to be there. Okay. I think we'll get gameplay probably next year. Project Belfry from Stoic. I think that is also there. I think that releases next year as well.
Massive show.
I think we'll see it. I'm sure there'll be ID at Xbox, like sort of indie style. Maybe Silksong will be there again. Some indie stuff. I don't know. Stalker 2. I don't think so. So my big third party prediction, because the third parties are always tough because you don't know if they're going to be there because Xbox is like Game Pass or get the F out, right?
Yeah.
But you want to talk about to your heart. You want to talk about speaking to the core Xbox gamer, even though it's multi-platform.
Oh, I know what you're doing.
You really quickly, screen goes dark. And then 3 little green lights popped up and go bling, bling.
You doing this? You doing this?
Sam Fisher returns at the Xbox showcase. And they show something, and they're like, "Hey, tune into the Ubisoft Forward or whatever." But
Ubisoft is the next day. You may be on to something.
Splinter Cell shown off for the very first time at the Xbox show. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, Maddie. Come on, Maddie.
I like it. Timing actually could work potentially. We've been burned many a time. That's why Jez is laughing at us.
I know.
Jez is laughing. But I like it though. I like that one. Ooh, okay, little Sam Fisher.
The how many Splinter Cells were exclusive in the beginning before they went to the PS2? The first one, was it Pandora Tomorrow? Was like there. It's got that. You know, Conviction.
The remake.
Conviction went to any other platform. I don't think. I still think that was only on the 360. I don't think it ever went to PlayStation.
Yeah.
Right. It's been a long time. We know that they're working on it. They've talked about it on social media. I think it's time.
Ooh, I like this. I like the utter disgust in Jez's face right now. It's giving me life.
I've just been hearing about this fantasy Splinter Cell for a million years. Look, Rand, we all know that Ubisoft's only capable of a couple of types of games. One of those is Assassin's Creed, and the other one is a battle royale that gets cancelled in 6 months. There's no room in their portfolio for Splinter Cell unless it's a gacha game on mobile, free to play, with pay to win mechanics. But nah. Third party at Xbox, I think Shaolin I announced way too early. Another game Rand should have stopped me from announcing or revealing or leaking.
I announced it too early.
Yeah. I don't even know if it's... See, like, that cache of information came to me, and I assumed that all of these were Xbox games, but I think that might have just been pitches. So maybe Microsoft didn't even pick the game up. Like Project Dragon as well for IO Interactive, because they announced that game recently. But there was no mention of any platforms, no mention of Xbox. So maybe Xbox didn't pick that up either. I don't know. So But I do think Project Belfry will be there, which is Wandering Tower, and I do know that is an Xbox game, for definite. So I think that'll be there, and I think that game's going to be bigger than people expect. I think it's. I know that it's got an online component. I know that it's got like a social hub, stuff like that. So I think that could show up more impressive than people think. But we'll see. As for third-party games, I honestly don't know. I do wonder if Microsoft's going to try and put their mark on Activision Blizzard in some way, you know. But Diablo will already be out by then.
What we doing, Jazz? What we doing?
There's a certain game in development over at Blizzard, right?
Yeah, Odyssey. But I think that's going to be revealed at BlizzCon in November. I would bet a lot of money that it's going to be revealed at BlizzCon this year. So I don't think they'll show that at the Xbox show.
But I'm
honestly not sure,
Jazz. I gotta ask, because you're implying that Microsoft may show a level of force with the going through of the deal on a optic level at a showcase. Maybe. How could they potentially do that? Any ideas?
I don't know. Call of Duty, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, Call of Duty, baby. Interesting. I think you're onto something, maybe.
Call of Duty Game Pass would be pretty.
Candy Crush MMO.
Okay.
World of Warcraft 2.
Oh God.
World of Warcraft 2. I don't know. I think World of Warcraft 2 will be at BlizzCon, if anything.
Okay.
But hey, I don't know. Third party, like Microsoft tends to work with third party when they're some kind of Xbox Game Pass tie-in, but I think they're throwing a lot of that stuff out the window. But one thing I do expect Microsoft to go hard on with third parties, games that appeal to PC gamers. Because as far as Microsoft is concerned, console industry is maxed out. Game Pass attach rate on console is maxed out. They to grow, they need to look at PC, and you do that by showing Age of Empires. You do that by finding some kind of IPs that are popular on PC and somehow tying them to Game Pass, because the only way you grow on PC is with Game Pass, because nobody's going to be using the Xbox app at a choice. So,
yeah,
so that's how you do some of that stuff. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I got a couple here. I'll start off with the list we got here with Contraband. I'm with Cog on that. Something about, I think Rand made a good argument, but something about it just is rubbing me the wrong way. I think it was because Grubb said that they missed deadlines over the Avalanche, and I remember, I think someone was just quoting you from the podcast, Jez, but I remember you mentioning a tentative release window. I don't know if it was 2022 or 1, but it was a date that I heard should have already passed by now, and the fact that we just heard nothing since, and it is another one of those just Xbox CG first. I'm very keen on the game, but I just get a feeling it won't be there. Could see myself easily being wrong on this, but I'm going to go with my gut and say Contraband doesn't show up. Kojima's game, Kag, I love you. I love the optimism.
I'm doing too much.
Unless there's a major xCloud focus here, unless Kojima pulled some voodoo ass shit and was just like, yo, I get cloud gaming unlike anyone else, and in a year's time, I got something to show you. I think we are not seeing this for a while. And that's good, because Xbox is still building the cloud base, the belief in cloud, and opening people's minds to it. So I think it'll be beneficial. That's on the back burner. Our History Untold, don't care. Show up or don't. Maddie doesn't care. Stalker 2, I want really bad, but I just don't think that with the situation in Ukraine or Poland, the war ongoing, that I just feel it is one of those where we just got to wait until it's ready. When it's ready, it's ready. But there's no need to put any pressure on it. They just had the build. It was encrypted, thank goodness, but the build of the game leaked entirely, and so they've been bombarded with a ton of bullshit that I don't need. So I would love to see it. I'd love to see it get dated, but this was supposed to be at the top of last year. And now we're in the middle of this year, and I'm sure it won't be until like maybe the top of next year if we're lucky. I'll defer to Jez on Shaolin and Belfry. I think Belfry, from the sounds of it, what you guys are saying, I would believe that's going to be there. But really, none of that matters, right? Because my predictions are fucking out of this world. And I like to have a little fun with this. Now, one of them is going to sound safe because when I proposed it, Cog and the audience can verify, when I proposed it, this was not a rumor at the time. But I wanted, when I said it, I was like, yeah, I'm going to write that down on my list. I think Persona 3 Remake is going to be at the showcase. Now, I know there's been leaks and claims since then, so it's not as much of the, but I really do think this is a surprise for a lot of people that shows, last year we got a good look at Xbox committing to Japan in some unique ways. Team Ninja, Kojima, Atlas. And I'm really hoping, as a fan of Japanese role-playing games, that it's not a flash in the pan kind of moment. We see them come around and get some late Game Pass pickups for the Tokyo Game Show. But when it comes to Persona 3 Remake, like, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Now, I don't know what the quality of the game will be like, in the sense of, will it be what I call the grand unifier? Will it bring all FES portable and the base game together into one perfect version of the game? It's Atlas. I don't have my hopes up. But there's no doubt that them gracing, again, Persona on the stage and making a big new reveal like that, not ports, but a new reveal like that, could be a sign of things to come. And I'm of the mindset that they're trying to work the same angle here with Atlas that they did with Yakuza. And I think they're going to try to get Persona 6 on Xbox. I know the report right now is 5, or it's going to be on PS5. But I feel like Xbox has to take an honest look at, like, okay, we're probably not going to get Final Fantasy. We're not going to get a day and date, at least. So we got to look at what's growing, what's mainstream, and spend some cash on that. So they were wise to get Tales of, which is growing. Tales of Arise was great to get on Xbox day and date. Persona is kind of in that mainstream conversation. 5 really splashed it. 4 helped a lot too. This is a game you want to have shared with your platform. You got to create that mind share. And I feel like this is the start of that. And I feel like they got to get an angle to get, even if they got to pay for it. Like, I know it's easy for me to say, but I think you got to get the angle to get Persona 6 on Xbox. Otherwise, it's all for naught, in my opinion. You cannot create for yourself the Square Enix. Well, you don't get 7 Remake, aka Persona 5 or Persona 6, but we'll give you 7 Remake with the reunion thing with Crisis Core. And same thing with Persona 3 Remake. It's like, okay, guys, great. So I'm thinking Persona 3 Remake's going to be on stage. But my bold one, so to say, is a partnership announcement. I think this is where we see finally what's going on between Xbox and Nintendo.
What are we doing? Maddie?
What type of partnership?
What type of partnership?
Game Pass partnership. I think this is like because they're big on getting to all these screens. And I always think of Sarah Bond with that Switch behind her. I think of these teases, Phil putting a Switch on the shelf, the email that leaked during the Epic versus Apple court case saying that we haven't given up on putting Game Pass on Switch. So we know it's an angle they're trying to work. We know it's something they really want. And I just think with the push for the ROG Ally, with the push to get Game Pass on the PC more people signing up, the trial, I feel like they're in a new phase where they're trying to just reach every conceivable screen. And I just see this as a good time to just have a kind of like, we're partnering up with Nintendo. We're bringing Game Pass to Switch. And I know that it would probably make the most sense if it's to their competitor, as in, or I'm sorry, not the competitor, their successor, as in a Switch 2, Switch Pro, whatever it ends up being. But I'm just going to say, for the sake of a bold prediction, that we finally hear about this partnership, because I think it would make sense with the wireless adapter that's in the current Switch, that we probably wait for a new rendition. But I do think maybe they announce a partnership of some kind. There's no real recent tea leaves, but I think that's the surprise factor in it. It's like, we haven't heard anything recently.
Doug Bowser come out on stage. Okay.
Yeah, Doug Bowser on stage or something like that would be cool, because I think it makes sense for Xbox to showcase more than the Nintendo Direct.
What about Monster Hunter World 2 showing up?
Oh, Chaz is going to do 2 backflips.
What do you think? Isn't it? Is it about time for a new Monster Hunter World? I mean, seems about it, right?
What was the Rise? Was the new one that was what, a year or two ago? 2 years ago, right?
Rise was I think a couple years ago on the Switch, right? And then it finally came to Xbox and PlayStation this year. Doesn't Capcom have some really high projections for sales this fiscal year? Like that kind of like
you're underestimating the dragon.
Yeah, but I mean that ain't coming out for a while. I know, Jez. How are we feeling? Monster Hunter World 2? Could that be a thing that shows up?
I mean, maybe. I mean, it's been quite a while, but I just don't know if it's still too early. You know, I suppose the next Monster Hunter has to sort of take it to an even higher level than Monster Hunter World 1 did.
Yeah,
but I guess we'll see.
What about Armored Core 6? We do know for sure that's going to be at the Keeleys. Could it be at Xboxes? Right? We don't.
It's got that Keeley stink on it for sure.
It probably does have the Keeley stink.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, that smells like him, bro. That dude's gonna pull out any FromSoft and any Kojima. He was probably seething. He was seething when he saw Kojima on Xbox's stage. He's like,
seething.
What the fuck are you doing, Kojima? Dale, get over here now.
Are you implying Kojima went against the playbook?
Yeah, absolutely. He wanted that moment, no doubt about it. So, yeah, Game Pass is an interesting one here because there are a lot of announced ones. Like there's Flintlock Siege of Dawn, which was in that year window, and we still have yet to get a release date for it. So maybe that one gets like an update. I think like a High on Life expansion makes a ton of sense. I think that was already teased by Squanch.
And Knife, right?
Yeah, I mean, I bet they would.
Yeah, I could see
they would do that. Yeah,
I mean, actually, it probably is there. Because this would be the show you'd want to do it, and that was like a huge game for them. So
yeah.
And now, optic-wise, they're cleared, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So now it's safe again to be talking about it, excited,
like, hey,
associate themselves with it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So
I think High on Life we see again, and I feel like Odyssey could show up. Like I'll push against Jez just a little bit. I feel like there's got to be some Activision presence here, right? Like we saw Diablo on the stage last year. We have yet to see that big commitment because I don't think Xbox is going to pay for something that they're going to inevitably get. But I think, marketing one of their games on the stage would make sense. And I'll pull the trigger on maybe a little Odyssey action there, but we'll see.
Well, could we see Diablo 4 there? Again, Xbox had the marketing for it. It is only 5 days after release. Could Diablo 4 show up with the quick trailer, just reminding everybody, hey, it's out?
It's like 4. A wasted slot if you're Xbox. Like they got to have some autonomy on that.
But it might be one of those contractually obligated sort of scenarios. Like, why did we see Final Fantasy 16 and Street Fighter 6 at the PlayStation show, right? Where it's kind of like, well, they're your huge partners. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as maybe.
No, it's a good idea. There's a lot of angles they can go. Like, there's also hardware as well. Like we talked about the Starfield controller headset. And is there Keystone? Is there anything like a mid-gen refresh? I doubt
mid-gen refresh too early.
Yeah, too early. But I'm just saying, is there X-Boy, the little handheld?
The X-Boy.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have much of a hardware presence personally, but we know everyone loves popping bottles for the controller, so who knows?
Yeah. I mean, last year they did bust out that Riot deal that nobody expected.
Yeah, that's what made me write down in our notes, like a Game Pass deal of some kind. That's why I said Nintendo, because I'm just like, the Riot deal is huge. Like, you want to talk, but that's huge. Like the ideal market to target when you're going for game. That probably would have been better for them right now with how they've shifted their targeting, like to just time that out with a Riot deal. But there's so few markets I can think of. Like, there's really Steam, and that's it. That's why I think you go to another screen, another device, another huge base that's highly established. You don't have to worry about selling with the console itself. So I think there's something to be said there as well. That they got to have some type of Game Pass partnership. Maybe it's another publisher's library. We heard THQ Nordic had a deal fall through that was somewhere up of $2 billion, and it was 7 months in negotiation. Now, it could have been anything, but it's possible that Xbox is ready to pay for that library as well and their service, which would have been pretty significant. So it could have been that in planning and then fell apart. But again, I suppose we'll see. Anyway, we're pushing 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Probably more than that. Probably 5. Close to 5.
Is this the longest Duke ever or what? It seems like
No doubt. I imagine with like, because the problem is we'll have the recording time. I'm like, oh yeah, it's the longest one. Then I see the hours that are the minutes that are added on from ads. I'm like, okay.
Yes.
So
yes, definitely.
We got all our predictions out. And it's fitting this is the biggest one, I'll just say in closing, because we'll skip the Game Pass Big League. We'll skip the ending questions here. I'm sure the audience understands.
Planet of Lana.
Planet of Lana. I mean, and Rand did an excellent job of breaking it down.
It works out great. And not to rush, just more so, we got to respect the audience's time. We got to respect our guests' time. And then also...
Yeah, where do I invoice you guys?
Yeah. That's Colin. It's Colin's job.
Yeah, Colin. He's T-Pax.
But it's fitting because this should be Xbox's biggest showcase. It really should be. It should be a big blowout, a first party primarily, and a good sign of what's to come for the fans who've been invested since day one when we were getting nothing. Cog, you look like you just remembered something. You got something for me?
No, is this a closing statement or do we add? I forgot one of my.
I'm wrapping up, but go for it.
Yeah, Cyberpunk. I forgot that those Cyberpunk.
Oh, you think
Phantom Liberty? I think they will be on their stage to do stuff to continue the marketing. I forgot about that. That's what I wanted to add.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just, like I said, just wrapping up. But yeah, the Cyberpunk is a good one because I know they said they're going to talk about it in June. They're going to start talking about it in June. So we'll see. But Rand, Jez, we appreciate both of you pulling up for a monstrous episode. Certainly we owe you an appearance of some magnitude on Xbox too.
We owe these gentlemen.
Yeah.
Something.
Long show. I was like, it'll be done 3.5. I was like, I'm so hungry now,
Oh, I think I ordered a little food in the middle, bro.
Yeah.
DoorDash is my best friend. Yeah, I had to reset. I was wondering. I was like, why am I the only one who's a little uppity? I was like, I have food in my stomach. Yeah, everyone else is like crawling to the finish line.
Poor Jez, it's almost like 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's like 4 in for him. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Jez, we apologize.
No, it's all good, man. So good.
Hey, look at that tattoo, though. You never get to show it off on Xbox, too. Got that Kraken tattoo or whatever.
Kraken tattoo. And I got the Warcraft tattoo on this side.
Oh, that's a major nerd move. We love that.
Love it.
All right, gentlemen, and everyone listening, we appreciate everyone hanging with us this deep. I mean, it's also good that this episode's so long because y'all ain't getting shit next week, so... Enjoy the 5 hours.
Double dose.
Yeah, we did double dip here. So we hope you enjoy. Plenty to discuss. We're looking forward to your thoughts. And with that, take excellent care of yourselves. Get some rest. And we'll catch you for episode 127 of Defining Duke and Xbox Podcast. Peace out.
Peace.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman, and the show is edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.